I have been to so many events, and for some weird reasons, I'm nervous. But yeah, it's a great pleasure to be here before you all. My name is Uzoma, Regional Manager for West Africa in Yellow Card. I'd like to introduce my wonderful panelists. First off, we have Mr. Kayode Babarinde, Executive Director, Africa Blockchain Institute. Could we just give a round of applause as they come to take their seats? Then we have Emmanuel Babalola, Regional Head of Channels and P2P Binance Nigeria. Very huge personality. It's an honor to have you here, sir. Then finally, we have Chance, full stack engineer at Double Lab. Thank you so much for making it. I'm so honored to have you guys here. So, we are here to talk about exploring diverse use cases of blockchain technology in Africa. I know a lot of us, when we hear about blockchain, the first thing that comes to mind is, oh, crypto, Bitcoin, Ethereum, and the likes. We all talk about the financial part. But little do a lot of people talk about other use cases like that's happening in Africa, like BitPesa, that is doing stuff in Kenya, as well as the Sierra Leone government that is using it for identification, national identification. So we're here to talk about more use cases of blockchain. And I'll start with the opening question. What are some innovative applications of blockchain technology beyond cryptocurrency that have the potential to address socioeconomic challenges in Nigeria? So I'll throw that to the house. Anyone that wants to start first?
All right, maybe I will go. Again, my name is Coyote, and I also want to even start with a question to the house. Do we all know what blockchain is before we assume?
Oh, wow.
With the raise your
Okay.
hand, can you please show? If you know blockchain, can you please raise hand? Zoli, three. And for those that know blockchain, most times, do you think blockchain is cryptocurrency? Yes. I was about going to the third question of asking how much Bitcoin do you have in your wallet, but I'm not going there. But I'll just run a brief of actually what blockchain is, since most of us need to know what blockchain is. So apparently, I'll make use of an example of like a book. But blockchain is a distributed ledger that allows you to save your information securely. Period. That's what blockchain is all about. And to explain much better is to look at a textbook. In the textbooks, there are several chapters and there are several pages in there. And everybody in this room have a textbook in our hand. So imagine there's a letter A being written from here. Everybody's going to have the similar letter A in your book automatically. So, and if there's a B, same thing. However, if our Mr. Want to erase that letter A, he can't erase it without all of your permission. So I'm sure we are all from different background, different countries, different ethnicity. So I'm not sure we all want to agree for him to erase. We all agree for him to erase it. I mean, will you agree?
No.
No. So since we all don't agree, he can't erase it. However, let's say there's a genuine interest or genuine reason why you really need to erase that A. We need to we will agree, but you still not erase the A, but we write letter B on it. So that way we can trace the history of what he's doing. Because once you erase the A, I mean, there's no essence of blockchain in there. So you can't really erase the A. It's immutable. It's already written on the ledger. So that's typically how blockchain works. But however, I was talking about writing letter A and chapters in your book. Now, part of the use case of that technology, which the book, which is the blockchain, is the cryptocurrency. You know, it's just chapter one. And the chapter two, we have blockchain for identity. We have blockchain. Chapter three could be for supply chain, could be for agriculture. All in that book. So that way, I believe at the end of the day, you now understand much better that cryptocurrency, it's not same thing as a blockchain. You know, and blockchain is same thing as cryptocurrency. It's just one use cases, and there are other use cases as well in the blockchain technology. I hope you now understand now, at least in summary, what blockchain is. And talking about innovations that we've seen so far, for me, I'm very curious and interested about the blockchain used for digital identity. Apparently, we have several we have been identified using our national identity card, our passport, and driver license. You know, all of this is not everybody in Rwanda or even in Africa have those identity, and that way you can't able to even access to basic healthcare service. Imagine you want to go to the hospital for them to register you without your ID, you can't even get even insurance, amongst other services that you need to have. Which why Flex ID in Zimbabwe, which serve for SADC region and even Sri Lanka, is trying to solve that, because especially for the farmers in those regions, they can't really have access to credit facilities, even loans, and banks really can't give you money if they don't know you. I mean, you want to be sure who I'm giving the money to, and that's what Flex ID is doing, and it's a very interesting use case, in terms of blockchain outside cryptocurrency, and it's already being used in Africa and also in Sri Lanka.
Yeah, thank you so much, Mr. Babalola. You said something that I could help,
Obarinde.
Obarinde.
We have to
Forgive
go
me,
back.
sorry. So you said something very important about the ID use case. But from experience, people are afraid of change. We already have passport system, immigration visa system that works. Emmanuel, why should we embrace, how can this solve socioeconomic issues? I mean, this thing already works. Why are we looking at a new technology for this?
Yeah, I think profoundly, blockchain has the most use cases in Africa. And one of the reasons why today we use these technologies that you mentioned is because they've over time helped us improve our lives, right? There wasn't always mobile phones. There wasn't always the internet, right? Everything has happened in phases, and now we are already in the fourth industrial revolution, where today it is possible to send value over the internet. I think my colleague here just talked about how important the technology is, but just to throw more light on that, if you see the internet as an information superhighway, where they say, okay, before the internet, to send a message to China, you'd need to probably use like a courier service or the post office, right? And it takes days. Today, with just your WhatsApp or an email, the information can get there instantly. Today, newspapers are almost old school. Now you can just get live news happening somewhere else in the world, right? However, with all these benefits of the internet, one thing wasn't really possible. It wasn't really possible to send value over the internet, meaning that if I take a picture of you, right, and I sent you that picture, I still retain a copy of that picture. That's why digital arts, before NFTs and blockchain came, it was very difficult for artists to even make revenue from digital arts, right? Even ebooks, you could easily get pirated and stuff like that. Now, one of the things that blockchain does is it allows you, send value over that same internet. Meaning that if I took a picture of you and I sent you that picture, that signature, that token, or that identity or whatever it is, leaves my phone and moves to you, right? So in the blockchain technology helps us solve the double spend problem. Now before now, if you wanted to send money over the internet, you had to rely on third parties like banks, to be the settlement layer, right? To provide, because if I'm sending you money, I'm not sending you money. I'm sending money from my bank to your bank. Why? Because there's that accounting ledger there, right? Now, directly on the internet layer, I can actually send you a transaction, and you can trust that transaction that
Without
it works,
the banks.
right? So that is what blockchain really does. So every single application that you can think of, either voting, transparency in governance, charity, just even providing more trust, because even people trying to raise aid find it difficult because of that trust factor. They're not able to get as much donors as they would like to get, right? Even a lot of donors are now pushing people to actually use digital technologies to just show transparency, and that's what blockchain does. So every single application, whether it be it healthcare, be it supply chain management, it helps improves that process, and that's really what it does for us.
Thank you so much, Mr. Emmanuel. That was really insightful. So, Mr. Chance, I understand that you are a full stack developer. That is, you do both front end and back end. Could you kindly give more light as to this conversation from a software perspective?
Thanks. Good morning, everyone. So I would like to first introduce myself. And so you mentioned only full stack developer, but there is also a blockchain developer. That's the expertise, like why I'm actually here. So I am a full stack Web3 developer with experience in blockchain development and full stack solutions as well. I'm currently working with Double Lab, which is a software development agency, and Codebo Group, which I'm leading. So at Codebo Group, we are empowering innovation through blockchain, AI, and mostly generative AI and full stack solutions. So during my time in the industry, I've been working on projects like DAO, NFT marketplace, Flash related projects, crypto wallet based projects, and also I've been also doing some mentoring in hackathons focusing on blockchain. Some of them was organized by ABI, African Blockchain Institute, which went pretty well. So taking these two like a technical perspective, I would think this, let's say if we have like an identity management system, and if we already have that decentralized application, and for example, I go to the hospital, there is some steps you need to do to register yourself.
Yeah.
And if we know that our information is in transparency and is traceable, if I go to the other hospital, there's no need to do the same steps. This will be like much quick, and it will be like more. It will save time in terms of like delivering. That's one thing. Another thing I would like also to mention would be like all my fellow panelists were talking about like the security, the good thing about blockchain. Also, there's this thing which is called like consensus mechanism, which you need to find like for now there's proof of work and proof of stake, like all those transactions, all those blocks, how they're being signed on the blockchain on different nodes. So that is basically how I can refer to the question in answering. Thanks.
Yes, thank you so much, Chance. Still on you. Can you share some insights from your entrepreneurial venture and how you've leveraged blockchain technology to build?
Yeah. So my enthusiasm to blockchain started when I was at the university. So we got this internship, a remote internship. The company was offering front end and back end and smart contract development. And this first time I saw smart contract, I got interested in what is this thing. At the time I was having like skills on front end, back end, but I wanted to make myself different from the other developers. So I joined it, and it was quite. But before choosing, I took a day to do some researches. In one day, from the summary, I got that smart contract is similar to calling something a program. It's just lines of codes, but in different language. So I started. I joined that company, and to be honest, I wasn't like delivering enough on production. I was just doing some demos for the side projects. But on my checklist, I was progressing. I was good enough, like on myself. So moving forward, I also joined like some communities, and also started like to brand myself, like work like it's at the end, it's like it's me who was going to profit from the benefits, like writing some articles and also doing some YouTube videos. Also, like at the end, I believe if you already have some skills as a full stack, you need to find a way to make yourself different from other people from the industry. Let's say, okay, I myself, I choose like blockchain, and I believe there are also some people who chose like AI and be good at it. So that is the thing that I believe is good enough. Like after you become like a software engineer, like what are your expertise? Like also we are not limited to blockchain and AI. I believe there are other emerging technologies that we can choose and be better at it.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Thank you so much, Chance. Yes, Mr. Babarinde. I hope I pronounced it well now. Cool. So what are the key regulatory consideration and policy frameworks needed to support the adoption and scalability of blockchain technology across diverse sectors in Africa? Now, this is very important because we see a lot of people developing, we hear a lot of scam cases, we hear a lot of issues around blockchain, and most people are unsure. They are scared of even touching the technology because they don't have full knowledge. What is the regulatory framework and policies around blockchain?
All right, thank you. I think two things needed to be addressed. First is that, just like what Chan said, if you are picking a particular technology, just face it and do it well. Same way with blockchain. If you are trying to talk about regulation, first of all, we need to establish, because regulation comes from the aspect of a country working on a law for what you are doing. First of all, you need to understand, is the country really interested in blockchain technology? Because what we do is that we keep assuming that all countries want to do blockchain or use IoT or AI. Do they really? That's why there's always Rwanda, there's this 2022-2024 digital technology plan in Rwanda. Yeah. So same, I expect all of that government to have that. So in that agenda, you can tell if government is trying to make use of blockchain or not. Whereas if, especially those that are public enough for you to know that they're not making use of blockchain, then don't go to those countries and try to do something there. That's number one. Number two, if they are now interested to use blockchain, now do the country or the government really understand what policies means? We're all lawyers here. We all know what policy, art, and laws mean. Means as is a guideline for you to use a particular technology or use a particular product in that country or in that environment. And if there's a problem, of course, you're meant to revert to that policy to be able to address any problem you have. But what if you are in a particular place that, however, there's the policy towards that, but there was just a pronouncement by some of the political elite, So what will you do? How will you survive in such business environments? It's just by pronouncement. So what was the essence of the policy? Yeah. Number one, what was the essence of the committee set up to implement that policy? These are the questions we need to ask ourselves, before, because we can make as many regulation, framework, and policy as possible. If there's no political will towards what we are doing, we're just trying to just play around. And talking from an entrepreneur point of view, I can't imagine investing all my life, all my energy to raise money to get things done, and tomorrow morning I get
Yeah, I think it's a very interesting.
Yeah, so that's the first thing I feel we should really sort. And in terms of framework, I mentioned two things that I felt could be very important in the framework, although it's not exhaustive. First is the data protection. One thing, as I mentioned earlier, in defining blockchain is it revolves around data. The more data it can consume, the more effective blockchain technology is. And imagine if our data get into the wrong hand. That's another big problem. So we need to see how we can safeguard the citizen data or using blockchain and putting that on that framework, which is the first thing. The second one is around addressing the AML, anti-money laundering, and also the KYC as well. Though blockchain encourages to be private in doing your dealings, in doing your dealings, but again, we need to know to some extent, who are you? I hope you're not moving money for the terrorists, or doing some really illegal stuff using the technology itself. So those are things we should also fill in the framework. The third thing is about the intellectual property. Beyond good about talking about beyond cryptocurrency or even financial inclusion of using blockchain. There are many products being cooked up and worked up, and we want to make sure that you are being protected. You patent your ideas and your copyright. Else, that way it can just be wash and you really don't have any value. And that also even allows to increase investment. If it's been patented and there's IP towards what we are building. Those are my initial three thoughts around the framework, but just to add, we can talk about the sandbox so that there's be a good environment, people can able to test before the law come to play. And also, the last thing is about the capacity building and awareness. Really, we can't talk enough about that. We need to continue to educate ourselves and understand much better how the technology really goes in Africa.
Yeah, thank you so much, Mr. Babarinde. That was really, really insightful. Mr. Emmanuel, we've talked about building, we've talked about regulatory frameworks and policy. One other challenge that we have in Africa is integrating to existing systems. We know that traditional systems already exist in the country, and sometimes people are resistant to change. So my question would be, where do you see a growth in cryptocurrency adoption in Nigeria? And how can blockchain technology facilitate cross-border transactions and promote financial inclusion in regions with limited access to traditional finance banking system?
Okay. So I'll answer the second question first. How is blockchain helping with financial inclusion, right? Let's look at a pyramid where the actual traditional banking system is at the top of the pyramid, right? And then after that is online banking, which a lot of people use, right? Online banking always exists. It started, banks realized that now they could serve customers without having to build a branch everywhere, right? And that's because of the internet. After that, you now have another layer. Now, remember, as this comes down, like it expands the base of people that can have access to this. So the first at the top of the pyramid is the traditional banking. Then we have the online banking, and then we have mobile money, which is very, very popular. Africa accounts for more than 54% of the entire mobile money transactions globally, right? So mobile money is profoundly, helpful for financial inclusion. Now, at the base of this pyramid is where, digital assets and blockchain technology now come in. Why? Because if mobile money could do as much as it's done for financial inclusion by building on, telecom networks, both either in part or in full, a technology that is built directly on the internet, where everybody that has access to the internet has access to finance, is profoundly impactful. Where with a feature phone, you could use USSD to send money or receive money. Now that is truly, impactful. That's on the second question. I think the first question then talks about how do we integrate this with the existing system. Obviously, with every new technology, there will be, resistance, right? Just imagine when the internet came, right? I'm sure the post offices weren't happy. I'm sure the printing press wasn't also happy. In fact, if you look at MP3, the MP3 you have in your phone that you used to play music, before MP3 was invented, that file format was invented, we had record labels who had the sole rights to actually this black disc. So there's always been disruption, right? And with blockchain, it isn't going to be, I think, a complete overhaul, because what blockchain is an add-on to the existing infrastructure, right? So for the people that will innovate and include blockchain in their operations, for instance, Visa is including blockchain, PayPal has a stable coin. Everybody, almost every blue chip company is having either one blockchain strategy or the other. Most countries have blockchain strategies as well. So I think that it's going to happen because, as I said, unlike many of the other industrial revolutions we've had, this one is really like a catalyst to helping the existing technologies improve on what is there already, right? So with your healthcare, you just find that now you can manage data better and more securely, right? With voting, now you realize that fear you had when, in fact, the reason why a lot of governments don't want to do electronic voting is because of, hacks and security. Now that is solved, proof by this technology itself. So what would now have to now watch for is how long will it take for people to begin to accept and for people to begin to, integrate this into their existing flows. I hope that
Yes, brilliant. I learned one or two things. Thank you so much for sharing. Mr. Chance, we've talked about policies, we've talked about existing systems. You're an entrepreneur and a software developer. What are the challenges and opportunities that exist for software developers when integrating existing traditional systems?
Yes, thanks. I will start first with the challenges. The first challenges will be limited awareness and education to blockchain. So from my perspective, it was really hard to find the resources to learn, to use also some communities, also to find a place where you could be really challenged when you are trying to use blockchain. Another thing would be if I have a decentralized application and I want to publish it, there's no clear regulation that you could follow, at least where you could get this is allowed and this is not allowed. You find there are developers who have their dApps ready, but there is no clear regulation. Maybe they're afraid, or maybe there's no community where you could go and ask for the advice. Also the interoperability. So if we have like we already have the existing platforms, and let's say you want to integrate blockchain, in some way you need to follow some standards, and those standards might need some extra skills or advanced solutions. That will be like also one of the challenges. So those are like mostly common challenges I could note like for now.
Yeah, what about the opportunities?
Yeah, the opportunities will be like the transparency in supply chain. Let's say, since we already know that the data on blockchain are immutable and they cannot be changed, so like the supply chain would give like the valid data. They are not going to be like fraud or like the misunderstanding or mismatching of the information. That's first, the transparency in supply chain. Other opportunity will be like in healthcare and hospital, like the one I mentioned earlier. Like say if I have like my record in one hospital, how could I have like those record in other hospital without doing the same steps in all the country? That's also another thing. Also all the platforms or applications handling the ownership or proof of something, that sector also is where blockchain can be applied. Let's say for example my mother gave me a house like 10 years ago and there was no proof of that. But with blockchain, if the data is stored on blockchain and you know that the data are not going to change, so I will have to trace that data, and the transaction will show that I owe a house, like my mom gave me a house. Those are also some scenarios I could give. Yeah, thanks.
Thank you so much. So, Mr. Babarinde, we'll be talking about, he said something very important about learning skills. You have to learn the blockchain skill, then you have to understand the traditional system. To be able to merge them together, you need to acquire more skills. I started out as a digital marketer and I was running ads for blockchain, but I didn't really understand it until I started trading, doing stuff, and interacting with more people. My question would be, how do we bridge that gap, that skill gap, to help the Africa economic system? Yeah.
All right. First, you need to know where you are right now. Have clarity of who you are, what you want to do, and what technology you want to pick up, and now picking up blockchain technology itself. And also now, based on that, you can able to reflect how you want to move forward on the blockchain technology or acquiring skills. And there are several ways to acquire skills, and some are free and some are paid. Of course, the easiest one is the meetups. Of course, we've engaged in several meetups, and in terms of, let me even revert, the 3 types of program. The one focusing on advocacy, one on marketing, and also one for skills or upgrading. Now, which one we're talking about for the skills. Now, for the skills, they have other free programs like Meetup program. Even here in Rwanda, I'm not sure if everybody have heard about the Rwanda Blockchain Community of Practice program. It's like a meetup. We meet every quarterly. And of course, work with Minister of ICT, GIZ, and RISA as well to engage blockchain stakeholders in Rwanda, discussing the current blockchain frameworks that we have. We have here in Rwanda blockchain for land. Now we're talking about CBDC. Yeah, we have even for mines. Rwanda mines also makes a blockchain. Yeah. So looking forward to healthcare and even education as well. So meetups like that are one of the first places you can actually learn and collaborate with people and understand what people are building and then grow on that network. However, as for ABI, we are focused actually on existing technology engineers. I know that will be a very small niche because, again, you want everybody to understand what blockchain is, but if you're focused on engineers alone, I mean, how do you expect lawyers to even know what blockchain is, So based on that, we have other programs that feed into our education program. So we have the Africa Blockchain Incubation Program, which has been, this year is the 4th year. It's been successful for the past 3 years that we run it. So we focus on a tech startup in Africa that under 1 year that want to onboard on blockchain. Right now we work with 15 startups all over Africa, and they are building a lot of fantastic stuff. And that's the first program. The second one is Hackathon program, and that actually started from a campus initiative. Because of course the best place to cut them young is the campus. So they can be able to understand the grassroots of blockchain itself. Then afterward, we got a lot of recommendation and also insight, and we have to move it to be an African blockchain hackathon program. Then afterward, we have summer bootcamp. This is very important for me because the summer bootcamp is focused on only teenagers from 13 years to 19 years. And it's been very phenomenal working with teenagers, especially when we're in Ethiopia. It's a one-week program. The first 2 days is more of like technical writing and everything basically on blockchain, while the Wednesday is a study trip to technology ecosystem, especially blockchain ecosystem in their country, in Addis. And in between, we have parents also trying to join the summer camp. And we have to like, so for teenagers 13 to 19 years old, we can bring you in. But however, on the last day, they need to present what they've learned, And these guys are now working on e-waste on blockchain, after 5 days, which is very phenomenal for teenagers between the age of 13 and 19, So at the end of the day, if you pass through our incubation program, hackathon programs, and even the summer bootcamp, you really can't say you don't know about blockchain. And that way also you have heard and understand and have some upskill in terms of blockchain. And if you want to get trained properly, then you cannot really take the proper training course that we have. Now, we have even progressed much more further, which is even the core of why we established the African Blockchain Institute. Actually, it's like, it's my recommendation for my master's program because I was finishing up my master's and I was looking at how we can have a blockchain course in Africa, and the politics that happen everywhere, we don't allow us to have a blockchain. In fact, cybersecurity is only one of the leading course we have in university. Even there's yet to have a AI course in African University today, And I did not know until now because the courses that we have, whether law course or even agricultural course, before you eventually have those courses that you are taking in school, it takes a lot of documentation and approval. You could end up submitting the 52 document to higher education and you still may not get approval. So imagine after all of those things, so we spearhead the African Blockchain Institute, but in between right now, the vision has not been actualized because right now we're launching the first African Blockchain and Blockchain Technology Master's Program with the University of Namibia. So hopefully by next year we can be able to receive you guys to come in to get the first Blockchain Technology Master's Program in Africa.
Thank you so much, Mr. Babarinde. That was really insightful. I didn't know that we had so many initiatives in Rwanda here. Mr. Babs, I hope I can call you that. So we have a lot of legal representative in the house. So what skill sets should lawyers be focusing on who want to play a role in advancing the use of blockchain in Africa?
Yeah, thank you. So I think there's a huge opportunity for lawyers, actually, because like fintech, right? It's really profound. For instance, right now, the biggest issues we have in crypto today is regulation, policy, and those compliance conversations, right? I think that as lawyers, you're best positioned to take advantage of that. I work with a lot of smart lawyers like across Africa, who are looking into this and like the leading voices in this topic, right? So I would suggest strongly that you consider, if you I don't know how many of you are doing litigation in this kind of things, So, but corporate law, if that's your interest, I think that's also a good one, and more on compliance and policy, because crypto and blockchain, the whole that whole industry is right now, that's the hot topic, right? And even when it does get regulated and when it does get like into full maturity, what would happen is there'll be a lot of regulators like looking into it. There'll be the central bank looking at the payment aspects. There'll be the SEC or the CMA looking at the securities aspect. There'll be a bond, like everybody will be talking about crypto, and we'll need lawyers and general counsel to actually help companies grow. And even lawyers can actually also start companies like in this industry, because you have obviously better understanding of how compliance and like the legal aspect works. So I think that's what I would say: compliance is going to be huge in crypto. So I think you should begin to consider that if you're interested.
Is there any basic course that they can take? Because most times when tech people, even people that are not tech people, come into the blockchain space, there's a lot to learn. You have to start learning smart contracts. You have to start learning this and that. What basic foundation can they put in place to
Yeah,
understand?
I promise you don't have to learn all that, right? If you look at, in fact, I don't know how SMS works, right? If I send an SMS, I know it's going to get to where it's going to, right? So you don't have to understand like the details of how the internet work for you to build Facebook. You understand? So what you need to know is like the basics of like the technology and how it relates to your field. I have some recommendations, right? So at least in Nigeria, we have an organization called Convexity. So you could check it up online. They do physical on-premise certifications on, like, so CCI, like literally in cryptocurrency compliance, right? And they train lawyers. So I've sent a couple lawyers from my firm, my company down there to get trained, because it's important for even filing SARS and all those kind of stuff down the line. So cryptocurrency compliance is actually a certification that you can get, right? If that's your interest. There are also like guys like Senator Ihene, I don't know if you know him, who are like pushing to Infusion Lawyers. You could check it up as well. So they are literally at the forefront of like blockchain law in Nigeria, right? And if you want, I could introduce him to Naya to probably do like a small session for those who are really interested, right? I could call in a personal favor. But yeah, it's really
That would be
interesting.
nice.
Get certified in like cryptocurrency compliance, and that's literally all you need. And I'm sure all they will teach you in that program is probably, okay, what is Bitcoin and what is cryptocurrency, just to add to your existing knowledge, and you'll be fine.
Cool. That's awesome. Thank you so much, Mr. Babs. Please, you guys should bug him after the session. So I think the closing question for all panelists, not a question per se, but I want us to flex it. What's your last words for everyone that has come here, in terms of blockchain, building, regulatory, legal, last words you want to share with the audience? Yes.
I don't know whether it's the last word, but I just want to reiterate us having collaboration is very much important. As Pap said, we need to collaborate. We have engineers around, we have business people around, and talking about the framework and regulation, we need to collaborate with you as well so that we can have a better regulatory environment and able to deploy some of the projects that we're having here in Africa.
Yeah, thank you. Yes.
Okay, it's coming
Mr.
like
Babs.
this. So, final advice. I would say, since this is a blockchain panel, I would just say that blockchain is real. It's not a scam. It's not a fad. It's actually something that is happening, and it's happening now, right? And I think it's in your best interest and mine as well for you to actually get involved and learn as much as you can, so we can have like smart people like you guys here join the industry. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you. Yes, Mr. Chance.
Thanks. My advice first to the tech people, I would like to first express like blockchain. It's a database. It's a secure database. It's a technology. So you need to learn from it. Then, if you have that secure database, how can we use this secure database in different sectors? So that's the advice for the tech people. Like in general, if you have an idea, just start small, then iterate or pivot if needed.
Yeah,
Thanks.
thank you so much. Great last words. Don't go yet. We're going to take questions from the audience. Yes, I know somebody will have an intelligent question. Yes. Okay. Yes, thank you. So I don't know. Any other person have questions? Let's see. Okay, 3. You have. Okay, just straight to the point because of time. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah. Okay, cool.
Good morning. Good morning. My name is Thomas. I'm a tech person, as I said. But when it comes to blockchain, everywhere I go or every panel I sit on, there's always a question that relates to, of course, the technology itself is amazing and everything that people use it for. I used Bitcoin since 2010. I used to have like, but back then it was worth nothing, because when I say people want to kill me because I gave all of them away, like almost 100,000 Bitcoins, but it was worth nothing. You mine them on your computer, and you like the things because you see this is amazing. You could use it for something, like you said, it's a ledger and stuff. But as humans, we abuse things and we tarnish images of things. So there came NFTs and all of that. So I work in video games, and one of the things we always face is how to properly use that technology for games, not just for how do you call it? It's predatory purposes to the user, instead of gaining, extracting essence from the user by giving them value, like you said, maybe proper ownership and stuff. So how do you incentivize that when everybody else sees what they can actually gain? They always see that incentive to actually gain. So there's an asset I wanted to give to somebody, let's say an NFT. You get it $100,000, but to be honest, if it's a picture, right? Because that's, for me, that's what I need to be convinced. If it's a picture, it's still there. When it's digital, has infinite possibilities of duplication. So how do you actually convince that value when it also has potential to be infinitely duplicated, which makes it infinitely worthless at the same time? Thank you.
Yeah, he was looking at me, so I'm assuming. Okay, cool. So let me attempt to answer the question. I think I said something around that, but I don't think you were here when I said it. So, first of all, one of the biggest industries that is already being disrupted by blockchain technology is actually the gaming industry, right? And first of all, let me just go back a bit and explain NFTs, right? So NFTs means non-fungible tokens, right? It's the idea that I could, convert this stuff into a digital format, right? That is not, duplicatable. Like, it means that this will be the only one that exists digitally. If you try to copy it, you can't copy it, essentially. So it's just like trying to copy a Bitcoin, right? A Bitcoin is a Bitcoin. If you do another type of Bitcoin, it's going to be another type of Bitcoin, not Bitcoin. You understand? So that is what NFT solves profoundly, right? Now let me talk about gaming specifically. If you look at the gaming industry, right? The gaming industry is actually, in terms of revenue, it's actually bigger than both the movie industry and the music industry combined, right? By like $100 billion kind of difference. 300 now, okay. So gaming is huge, right? And one of the reasons why, how do games make money? People buy items in games, pay subscription, whatever model, right? Now, as you said, it's kind of like predatory in a way. But here is how blockchain helps, right? Because I want, if there's anything you're leaving here with, everyone, is just know that blockchain is kind of like just helping existing technology be more fair, be more transparent, and provide more trust to people, right? So what happens now in games, in a GameFi, as we call it, app? Imagine I'm playing FIFA, right? And I'm able to play this football match and win points, right? That I could use to buy, an actual boot in the game that I could sell in a marketplace, an NFT marketplace, to another user. Right now, if I buy a skin, most game apps don't allow you actually sell items. Some do, but not all. Now, imagine I could actually withdraw an item from a game and put it in my wallet and sell that item on a marketplace for something else, right? Or imagine that your games today give rewards to you, but most of the rewards, let's say on Candy Crush, your top score is like nice, right, to look at. And converting it to value, if it was easier, wouldn't it attract a lot more people to play that game? So imagine I'm earning, 50 points a day playing Candy Crush. And I'm able to take those 50 points to an exchange like Binance to sell for USDT and I can use that USDT to actually buy food. So what happens with GameFi is like Axie Infinite. I'm sure you probably know of them. You, yeah, it failed. Now, why did it fail? Because they built a game that wasn't really fun around an incentive model that worked. So people came because of the incentive, right? Not really because of the game. Now, that's why it was a bubble that busted. And I predicted that would happen actually back then. Now, the only way it works is when you actually have a game, because it's really about the game, not the incentive, right? If you have a game that works, like Mortal Kombat, whatever game you want to call, right? The game is actually fun to play. The game actually will, have its users, it's fun and all that. Now, imagine that game now has a way to reward its users with actual coins or tokens that they can convert to cash. That is then really profound, right? So that's kind of like the way it will be disrupted, right? In terms of duplicatable digital items, that is solved already. Because what happens is, so I've heard this conversation before actually.
You write the contract.
Yeah.
Edit the code to mint.
Yeah. So that's exactly it. So usually, so what he's saying is when a developer writes a code, he's a developer. When he writes a code, he can just put a backdoor somewhere, right? And that's applicable everywhere, like even in banks. Someone can just put a backdoor somewhere. So you won't blame the tech. Now, how is that solved? That is solved by ensuring that every smart contract written is actually audited to the bone, right? Especially for major game companies like that. Because the whole idea is that there is trust in code, right? So in crypto and blockchain technology, we like to say verify, don't trust, verify, right? So if that is what we are saying, then it means that we need to, at the foundation, ensure that everything we are building on top of is actually baseline, trusted, right? And verified. So we go there, we make sure that there are no backdoor. If you see a backdoor, you know it's a backdoor now, won't you? So it's clear. So once that is solved, then we actually we leave that conversation and move, forward.
Yeah, sorry to cut you short. The conversation is getting so long, and because of time, I think the next person, yes. Yeah. Could you just get straight to the point because of time? So.
Okay, thank you. So, not really that familiar with blockchain, so I wanted to ask a question to get further understanding based on the example he gave of like a hospital. So imagine you going to the hospital in order to like make the service better. Every single hospital will have a record of like your ID using like blockchains. So that's literally like my question. Using blockchain, does this mean that every single hospital, when you make one ID, every single hospital is going to get like a copy of that ID of yours, like that identification of yours? And if yes, would this be applicable to like bank systems? Imagine you're going to get like a credit score somewhere, and every single transaction that you did is going to be valued inside. Like, it's not always that, not every information is good to be given. You get what I'm trying to get? Yeah. So information is like power, especially in this type of data systems. Information is power, and privacy is very, very important. Just because you're like a certified organization doesn't mean I want you to know everything about me. So, and lastly, like what I wanted to really know is about the privacy and data protection. So, is there any way that blockchain, like, who's going to have every single access on that blockchain? Because if it works like a normal peer-to-peer network, I'm like a low guy. I don't know that much about like computers, but if it goes to like a peer-to-peer network, it means whether it's you or you, every single person is gonna have every single information that they have on me. So, and there's like a lot of private and special information I want to keep for myself. That doesn't mean it's like illegal or anything, but to like help myself in my interest without making it like bad for the society. So, as in a legal standpoint, how is that going to affect me? And my last question. Sorry,
wow.
I'm a very curious.
There's so
person.
many questions in one.
Just one last one.
Can we just stop it
One
there?
last one.
Okay.
Yesterday we were talking about how to like how the lawyers of tomorrow are going to be able to like make all those laws and provisions to actually make IT favorable and actually go hand in hand, so it doesn't get lost by IT, so law doesn't get lost by IT. As a lawyer, it's kind of hard to like predict every single, like, take a blockchain. One day it's mobile money, tomorrow it's blockchain. How can you like help a law person properly understand like the path tech is going to go? Because you don't even know tomorrow there might be even a new version of that type of technology. So how can we predict it, and how can we make provisions that are going to go hand in hand with those type of like tech systems, like databases and everything?
Okay, I do know that you guys are ready to answer, but let me answer your last question quickly. So, one thing I've learned over time, my lifetime, there will always be new technology. You don't know what technology would be available tomorrow. As an individual, that is where skill acquisition comes in. You have to keep yourself in the know of what is trending and what is going on. I'm not a Gen Z, but I do know that there are a lot of slangs that Gen Z people say that I don't understand. I have to educate myself and say, oh, what does this mean? So in terms of answering your question, how to direct the legal system, there will definitely be mobile money. There'll be blockchain. Tomorrow there may be something else. We just have to keep ourselves, update ourselves on what is available. Guess then to the other questions, anyone wants to take it? Mr. Babamide?
Healthcare stuff. I mean, that's the beauty of blockchain itself. That all your records are being stored in a database. But one thing is that it's only the hospitals or the clinic that plug into that framework that are able to have access to your data. If many hospitals, I don't want to mention names, but maybe let's say the one in Remera is not plugged into the one in Kachiru. It's only the one around Kachiru that works, not the one in Remera. But the problem is that if you have a problem in Rubavu and you want to leverage on that blockchain platform, it cannot work because they also may not plug in, except they plug in or that's another branch of the hospital in Rubavu. And number two is that because the health record, you actually have authority to control the particular information you want to give or make available to the hospital or even to the doctor. However, this is where the medical practice come to play, because many of the medical doctors really don't want you to own your document. I really don't know what the reason could be, but they really want to have access to that information. I guess because we are ignorant, we continue to pay more money because, I mean, if you know law, why are we going to school? Because we don't know the law, that's why we're trying to pay money to learn, So maybe that's another way to generate money for the hospital. But again, there's a way to practice the medical system that they don't want to give you the information. But right now, blockchain allows you to be able to have access to information. Now that you have access to that information, you can actually unlock and open which one. Like, God forbid, there's HIV positive person and you have malaria and you are going to hospital again, to that particular hospital to get treated, and it was another doctor that addressing to you at that point. And if it was a normal filing system, the doctor can already know your history, which is fine. It allows you to know how best to treat you. But again, it's beyond. You do not give the doctor the access. It's just without looking into it, and doctors that are not professional can just take that on you, which is not professional, But again, if you are in charge of a medical record, you can let him know which one you want him to see at that point. And if he's making inquiries about maybe your status of HIV, then you are the one responsible to tell him or not to tell him, not him having access to those records and using that to play on you. So that's my response for the healthcare.
Thank you, Mr. Babkes.
Yeah, so I'll just quickly touch on the two things. First one, as I said, your blockchain allows you own your data. That's why it gives you ownership. It gives you, if it's for cryptocurrency, it gives you ownership of your coins or cryptocurrency. If it's data, it gives you ownership of that information. So as he said, you decide who to share it with and how to share it. In fact, that's why platforms like Facebook and the rest, are kind of like a bit worried about that particular concept, because now, you decide, how they mine your information, right? And then you also have to take part in that revenue sharing, that kind of thing. But that's complicated stuff. Now, on the regulation side, regulation would almost never catch up with innovation. It's like a cat and mouse chase, and it will always continue. So don't worry about it. Focus on ensuring that you catch up with the technology, right? While the regulation, you now have to now drive the regulation to now catch up with the technology, but you're already there. You get what I mean? That's what I'll say.
It's a chance. Yeah.
Yeah, sure. One thing I could add is like I understand your question. Like, how can I limit the transparency on blockchain? How can I make like some of information not available. So there's this zero knowledge proof. Zero knowledge proof is a concept being used in blockchain. So it's like coming here, let's say like I can create a TV and I'm going like to create a TV here, but I will prove you that I'm a technician, but without showing you the skills or how I did it. Like you will get the proof, but without getting the all scenarios in the background. So that can be one of the solution on your question. Also, you mentioned about like the hospital sectors. Like as they said, we can have like a smart contract, and the smart contract is being audited. And if the smart contract is valid, it can be conducted in all hospitals. Let's say also not only in the hospitals. Let's go in financial sector. Let's say I'm going to ask for a loan, and then my proposal is denied. Then I go for another bank. So, and if there is that solution, I won't have to redo the same process. They just use that and then get the information. Then they review my proposal again without going myself to redo the same process. Yeah, thanks.
Thank you so much. Last question, I think. Okay. Yes. Yes.
Thank you. My name is Prince, and I have a question which reads: what aspects of blockchain do you think needs a more emphasis beyond compliance? Because we don't necessarily need compliance, but we need a regulatory framework first. So they need to understand what they are complying with. So that was my question. Thank you.
Could you say your question again? Could you put the mic closer to your... Yes.
Thank you. My name is Prince, and my question reads: what aspects of blockchain do you think needs an emphasis beyond compliance?
Okay.
I would assume that's me again. So when you say what aspect of blockchain, requires emphasis other than compliance, I think the right reason why we're talking about compliance here is because, lawyers, right?
Yeah, legal.
There are several aspects of blockchain, right? However, the regulation and the compliance aspect is literally the hottest topic right now. We have obviously the use cases of blockchain technology, which we've talked about as well. I think we've shown a lot of light in terms of on the fact that blockchain can be integrated in a bunch of our already existing infrastructure, right? So that's one side. Then we obviously have the aspect of education, which is also very important, right? Because people won't know about. In fact, in this house, less than 30% of the people knew about blockchain when we started this conversation. So education is key, and I think he also mentioned about some of the work they do in terms of driving education. So that is key. So it's education, the actual application, into in terms of improving our African experience, and then obviously the regulatory aspects. So I think those are the three things we've really talked about today. Yeah, and they're all important, by the way.
Thank you. I'll just take the last question from him, and then we'll wrap it up. Well,
it's not the last question. The last questions, because I have many. Or maybe I can find you out.
Okay.
Just one.
Just one, please. Just one question,
all of
please.
them are equivalent. Okay, let me. So my name is Emmanuel. I'm working for the central bank. That's why I think I'm concerned, and I have a lot of questions.
Oh wow!
So we're currently working on central bank digital currency and sandbox, in simultaneously. So mine will be on identifying crypto scam, because since you've been doing this, guys, crypto scam is already there, and here in Rwanda it happened a lot. We had different companies trying to register, trying to actually deliver services for cryptocurrency, and then 1 or 2 years you don't find any, and we actually lost our things. How do we identify crypto scam? And the other would be on financial instability. For instance, for your countries, if you've encountered any after adopting the cryptocurrency part. And
Okay, let's stop the
Okay,
disclaimer.
I'll find you
Disclaimer.
out to have more discussions.
Yeah, I'm so sorry.
Thank
Disclaimer.
you.
We're here to talk about blockchain and not about cryptocurrency. But I know, yes, but cryptocurrency is a very, very deep conversation. And if we start talking about it now, you guys probably wouldn't live here. So I would just like, if you want to answer the question, just touch on the surface. Please don't go so deep. After the after this panel session, you could meet us and we could talk more about it. Yes. So just for the benefit of others, just touch on it a little. Yes.
I think the first thing is for us to address the gatekeeper, RDB. We need to, that's where we start from, because you need to register your business in Rwanda before you can do business in Rwanda. So that's the first thing. Who is registering them? And then we need to profile, especially they specify that they are cryptocurrency trader people. That's the first place we need to attack. So after that, then we'll go to what they are doing, their documentation, and also which bring in expertise from Ministry of ICT as well, which address the policy issues, and also RISA, which address the implementation of technology in Rwanda. Because again, they can't make use of the cryptocurrency trading in Rwanda. We have having those boards around them to guide them. And still on the surface, it's good that you mentioned CBDC, and we're glad to receive you at this quarter meetup. We're having Rwanda Blockchain Community of Practice program this quarter by 27, and the topic is CBDC. So yes, we're having Mr. Christian come to speak with us, and the rest of the National Bank talking to the blockchain community around CBDC. So all of you are invited. It's at the Digital Center. Just G has a building there. You could come and learn about CBDC and also other blockchain product here in Rwanda.
Thank you. Any other person want to touch light on it?
Should I still throw light?
Small light.
Okay. So I'll just touch on the scam part, right? As I said, first question is who actually registered, who gave him a license to actually, market, right? So I think with cryptocurrency, there has to be a lot more not like aggression, but like it has to be a lot more aggressive in terms of enforcement of customer protection, guidelines, right? It's very important for crypto because it's easy to lose your money. In fact, a lot of the people in the era of like 2015, 2016 that came into crypto, were all like scammed, literally. It was maybe one Ponzi scheme or the other that brought like them even into the industry. So it is very important that, we know how to identify them. So how do you identify a scam when you see one? If someone is promising you something that is too good to be true, it's probably too good to be true, right? Someone telling you, oh, put your money here and get this amount. In fact, I saw a meme where say send me $1, I sent him $1, send me $2 back.
Yeah.
Send me $10, send me $20 back, and send me $1,000, and that the guy just left the group. So you need to know that those kind of things are scams, right? The only way you lose your money is when you actually believe that somebody can make you, even though some people are probably licensed traders and all that, right? But they are not a lot of people. So it's very important that that is cleared out. And that's the only way you lose your money. Nobody can just come to your wallet and take your money, right? That's why, it's so secure. So you only lose your money when you send it out. Like on the Binance app, in fact, there are some wallet addresses that we've identified as maybe a Ponzi scheme website. And when you try to withdraw to those wallet addresses, we tell you that, see, guy, calm down. This is known to be so those kind of rules will help. So that's why information dissemination amongst exchanges, amongst operators are important, so that we can also safeguard users.
Yeah.
But you could go on and on about this, but it's a big issue, right? And that's why most of the operators in this industry are actually, that's literally one of the key, how do we protect users?
Yeah.
And that's why we actually have exchanges in the first place.
Yeah, and I also think if the central government or CBN or whatever, it's National Bank is in communication with several exchanges and we find way to work together, because as exchanges, we see the scam. We do our own background check, we do our own security checks, and sometimes we are looking for a way to communicate with the FIU, with the regulatory body, but that conversation doesn't happen, And sometimes you try to explain to them, you try to educate them, but they just want to clamp it down. And when they clamp it down, even if you clamp exchanges down, transactions do not, the amount of transactions that happen in exchanges is a tiny bit than to what is happening in WhatsApp or Telegram. So the exchanges are your partners. With the exchanges, you can see things clearly. But if you push them out, then everyone, other people go to Telegram, WhatsApp to do conversation. It's a long conversation that we have, and we see the problems every day. We've identified thousands and thousands and thousands of different kind of scams, and we know them when we see them. We put security checks and all that. So maybe we could talk after the panel session. I just want to say thank you for everyone that is here, that attended the session. Thank you for those that asked questions. Thank you to our wonderful panelists. I really had a nice time, and I guess we'll be around if you guys have any questions. Thank you guys so much. Yeah.
If we could kindly have the panelists take a picture outside. Good people, I don't know about you, but this was a delightful conversation. A round of applause for our panelists, please. We do deserve a coffee after this, so a short break for about 10 minutes, and then we come back in for our fireside chat. Thank you. Exclusive discounts, remember? Ladies and gentlemen, let's take our seats, please. Please take your seats. For those of you at the coffee stand, kindly come in. Wait for more people to come in. I'd like to invite our Madam Partnerships, Benita Uruhisho, to take on this session. She's the head of partnerships at CERTA Foundation. And good luck.
Thank you, Renita. Good morning, everybody. We can start. All right. All right. Good morning, everybody. I have the pleasure of inviting to the stage Miss Naomi Adejoyegbe, the head of government and community relations at Nembe Crude Oil Export Terminal from Nigeria. Welcome. Do you have a microphone? Thank you very much. Let me ask if we should give a few minutes to the people. They'll start coming in. Shall we begin?
Yes, please.
All right. Welcome, Miss Naomi. I believe this is your first time in Rwanda, so welcome to Kigali, welcome to Rwanda, and it's a pleasure to have you here today with us.
Thank you, Benita.
So before the session begins, I was really fascinated to learn how the Nembe Crude Oil Terminal in Nigeria came about. I think, the Nembe Crude Oil, as you shared with me earlier, is pretty new. Could you share perhaps with the audience what led to the creation of the Nembe Crude Oil Terminal?
Right. As you all know, I'm sure this is not a news to everyone in Africa that we have a lot of glitch in the system whereby, crude theft is a major problem around the world, or peculiar to Africa, let me say. Because of this, we've got partners who have got terminals, who have got OMLs, whereby their crude, when it's being, explored from the ground, is being tapped. And I was explaining to Benita when I came, I was explaining the tapping system whereby, before I moved to Lembe, let me start from there. I used to work with a company where what we do majorly is asset management. We lay pipes for multinationals, Chevron, Shell, and all of those people. So in the process of you laying pipes, let's say you're laying pipes for your foundation. I'm trying to start from this so that we can all understand. And then when you're building, you're laying pipes, and then you have a major source of water, where water comes into your compound or into your house. And then you branch off to different areas, your bathroom, your guest toilet, different parts of the world. So now, in crude oil, you have the same system whereby you have the main source of the crude, and you have a major pipeline that is meant to go to a particular storage, but along the line, special people, they've tapped into the pipes. They've busted the pipe, they've laid their own, meaning what you're reading from your meter is saying 2 barrels is what you've pumped in a month, but at the end of the day, when you get to your storage, you're finding 200 barrels. So this is what brought about Lembe. Lembe came on and said, okay, how can we mitigate this problem? What can we do to make it better? How can we resolve these particular issues? So Lembe decided to invest in a bigger terminal tanker. It's called a storage tanker, whereby you could pump directly into your storage, and from there, your partners could come and lift their own, crude from your storage tank, rather than having to pump all the way to a particular storage that you do not know where, is being branched off. You have a specific terminal that takes about we have about 6, and one takes about 4 million barrels, and we have the one that takes about 200. That takes 2 million and a million. So what we do is, by the time we pump for different time, I won't give names of people we partner with. So let's say we are with the company A and we are pumping for you, and we've pumped 4 million. You have an agreement with government whereby your agreement with them is private. Let's say you pump 4 million because it's a shared partner for all OML in Africa, in Nigeria especially. You have partnership with government, which means whatever crude you pump, part of it goes to the government. So when you pump, let's say 4 million, it could be a 50-50 agreement whereby your 4 million, they take 2 million, or there's an agreement for a monthly agreement. Let's say every month you have to give government 70% of your crude, or 30%. And this is a way where government use that to subsidize for the masses. They have their own refinery. They are the ones that sort their own refinery and all of those things. So NEBE came on board to mitigate that problem, and that's what we've been doing for the past 2 years. And before the establishment, it's I'll say bunch of great people coming together to find solution on how to make this a reality, because it's not easy having business in Africa. All the bureaucracy you're going to face, all the challenges, regulatories, and all of those things that you're going to face. So literally that's what brought about NEBE. And NEBE is, at least we started production last year, and I could tell you that we have given crude back to NNPC, with our partners, of course, over like 6 million barrels of crude. And that's a huge achievement in the oil and gas sector. So NEBE focused on how to prevent the environment from hazard, danger that we all know, flare gas. When gas has been, when you're pumping your crude, you flare the gas, and this affect the environment. And then you have oil spillage as well. So we have technology in place to capture the flare gas and turn it to CNG. I don't know if you've all heard about CNG. That's the new thing in the world now, whereby renewable energy, rather than having to power your cars, your generator through PMS, which is petrol, you use CNG, compressed gas, to power your cars. And that is what is going on in Nigeria right now. And the Nigerian government is actually big on this, to the point that they are investing in people. If you've got like a piece of land that is good, viable, they would invest, they would establish the CNG plants for you to establish. And this is, technology, of course. We are moving away from gas emission and all of those things into renewable energy. Thank you.
Wow, amazing. You guys are really doing a lot of work.
Thank you very
much.
Now,
speaking of government, you work in a sector that's really highly regulated, if I could say that myself. How do you innovate and achieve growth in such a highly protected sphere?
As you all know, the oil and gas sector is heavily regulated. And this has to be because we all just can't wake up one day and be anything we want to be in the oil and gas. There are regulations you need to follow. There are rules you need to follow. There are guidelines you need to observe. And so, because it's heavily regulated, NEBE, for instance, like I said, earlier, that you as an individual, you could have your plan, but government have got a bigger plan. And you could have a bigger plan where government is not open to your own plan, especially in technology. As we all know, governments are usually the last people more like we force government to, adapt to technology, because they don't have a choice. When they see the whole world is moving, they try to move, but because of bureaucracy and all of that, makes it difficult for you to just fly. So for NEBE, we've established quite a bit of technology to innovate. And of course, to innovate in any business, it requires a lot of money, a lot of investment, a lot of expertise on board. So we've invested in people, training, and also we've invested a lot on cloud and renewable energy, even for our vessels and all of those things around us.
Oh, Great. Speaking of technology, to what extent has Nembe tried embedded new technologies to promote innovation growth within its own business? Can you share an experience or an example?
Okay, so there was a time that we had, I'll call it a glitch, a little glitch in our system, whereby, and of course, the COVID year came, which is when the birds came on board. So, which means people were working from home. You have to share a lot of information via emails. You can't be in the office to discuss. And along the line, we kind of noticed that, part of our team, I don't want to say team, but somehow information is being leaked, data is being exposed. So what do? We had to invest in cybersecurity and get experts to come on board to help us to mitigate that and see how we could protect our own system, our database, and our information so that it's not being leaked to unknown people. So literally, we have spent a lot of money and to innovate, and we're still innovating. So currently, we use a cloud system to work, whereby just like the last panelist that they were talking about, information is being limited. So there's someone can see IT audit. You have people who have put control in places whereby it's not everyone that have got access to your database. So A or B can see only to a certain stage, and then for you to go to the next stage, there must be some sort of approval for you to be able to view other things. And we have to see that there's a necessity actually for you to need information from that particular sector. The oil and gas sector is not like the technology business where everything is in the open. You literally have to protect your information. And of course, because we have to work with communities, it's not just us. So you're working with government, you're working with your own organization, you're working with stakeholders. And stakeholders are the biggest people in the oil and gas because they can either make or break. You could be working, you've heard of kidnapping and all of those things. What technology we have to put in place to make sure your staff who are coming from different parts of the world to, feel safe along the line. So it's not just flying them there while on board. What are the codes that you're having? The doors, even for you to come in, because anyone could get on your vessel. It's very easy. Militants are everywhere. So we have to put a lot of security in place to make sure that employees are protected, and also doing a lot for community as well to feel safe and feel good and allowing us to operate in such a very difficult environment. Thank you.
Oh, wow. I guess everybody wants some oil money.
I know.
Yeah. So speaking of the regulations around the oil business, can you share a specific example from your experience where regulatory constraints presented challenges for opportunities for innovation?
I would say both, opportunities and challenges. I've mentioned one. I think I'm speaking too fast into the whole thing. Like I said, to innovate requires a lot of money. And of course, when you're innovating, it will bring you, the result is not now. The result is in the future. Usually you don't, because when you're investing, you have to build from scratch. And because there are no tailor-fit technology for the oil and gas, you have to identify your problems and then find partners who are willing to design something to work for you. So that can be it can take time to actually actualize that. And of course, because of the huge amount of capitals involved in getting all this, that could also put us in a little challenges as well. But of course, in the long run, that you would get to your destination. It's just how do you get there? For example, I remember when I don't know, this is Rwanda. Do we have Nigerians here who have been to Nembe before? Do we have? Okay. If you have to go through Nembe is in Delta, and which means it's either you're flying there. There's really no direct flight to get to your terminals. You have to take a flight to a particular place and then decide to go either by road to get to Nembe town itself, and then from there take a chopper. The process is quite long, yes. So you have to now then like, okay, how do we reduce this time because of security and all of those things? So we've really spent a lot of money on more on data management system, cloud, and also renewable energy, solar. All of that is what we're working on. Yeah, to innovate and improve the terminals in the oil and gas sector.
Amazing. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
I've learned so much about oil and gas this past few minutes. So as a moment of reflection, looking forward in the next, let's say, 5 years, how do you think technology will have improved for the oil and gas sector or Nembe?
In the next 5 years, I don't know if we're going to get to 5 years, because as we can see, technology is actually taking jobs of people currently. And because, you know, like I said, the oil and gas is different from the regular sectors, whereby you actually need machineries, people to operate it. But the way the world is going now, you're going to have robots operating your machines for you, which means you're not going to have downtime, you know, because like oil and gas run on shift, whereby you have like 3 teams of people. Some work 2 weeks, it depends on your arrangement. Some work 2 weeks onshore and then go offshore for another 2 weeks. Instead of having to do all of that, robot is going to take over your job at some point. It will take. We're getting there. Trust me, we're getting there. Whereby, because you want to maximize your time, and you also want to maximize production. So if you have an alternative to humans, you know, where you don't have downtime, there's no, I'm sick, you're calling off work, I can't show up, and then you don't have to worry about, you know, movement of people through the sea or through the air. So obviously that would happen over the time. Renewable energy is another thing whereby technology can also kill the sector, in terms of you have alternative to gas right now, you have alternative to petrol and all of those things. So with time, if we're not careful, I don't know if it's careful, but you know, we will get to the point whereby we wouldn't need all of those things anymore, and you're just gonna find alternative way of generating power or movement. Already in England right now, you see, even I'm saying England, even in Lagos, I saw electric cars, whereby I used to say, "No, I'm not going to drive an electric car because there'll be no power supply, or I won't be able to charge." But I see that it's teaching us how to be patient, because if you go to the gas station, you're able to just, you know, pump your gas in 5 minutes and go. But after a while, that will not happen again. You can just plug your car and go to bed, and you know that will take you to work for 1 week. What do you think is going to happen in the oil and gas sector? People are going to start losing their job. And I also think that it's time for Africa to also move away from gas, you know, to also look at alternative to petrol, to gas, to crude, as even a source of income. Because right now you can all see what happened in the market, whereby crude price went really down, and especially for Nigeria, my country, where we're still struggling to get, you know, back on track, because we are solely dependent on crude, whereby there are alternatives to generating inflow for the country. So technology coming, but in the next 5 years, robots is going to most likely take over our jobs. Maybe not my job, and that's because you still need humans to interface with government. So I am the one that interfaces mainly with government, with different parastatals in the sector. I deal with Navy, I deal with the Army, I deal with, you know, NNPC, different sector of the, you know. And like I told you, you know, it's difficult to navigate your way if you don't know your way. I don't know if that makes sense. It's difficult to navigate if you don't know your way, because you have to find, which is also technology, you have to find a way to get to these people to also automate their own process, whereby it saves me time, or my team members time of having to travel all the way. There are things we can do without having to go to their offices. But right now, you still have to write the letter and take it physically. There should be technology that would be, and this is for all of us. Somebody could design that whereby, and pitch it to the government that instead of people coming to you and having crowd in your offices, why don't you create a portal where they can do this, and then you can, monitor and send approval from there. The world is moving, we just need to move as well in the oil and gas sector. But I also understand that the reason why they have all these things is also because they don't want people to just take advantage of that. Because I know how people can be. You could actually generate your own approval and say, yes, it was done by them. And before you verify that, you've gone. Example of, some of the issues we have in the oil and gas sector again is because you have to move your crude. Let's say you have to transport crude, which is what we do. You want to transport crude from point A to point B. As short as here to there, you have to get approval. You can't just, drive your way through the sea. So, and then the time factor to get those approval can actually take time. Sometimes it takes 2 weeks for you to get approval. So you have to make sure you are on top of your game, which means your approval must not expire before you put in for the next one. And that's why I said that timeline to having to wait. If there is a system or a technology innovation that, IOCs are willing to invest in, but of course government is not willing to take that on board, it cannot take us like 10 steps backwards. Thank you.
Wow, that sounds like a tedious process, but I know there's some processes here in Rwanda that probably the Nigerian government can imitate, like Irembo, which is like an online platform. You don't have to take papers actually for the government to sign. They just get into the portal and you'll find a lot of certificates and approvals. Happy to take that chat offline, and maybe you can invite your people to
we need
come
to
and,
maybe we need to speak with Chinaya to bring
some people
Nigerian
you can speak
government
to.
on board.
Yeah.
And then it also depends on, because Nigeria is large, is really large. The market is huge, the waterline is big, and we explore. I mean, I can tell you that every single month, if you have over 6 million barrels of crude being generated from one company, it would have to, you don't have the same, I mean, I understand that. The problem is because of peculiarity of our own culture, it's not that easy to bring on board new system. You have to really be sure, because there are a lot of approvals. I don't know how your works. Like I said, the Navy, the Army, the police, it's quite a long process. And they have to do all of that because you have militants. I don't know if you have militants in your own country. Militants are people that, no, it's not in a bad way. Militants are not, I'm not saying they're bad people. I call them watchdogs, for the oil and gas. Because you're coming to my community to take something from me. And if you're not giving back all those things, and maybe your system is central, whereby everything goes to the government. It doesn't work like that in Nigeria. You have people, community that you have to care for. Your government might be taking care of that. But in Nigeria, if you're like in Nembe, for instance, Nembe community, they have high expectation of you. You have to go to them, you have to speak to them, and you don't have to go like this. You have to go like in a different way. You have to wear jeans, you can't wear heels, because you have to check the mood, that the mood is right the day you're going. And the reason why they're like that, they are fishermen. That's what they mainly do. They are river people. If you're having oil spill on their waterline, they can't fish, they can't do anything. So you have to find that. And that's why Nebe came on board. Nebe actually have got a technology whereby we don't have, if you search us out, it's called Nembeco, you won't see oil spillage from us, because we've invested heavily on technology to clean up the waterline so that the community could do their daily activities without having to take their livelihood. So that is what we are doing. And I won't say they're after us, but when you're doing the right thing, the people who are doing the also right thing in quotes, they'll be like, who do you think you are? So you also have that to deal with. And stakeholders are huge people that you cannot overlook. They are actually the main people, because even the government have to dialogue with them. We all have to sit together to say, okay, this is also for you, what comes to you. So which is what we do. We give back to the community, we train them, we do a lot of training, we're big on training, we give scholarship to the community, and we train them abroad to go to school. And then when you come back, we say come back, we would employ you. So that way you know that you're benefiting from the system, without having to say, no, let's kidnap 2 people from that company today. We haven't had that incident. We've been working around Nembe. You can walk around Nembe, you could drive around Nembe, you could go on, on the ship, or without having any issues or any challenges. And that's because we have decided to partner with them, putting into consideration the environmental impact and what that would have on them. So I think with that we are doing we're doing well with the government, and then no fines, because even the government, they are also watchdogs. They watch everybody, to make sure that we are doing the right thing, especially on environmental impact. And Nembe, for example, we don't flare our gas, we capture our gas, and we trade our gas, and that's what you use for the CNG that I said. Do you guys have CNG here?
Somebody help me.
Central compressed natural gas. Apart from the LPG, LPG is the common one. That's the cooking gas. Okay. Do you have CNG? Okay, so that's what I'm saying.
Okay. Well, that ties us to our last question, which you briefly touched on. Given the increasing emphasis on environmental and sustainability regulations, can you share in a few words Nembe's sustainability agenda?
Okay, for now, the few things we have in place is to make sure that we keep all the stakeholders happy. That's the most important thing in the oil and gas sector. Because once they're happy, obviously we can also be in business. And to also make sure we invest heavily on technology. And, every day you have new technology, you just have to find the one that works for you and the one you can incorporate into your organization, and that would give you efficiency onto what you're trying to achieve. So currently Nembe is open to people to help us, So like if you're here, you can reach out and say, okay, I have this. You can research us and say, oh, I have this, I think it's going to work for you. We would invite you for presentation, and you would come tell us what you think. And if we feel that it's something that would work for us, that would help us to improve, we are more than willing to get on board with you. So that is the beauty of Nembe Core. Nembe is, I feel like, is owned by young people. Like they are Gen Zs in blood, not in reality. So we're open to new ideas, because we don't want to do it all or know it all. And then we work with a lot of people across board, and training and risk management is one of the IT audits is one of our biggest, because as long as there's no glitch in your system, you know that you're good and all of that. Yeah.
Great. Thank you so much, Naomi. This was a beautiful session. I will hand it back over to Renita. Thank you.
So much for honoring our invitation.
Thank you.
If you could kindly step out and take a picture. To concretize on what Benita was saying, is there anybody from Mirembo in this room? Maybe Erast can help us, yeah? All right, before we move on to our next discussion, I'd like to do a quick shout out to our partners, both strategic partners and knowledge partners. We have Rundair, Certa Law, ALP Law Firm, Mpundu Technologies, Tech Cabal, The New Times, our knowledge partners, Tech Hive, Minphilly, Garnet Partners. Thank you so much for making this event possible. Now to move on to our next discussion, I think it was quite delightful to hear about oil money, right? Must be nice. Are we switching? Lawyers? From crypto to oil to tech. Where are we going? We're mixing, eh? Let's go back to school. Okay. For our next discussion, I'd like to invite Nenye. Nenye in the room. Nenye Patrick. All right. So now what do we do during this time? Help? Okay. Our next discussion will be about data protection in the era of the Africa Continental Free Trade Agreement. For the lawyers in the room, we know this has been an ongoing conversation, so it should be nice. Open your notebooks, get your pens. If you need coffee, I can bring it to you. We don't have to leave the room now. Yeah? Nenye Patrick, you are welcome. Take on the session. Thank you so much.
Hello, hold on. Morning. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Nenye Patrick. I'm the founder for Hackerpath. And today, we will be going through something that we deeply discussed, where somebody was really very passionate yesterday, and we're going to continue this conversation on data protection in the era of AfTA. Please, if you know AfTA, let me see your hand. The African Continent Free Trade Area, Free Trade Zone. Okay, if you don't know today, you will know more about it. And if you were here yesterday, I'm sure you had gotten a bit about it. We're going to be discussing balancing cross-border data flows and data sovereignty. And with me today is Atilaolua Taiwo Nsirim. I would call you Taiwo Nsirim because I feel like I murdered your name and I apologize. And we have Eruste. Thank you, Eruste. Don't worry. And finally, we have Alon. Hey. And, okay. Today, there's something very interesting about the African Free Trade Zone. I know that amongst all of us, you may have heard about the EU regions and how they do cross-trading in the EU and how things are cheaper. If you're in the EU regions, they're subsidized and whatnot. Now, Africa decided to adopt something similar, and that's how we have the African Continent Free Trade Area. And what this is supposed to do is make it easy for us to trade amongst ourselves. And I'm going to use my experience in the past 48 hours as an example. I was coming from Nigeria. I forgot to travel with cash, with USD hard currency. It has been a hustle. And I'm still within Africa, and I cannot do just basic thing of buying something from Kigali. I had to now start looking for, thankfully to our blockchain experts that have built solutions that make it easy for you to now move money. And here I wonder why Nigeria wants to shut them down. So today we're going to work on the conversation around data protection. Because what happens is when you're doing, you're opening up your doors. All the countries in Africa are basically opening their doors for inter-trading across countries. Now, what that means is there will be a lot of data flow. It means that if I am here, and my company is here, there's going to be a lot of data that I have to send out to another part of my company in Kenya. And that becomes, there's this dance where we need to balance it. And that's what we're going to dive into really deeply and get how best practices that we can use to make sure that people's data is being protected and that we look into these things as we are expanding the AfTA region. My first question is to you, Please tell me the best name to call you.
Atilola works.
Atilola.
Atilola works.
I love your
fine.
name. What does it mean?
We have the wealth of God.
The wealth of God.
Yes.
Please, I'll send you my account number. Please, so that you rub off on me small. Yes. So my first question to you, I think I would go around and have everybody introduce themselves and the companies they represent, so that people can know the places you're coming from when you're having this conversation. I'll go with you, Atilola.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. My name is Atilola Taiwo Nserim. I'm a senior associate at ALP NG & Co. It's a full-service law firm located in Lagos, Nigeria. We equally have branches in Abuja, Nigeria, Kenya, Tanzania, and Uganda. We provide services ranging from legal advisory, corporate commercial services, dispute avoidance, dispute resolution, full-scale legal services, really, ranging from public sector clients to private sector clients, startups, and every other individual who needs some service, legal service. We are deeply involved in the implementation of the African Free Trade Continental Trade Area Agreement, and we are dedicated to ensuring that the reality and intention of the agreement comes to full light in Africa. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good morning. I'm Eraste Rurangwa. I'm the head of Data Protection and Privacy Unity at the National Cybersecurity Authority. Data Protection Office, it's not a separate institution, it's just a unity under the National Cybersecurity Authority, which is NCSA. So the National Cybersecurity Authority's mission is to build skills and capacities in the field of cybersecurity and overseeing the implementation of the role relating to the protection of personal data and privacy in Rwanda. So the NCSA is a supervisory authority or data protection authority in Rwanda. Pleasure to be here today.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, okay, it's working now. Good morning to you all. My name is Onenda Ishimie. I'm the project lead for AI and machine learning at the Center for the Fourth Industrial Revolution here in Rwanda. For those that are hearing about the Center for the first time, we're a collaboration and an affiliation between the World Economic Forum and the Rwandan government through the Ministry of ICT for the development of governance protocols and frameworks that accelerate the benefits of adoption of emerging technologies such as AI, while mitigating also any potential risks. So what we do in summary, we co-design, test and refine governance protocols that can be adopted by governments, by regulators and policymakers just to keep up with the pace of change in these emerging technologies. Glad to be with you all today, and as a disclaimer, I'm not a legal person or lawyer of any sort. Actually a software developer, particularly AI development, but I've been privileged to work at the center in building policy and regulation around what this means for us as a country as we aspire to become a knowledge-based economy. So thank you to Connect, and looking forward to these conversations.
Thank you very much. Don't worry, you're a lawyer by association. You're wearing black. So me and you are lawyers by association today. So I know that it's ladies before gentlemen, but my own says ladies after gentlemen. So I will start with you first. And you know, your team has been very instrumental in the drafting of this Rwandan data protection law. And what is the highest experience? What's all the highlights, just basic highlights experience? What has it been like for the country? And do you like, what's the guidance? What has it been generally? What has the experience been for you?
Thank you, moderator. Let me start probably by giving a short background of Rwanda's data protection law. The Rwanda's data protection and privacy law was gazetted in 2021, and it gave a 2-year period of transitional meaning that it came into effect just last year, in October, and this is something which is very important when it comes to digital services. It is something that came to bring or to align Rwanda with international data protection standards, as our country is promoting digital services and any sort of digitalization. But I want also to clarify that our data protection privacy law is applied not only to digital data, but also the manual data. But I think today we'll be talking about digital data. So for the last 5 months, we've been focusing mostly on registration of data controllers and data processors, which is actually a compliance requirement, but not compliance itself. Registration is one element of compliance. There are other compliance requirements to meet, and we have managed to process more than 2,500 applications for the last 5 months, and we also conducted a number of awareness sessions, because this is something which is still new for businesses, but also for the citizens. So we conducted a lot of awareness, and we are also continuing to do so. And we did all those activities in collaboration with different stakeholders. I don't know how we do it in other countries, but here we do collaborate with sector regulators, where they have a big say on their sector. So what we did, they convene the regulated institutions, and they invite us to actually raise awareness and guide them on how they can register as a data controller or processor. And if I'm not mistaken, we had also a 2-day session with CERTA here for guiding startups on how they can actually register as data controller and inform them other obligations. So that's in brief what I've been doing for the couple of last 5 months.
Thank you very much. I can see that Rwanda is far ahead of all of us. Don't worry, we're playing catch up. So for my first encounter with AFTER had to do with ALPs. Your team always has something on AFTER, whether it's panel conversations. So it's very interesting to see how, and I know there's another one upcoming in June.
Later this month.
26th of March, please. Yeah. We'll also share the link for those that need to join and learn more. And that's my very first encounter with AFTER. And I know that your team is very deeply involved in this conversation. So my question is to you, Atilola, my money woman that will give me money after this. What do you think that the legal framework that they have right now enables these conversations we're having, or do you think it's restricting digital trade? What is the framework that is right now existing, that has been drafted, even though it's not been implemented? Do you think it enables, or do you think it's restricting the digital trade?
As it stands now, the agreement encourages or is driving towards encouraging a diversified economy across Africa, an integrated economy where everyone feels a part of the system. With the agreement, there have been several protocols. We have the protocol on digital trade that has just been signed, although not yet in force, but we are hoping that the necessary steps will be taken to bring this to full reality in Africa. But the provisions of the protocol on digital trade as such that we'll see cross-border flow of information where startups, technology development from any part of Africa would move information from, say, Rwanda to Nigeria. And as it stands, we are not going to be able to effectively protect data except there is an harmonization of regulations across several African countries to enable the proper protection of data across as a result of cross-border flows. We need to ensure that every state party to the agreement has the necessary local laws to ensure and protect whatever data is coming from anywhere else in Africa. As it stands presently, many of the technological infrastructure that we have in Africa is coming from the US, China, from outside of Africa. And this has created a situation where our information, our data moves across several borders, and there's really no way that we can measure how protected that this data is. But whereas the 55 state parties are able to ensure that the necessary laws for data protection and privacy are enacted and are implemented in their various states, then we'll have a scenario where indeed there can be a reality for data protection, at least with regard to data flowing from one part of Africa to the other part of Africa.
Thank you very much. It's very enlightening and also scary whenever you think about the fact that your data is in another person's country and you don't know, you and most of us, I don't know about you, but me, I agree when it comes to terms and conditions without reading it, just so that we keep it pushing. And this is why we're having these conversations, for us to generally see how we can protect our data, because our digital footprints are very important and should be protected. And so this brings me to my engineering guy, Alan. So the importance of robust data protection can never be overemphasized. And I don't know right now that there's a way to measure it. And so my question to you is, in building consumer trust, how important is it for us to let consumers know that their data is protected? And how important is it to actually go ahead to do the extra steps to protect it? How is that important to the general building of consumer trust?
So thank you for the question. I don't know if I'm audible.
Yeah. Don't worry, I'll give you this one.
I think it's a battery issue. So data protection directly influences consumer trust. A survey by Cisco in 2022 found that 84% of consumers want more control over their flow of their data and how it's being used. Another survey by PwC of the same year also showed that about similarly also 80-something% of consumers will take their business elsewhere if they don't trust the company that on how they're handling their data. So this shows that the robust data protection measures are crucial in building consumer trust. A fundamental component, especially for successful digital services, if they are to be implemented. When consumers are confident that their personal data is protected, they are more likely to engage with digital platforms, contributing to the growth of e-commerce and digital trade in every aspect. This trust fosters a conducive environment for innovation and attracts investments and driving economy developments that are needed to drive this digital economy. In the context of the Africa Continental Free Trade Area, ensuring that data protection is a principle. This enhances cross-border data flows, like my colleague mentioned, while also facilitating digital trade and benefiting the entire continent, if I would say. So thank you, let me pause here, and then I don't know if I've been able to answer your question, but be more than happy to be specific.
Yeah, so we have lots of lawyers here and some startup founders. My direct question to you, because you are in the engineering space, is what is that one advice you would give the people building companies? What's that one advice that you can give them towards actually ensuring that their customer data is protected?
So while building these systems, we have to build them with ethics into consideration. So what are the guiding principles that really enable us to bring the trust you're looking for? So just as a start, the new enacted data privacy and protection law gives us a set of principles that really give us direction on how we should handle personal identifiable data. And this gives us an indication as developers on how to best build systems that are trustworthy in the sense that not only are they compliant with the law itself, but also put into consideration the end user. Once you have built that trust, it's easier for people to really consume and trust that these systems are actually delivering what they're supposed to do. And what the new law for Rwanda is actually enabling us to do is giving the data subject ownership of or control over their data on how it's being used, and also where is it stored and how is it being processed. So all these principles and the ethics around development of these systems really enable us to build the trust that's needed. But trust, again, is something that is easily given, but it's hard, again, to take. Because, again, you have to be always constantly watching out for the other side of the players that are really trying to break the systems. So keeping ahead of the curve, really understanding the trends within cybersecurity and also threats that exist within system will help us actually manage and build systems that are trustworthy and secure for our consumers.
Thank you very much.
Yes, I just want to add on what Are just mentioned. To startup founders, we encourage you to adopt design by privacy approach from beginning of system or idea you're coming up with. Think about privacy from the start, so it will help you to comply with the other principles Are mentioned.
Yes.
Thank you.
That's very, very, very interesting, because that's one of the reasons we're having this, to ensure that, because innovators can be in their head. When you're innovating, you just want to just do stuff and forget about the protection part of things, and which oftentimes come back to haunt us in the back. And we see it a lot in our continent, where people, just because they can code and know how to build fancy app that moves around, they just do a launch, and then cybersecurity attacks, later firewall issues, and then they start to do the first thing last. So to you, Mr. Rurangwa, is that correct? Rurangwa.
Correct.
Yeah. There's a major issue of capacity when you talk about data protection for authorities. Human capacity is always an issue. You don't get to have enough people that have these, that have the knowledge, the experience. So for every authority around that, there's always that imbalance of they don't have enough people to cover, enough hands to cover these areas. What is your team doing about that, and how are you able to navigate this particular problem that exists in the industry?
Yeah, thank you very much. As you mentioned, capacity is not only
okay, I wanted
for
to say
Rwanda.
that I think I'm blessed. That's why mine doesn't go off.
Yes, not only for Rwanda, but also for other authorities. But what we are trying to do, first of all, we are trying to equip our staff with technical skills or needed skills to implement the new gazetted law. But again, we are leveraging on technologies, because without technology, it will be very hard for us even to process the other applications I just mentioned, because if you don't automate some processes, it will take like months to come back to applicant. But another approach we are planning to take, we want to establish an accreditation process to data protection service providers, and I think that would be even opportunities to some of you. That is something we want to come up with, and it is being used in Nigeria and the other countries, where we want to to certify some companies to assist different businesses in their compliance journey, so that it can reduce a burden, on the office. So those are like the key steps we took in addressing that capacity challenge. Thank you.
Okay, just flowing, segueing into that. I know that Rwanda is trying to localize data, and the question is, how is that going for you? Being that most of the things that we use for these things are AWS, the people that always give us free bandwidth every time, and all these foreign, and we're deciding as teams, as countries, to localize our data. How's that going so far?
Yes, thank you. Data localization or data sovereignty is important, but again, it is something that has to be implemented without excluding the significance of data flow when it comes to digital trade. And if you look at our data protection law, yes, to host outside Rwanda, to host personal data outside Rwanda or transfer outside Rwanda, you need to seek an authorization from the supervisory authority. But seeking the authorization, it doesn't stop you to, or it doesn't mean that you are not allowed or we stop data flows. Because one of the pillars of the other digital trade protocol she talked about is that data flow has to be allowed among the member states. So, and for those, I think you have lawyers here, if you went through our data protection law, it was developed based on the different conventions, including Malabo. That's actually encourage data flows among member states. So, yes, you have to seek authorization, but as long as you are transferring or hosting or providing necessary requirement to host or give, the variable or have a legal basis to do such transfer, you will get that authorization. Yes.
Okay, Mr. Allen, my question is, do you think that Africa as a continent, think about all the countries we have, Nigeria, let me try and re-emphasize, Nigeria, Ghana, Cameroon, and all these countries that we have in the continent, do you think that we are ready to actually work this data flow by ourselves without the support of the West, the support of using not to mention names, the other guys that we host our systems and our data, our customer data. And do you think at the moment that African continent and all the countries are ready?
So the issue of data, I think it's an issue that's very new to everyone.
Yeah.
Even those names that you don't want to mention are really in the lab trying to figure out what makes sense to them at the end of the day. Rwanda is one of those exceptional countries where we have a forward-thinking government, but we can't do it by ourselves. So it's time for harmonization efforts throughout the continent that are really specific on what that would look like by design. I was actually talking to some gentlemen outside here, and I was telling them, I'll use an example, say, of Facebook. If there's anybody from Facebook, sorry. If Rwandan laws were towards data localization, for example, strict on data localization, and they had required that maybe a Facebook of some sort would come and install maybe the data centers here just to operate, that doesn't make economic sense to them.
Yeah.
For them to plug us out of the ecosystem, that doesn't mean anything. It would go unnoticed because there's no economic value that we're adding. But if we go as a continent and we have our own requests and principles on how we operate and manage and safeguard and put the safeguards around our data, then that makes sense. We have more voice and actually can get the conversations going. So I think it's time for Africa to realize that although we have these silo efforts, but we really need to start thinking of a harmonized approach to such conversations. Maybe an overarching kind of approach of a law of some sort that really governs what data flows means for the African continent would make sense to us.
Okay.
So harmonization, I think, is the way forward.
So, in summary, we are not very ready, but we are getting there.
So I think the reason why you're not ready, everybody has their own interests.
Yes.
At the end of the day.
Yes.
Yeah. So I think it's just a balance of what makes sense to all of us and defining what those mean. Data sovereignty, like my colleague Eras mentioned, is, I think, the biggest issue in these conversations. So why should my data live? What are you going to use it for? But if you define these protocols and have the transparency on how things are moving, I think that addresses a lot of the issues. But it would take time, the political will, it would take the investments, the skill sets, it would take a lot of the efforts that we're seeing within the Western world. But again, there's no one size fits all, so it's more of an experimental kind of approach. Try things, maybe even within regional blocks. Maybe start with East Africa, for example. What would that look like for East Africa? If it works for East Africa, can we scale it to maybe another part of Africa, Southern Africa? So those are things we need really to understand. So I think those are some of the homeworks you guys are having as lawyers. So you maybe you will help us figure out what that would look like. But these frameworks, people need to talk. People need to understand what makes sense. But also, at the end of the day, it's about the people. How we protecting our people and
Atalola, I see you nodding a lot in agreement to what he's saying, so I will let you flow into that conversation.
All right, thank you. I completely agree with him on harmonization of data protection laws. Another thing I would like to add would be beyond harmonizing data protection laws, I think there is a need to have independent data protection supervisors within the member states and across the entirety of Africa. There's a need to have nominated supervisors, probably agencies. There has to be bodies tasked with the responsibility of having these conversations and monitoring what data goes out and comes in. Many of us don't really understand, like you said, the full import of the data that is even being pushed out. I have an example where a friend of mine called me and said, oh, I just downloaded a fintech app and they asked me for my BVN. Am I meant to release? Okay, so BVN is your bank verification number in Nigeria, and it ties to all your accounts, your entire information financially, your passport is tied to it and several other issues. Am I meant to release that on a fintech app simply because I want to have some financial dealings on that app? And I said, well, I can't really tell you whether to input your BVN or not. That's a choice you have to make. But you also have to understand that what if this information leaks? What's the security implications for you and your finances that are in several banks? But at the end of the day, what is important is if there is a body tasked with protecting this data and that fully understands the implications of protecting this data, then that would help in bringing some sense of safety or security for people who are releasing their information in the course of cross-border transactions. Also, I think it's important that many countries, like we said, bring up the necessary regulations, and beyond bringing up necessary regulations, just putting up some laws that may not work. They also need to consider, okay, what laws have been put in place in certain regions that work. The consideration has to go to the General Data Protection Regulation in the EU. And talking about cross-border considerations, if we go as a strong block, and we're having conversations with the big companies because they have more of our information. We can practically not do anything. You have an Android phone today, you have to have a particular account with Google to be able to register on your Android. If you are having an iPhone, you have to put all your information on the Apple cloud. The question is, all this information that you release to these companies or to these corporations that are not localized in Nigeria or in Africa, how exactly do you control the release and the flow of your information? Because, say for example, there's a data center for Google in Nigeria, they have to still send that information to Google USA, and that information is just flowing across several borders. So there's a need to harmonize, there's a need to appoint or create authorities that can actually do the core task of monitoring the flow and control of data across borders.
Thank you very much. I want to set one interesting example. I tried to play a game, download a game. I think it was a Ludo game, and they were asking me for my location. I said, to play game, why do you need my location? And they were asking location, asking my email. I said, it's because I want to play game. I deleted the app. So that's like what we're having, basically bringing this conversation home. Reason why we have to have these conversations. And back to you, Atilola. Now that we're clamoring for localizing our data, do you think that it will bring about like a kind of drawback for Africa in the economy sector?
So in terms of economy and localizing data, when you're talking about data localization, you're considering data sovereignty. You're saying you want to control the data within your space. How exactly do you control your data when you don't even have the technological infrastructure to contain this data? For example, like the example I just gave, the basic phones you use, either an Android phone or an Apple phone, how do you want to stop your own citizens from using these platforms when we don't really have the apps? One thing it can do in terms of our economy is it can help startups to create the necessary platforms to replace those platforms that we're trying to do away with. And that's like a challenge to our tech experts in the room here. But one other consideration you would have when you're trying to localize data as well is when you have full control of that data, simply because you already have the regulatory framework for it, how do you then relate with other countries in terms of what can you give us and why should we release this data? So it can help the economy in the sense that the startups will be able to boost the internal economy. But when you're talking about trade, cross-border relations, cross-border, you also have to consider that. And that can in the long run hamper or impact the economy of a state. Yeah.
Thank you so much. This has been very insightful. I think if there's one thing I've learned is don't put your information anywhere if you're not sure of it. And I think for everybody, we'll just go from you, Mr. Alon. How can we ensure that people are aware? We'll raise awareness for privacy, data privacy, and what are the best practices we can utilize to raise this awareness across our continent?
I think that's a question to Era's office.
Don't worry, it's for everybody.
But again, I think the data issue is one that nobody really understands. Aware of what? What are you communicating? You talked about us using apps and all these gadgets, and you actually started off by saying there's all these terms and conditions that are already embedded with these systems, and nobody reads them. Those are supposed to guide us to really understand what this data is, how they're using your data, where it's stored, has it been processed, and so on. And we consent to that. But the issue is the way this information is written, it's for people like you in the room, the lawyers, the ones who would understand such a language. But somebody like me who's a technician or anybody on the street, if you pick randomly, they would probably not understand half of these things that are on there. So how do we translate that into language that people really understand? And that's why I believe that the power of technology again comes in. With the advent of things such as AI, we're all familiar with systems such as large language models such as ChatGPT that are being embedded with systems to help us understand some of these complexities within different terminologies, especially if you're talking about legal terms that me as a normal Rwandan on the street may not understand. So how do we translate this information in the simplest way possible, that whatever decision I'm going to make on how my data is going to be used is something I really understood, but at the end of the day, I also understand any possible consequences that may follow. So how do we enable the technology to work, but also how do we use the technology to help us become better citizens at what we're doing? Secondly, we need to empower our data protection offices. A lot of the things that we're talking about, again, it's still new for all of us. We need the skills, we need the proper funding, we need the proper, even infrastructure. Talk about infrastructure. How do you even know where this information is going? How do you even track that? So all those are things that we really need to think about. But there's ways where, again, technology comes in. I'm an advocate for technology. Technology can really help us bridge some of these gaps again. LLMs again. I may not be the best at data protection, but I'm a lawyer. But the little I know, I can combine it with the knowledge base on an LLM that's specific on, say, data protection, and gives me the option to actually address certain situations better. It can help me understand the gaps within regulation. It can help me understand the gaps within policy. It can help me understand what kind of infrastructure I need to invest in that are not going to give me that overhead cost that will maybe slow things down on my side. So just as two of the things I can throw out there, those are the things I think that personally can help, but also educating, localizing some of these things in the languages. You're talking about data protection. What is data protection in Kinyarwanda? Even may ask any person in this room. I remember actually we were part of the drafting team for the data protection, and we went to present the first draft in cabinet. And data in Kinyarwanda is a makuru. So a makuru, which means news, can be translated in news. So half of the conversation we had was around news. They're like, no, we know there's already things that regulation around all these things. Why do you guys have to bring any new law? Like, no, it's not news. It's electronic information. So we have to actually even translate some of this language into something that people would really understand. So again, those are efforts that I think Erasto will elaborate on, and they're doing a good work. So we have to even invent words for these things at the end of the day. So let me pause here and give the rest of my panelists.
Yes, yes, thank you. Yes, thank you, Alan. I think I've probably mentioned some of best practices, but as I said, collaboration, when you are actually raising awareness with a specific group of businesses or specific group of people, is important. As I mentioned, we do collaborate with other sector regulators here in Rwanda and other communities like CERTA, by convening startups and invite us to come and explain and guide them on different compliance requirements. But again, for us as authority, what we are planning to do, awareness is a continuous process, definitely. But what we are trying to do, because we want to make sure that everyone is aware of he or her right to privacy. We are also planning to even focus on those vulnerable groups, that is people with disability. We also need to produce content that is comfortable with those specific groups. And one more best practice I can share with you: when you are actually raising awareness in villages or countryside there, it's very important to work with local leaders, because they are the one who can actually give the message their people can understand. So if you can make sure that those local authorities understand the importance of data protection, and they will help you to actually convey that message to their people. Again, when it comes to cooperation, there is need of collaborating with other authorities across Africa, because I think you had something about WorldCoin. You know, okay. So I think if it happened in Kenya, but not only in Kenya, around the globe. So if you don't collaborate with other authorities for sharing, information sharing and best practice sharing, it is something which is very important to know how you can actually implement or enforce something, of course, in your context, because sometimes context is also different. So those are like the best practice. So what we are doing when it comes to awareness raising, because for us it's one of the duties or the role of data protection and privacy office. So those are few I can highlight. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
We can't deny that there's a widespread digital illiteracy amongst many people, and that's why educating people, like one of my colleagues mentioned, is very key, very important. But in educating people, we also have to ensure that there's an assurance that can be provided and given to them about the security of data that will be released in the course of involving or engaging with any of the transactions they may find themselves in. Also, they need to pump in funds, increase the funding for the tech sector in such a way that they are able to put the right considerations in place for data protection while creating these technological platforms for people's use. So I think those two things are very key and necessary strategies for protecting data in Africa.
Thank you so much. This has been very, very enlightening for me. I don't know if you learned anything new. Can I see your hand, please? Okay. You not learned anything new? Okay. So it's been really good speaking to the team. And the interesting thing, and one thing I want all of us to take out from here is, number one, please read terms and conditions, privacy, protection. Before you click, I agree. Know exactly what you're agreeing to. And as innovators that are in the room, we've had open calls from these people to collaborate in building things that will make sure that our people are protected, because you have to look out for your own. And so you're making sure that the data of our people is properly protected. And when there has to be a flow, it's done ethically. There's an ethical flow. And people, when you're building your products and your apps, please ensure that you're protecting people's data. Get into cybersecurity, build firewalls, API whitelisting, all these things to make sure that your customer data is very important, because that is trust. For a customer to use you, that means they trust you. And if that trust is void, then it means that your business is going to come crashing down. And you see a lot that because businesses don't take this into consideration, once there is a news of data leak in any company, customers just leave. And so you don't also want to lose your customers, because customer loyalty is built around how they're sure that their data is being protected. At least that has been growing over time. The awareness is, yes, we are limited in it, but the little people know they're very secured. Someone will just tell you that they think Google is listening to them because they're seeing things randomly pop up for them. And so thank you so much. It was really nice having all of you, and I enjoyed myself.
Thank you so much to our co-host, Hackerpath, and Nanya Patrick, and our panelists as well. If you could kindly use this door to take the picture. Before we officially end this session and go break for lunch, I'd like to talk about the afternoon's agenda so that you break for lunch having a plan. So we'll be doing a deep dive into AI with our strategic partner, Mpundu Technologies and TechHive, which will be launching the AI governance, the state of AI regulation in Africa. So you wouldn't want to miss that. And then leveraging AI, the challenges and opportunities for Africa. So for the lawyers in the house who are interested in venturing into that field, that would be great for you. And also the tech people in this room, it's another way to see what you can input in your applications. For our partners, speakers and panelists, you can use the door downstairs in order to go to lunch at the rooftop. For our guests, we'll have lunch at the kitchenette as we did yesterday. See you after lunch. Thank you so much. If we could kindly head out for lunch, we should be back by 1:15. Thank you.
You leave me lost for words. Like what you call it, baby, you can be my girl. Like what's the story, babe, I'll always put you first. Even when I'm at my worst, you got me where it hurts. So I know that it will work. And I know I just met you, but I'll be seeing you later. Don't be acting the player, I got you right on my radar. And when time goes slow, I got you in my soul. Even though you said you leave me, you're standing in my home. Shooting star.
your ginger, give me kokoro. Mato de bijo.
Good afternoon. Good to have you back. Before we start, a number of people have been asking me where are the pictures that we've been taking. Once you scan the QR code at the back of your badge, you will see a link to Explore event. All the pictures that have been taken during this event, you will find there. Hopefully, one or two of yours. Yeah. And when you do post them, kindly tag Center for Law and Innovation, ICT Chamber, and all the partners, basically co-host Hackapath. On to our next item for today. We're discussing the state of AI regulation in Africa. And I'm honored to welcome the Associate Director of the Center for Law and Innovation, my boss, Ridwan Oloyede.
Thank you very much, Renita. I'm going to masquerade as your boss today because we truly know who the boss is when we are back in the office. All right. Thank you very much, everyone. Part of what we've done as a build-up to this event is to do a bit of story. When we started out, we wanted to do a policy brief, just something very brief. And then we started, and we ended up with a report. So on behalf of myself and my director, who is responsible for that, we offer no apology. So what we really wanted to do, again, a bit of story, was to look at state of AI governance in Africa. But then we decided that since it's a law and tech event, let's look at something very topical, something timely, but also something really instructive. But also because of our background in policy, regulation, and law, we decided to focus more on the regulation spectrum rather than looking at governance. For those who know about governance, governance, it's something broader, which will have meant that, we'll probably be doing, I'm looking at broader issues beyond just regulation. So for now, we narrowed the scope of the reports to just look at what have we been trying to do on the continent. Yesterday, for those who have been paying attention, you're aware that the European Union Parliament finally agreed to the final text of the EU AI Act, which is like the first and the most comprehensive AI regulation across the world. And for us in Africa, there've always been the question of where are we again? We've had competition law, antitrust, we've had consumer protection, we've had data protection, we've had different regulation or different technologies also coming in. And, there's always this narrative about African being consumers, and then also the fact that we play catch up often than not, especially when it comes to regulation. So, but what we've tried to do is to map across the different efforts across the continent, across the 55 countries that the African Union recognized, and also what has been happening on the continental level. And the result of that is what we have after the gestation period. And now we cooked, and now we're ready to share. So, one of the key things we've seen and noticeable across the continent is that on a continental level, we've seen different efforts. For us to start paying attention to, how can we as a continent, on one hand, harness the benefits, but also it's important for us not to also overlook the risk. And there are like tangible evidence for the risks that we've seen, especially even for us as Blacks. So in 2019, we created a timeline of the different initiatives. There are more initiatives than this actually, but then we just picked the most important ones and also the ones that have been that we consider to be super, super important to the conversation. So in 2019, there was a whole conversation, and then there was this declaration that was adopted in 2019 at the African Union level. In 2021, again, there was a Smart African Alliance blueprint for AI in Africa. And here, what this document trying to establish some set of principles for what AI should look at for the continent. And if we are also trying to make effort to regulate, what are the key considerations we should have? Then in 2021, the African Commission on Human and People's Rights published a resolution on AI, robotics, and other emerging technologies. And if you see, use of emerging technologies here was to just say, you know what, we're not just trying to focus solely on AI, but we're looking at emerging technologies broadly. And one of the key things this resolution did was also to create a working group to understand. Because for those who work in regulation, you understand that one of the key things when it comes to regulation is not just you responding to invention, but responding to technology. You also need to understand what you want to regulate. And when you take that approach, you always see a better outcome to regulation. But then in 2022, UNESCO worked with the Namibian government and South African Development Commission, the SADC, and there was a Window X statement as well. It also contained some list of principles. In 2023, the African Union Convention on Cybersecurity and Protection of Personal Data, which was published in 2014, finally got the 15th ratification and then came into force. In 2024, just recently, and we've talked about this yesterday with Sholagbade, the digital trade protocol under the free trade agreements was finally also agreed, even though we've not seen the text. What we've seen is draft, and we have also been pontificating on the drafts of these documents. And in 2024, the African Union and NEPAD published a white paper and also a roadmap, because what we're trying to do on the continent is also to adopt a continental-wide AI strategy. So these documents will feed into a continent-wide AI strategy, which it's also you're going to see a lot of traction at national level. So one of the key things we looked at was, what are the trends that are emerging in efforts to actually regulate AI across the continent? And we mapped about 6 trends that we noticed across the continent. One is, now we're seeing an increasing number of countries who are publishing their AI strategies. And the AI strategies we talked about here is just the ones who have AI-specific strategy. You see countries where in their digital policy, in different documents as well, they also talked about AI and also the need to regulate it responsibly. Another interesting thing that we've seen also is AI policies, roadmap, and charter are also emerging. Rwanda, for example, is like the only African continent with a specific AI policy, which is quite commendable. And not just because in the race or the Olympics to be the first, but it's also about the content of these documents and how we've had countries like even Senegal coming to Rwanda to come understudy how the policy is being implemented. So Tunisia has a roadmap, Egypt has a charter. The charter also defines quite a number of principles, which aligns with the OECD principles and also the UNESCO principles on artificial intelligence. Then also you have Ethiopia, Ghana, and Nigeria also working on draft policies. The government have announced, Nigeria already concluded its draft, but it's yet to be published. Pretty much the same development in Ghana. The minister was talking recently about finalizing the text of the draft AI policy. Another interesting thing we've seen is 15 African countries have set up either a task force, an expert body, an agency, a national council, or a committee. And essentially what these committees do basically, even though regulation is not their primary responsibility, but they play a key role into contributing into the policy direction, because not only do they take research, not only do they do consultation, but they also engage with stakeholders in the industry. Another interesting thing we've seen is also efforts to define AI ethics principles. We've seen this under the Rwandan National Artificial Intelligence Policy. You see the guidelines that also talks about some principles. You find this under the Egyptian Charter as well, and a couple of other documents. But another interesting thing that also emerged from defining AI principles, and these are like recurrent theme you find across these principles. Again, they also align with the OECD and the UNESCO principles on responsible artificial intelligence, is also cooperation happening between African countries. And one case study we noted was Senegal coming to Rwanda to understudy the Rwandan government. Another really interesting part, which is also like, is a research on itself, is the increasing role that data protection authorities are playing in AI regulation. As far back as 2018, the Moroccan Data Protection Authority, CNPD, suspended the use of facial recognition technology. But what we've had on the continent is you've had different pieces of different data protection authorities actually doing different things, initiative, publishing guidelines, and all of that. But because we've not been able to map these trends together to build a story, it looks like no one is doing anything, but so much is being done. And I recommend this particular section of the reports. Then also we are finding countries who are also introducing legislation, specific legislation, who are making effort to do that, but also sector-specific interventions. The Federal Competition Authority of Nigeria recently announced is organizing an event on AI. And that's also telling you not just competition authorities are also paying attention to this. But you also have Nigeria, who has 2 draft laws. In the past legislative assembly or past legislative cycle, there was also like an AI bill that came before the Nigerian parliament. Again, we're not storifying these things, we're not documenting it. So it looks like nothing is being done. Ghana, the president already told the ICT cabinet secretary, you know what, go develop an AI-specific law. There have also been calls in Uganda, in Zimbabwe, and also Egypt is also working on an AI Act. So there's a whole lot of work that is being done on the continent. So talking about trends as well, again, out of the 55 African countries that is recognized by the African Union, 37 countries have actually enacted a specific data protection law, and 29 out of these countries have also established their data protection authority to enforce this law. And you'll find all of this information in the reports. We've made your job very easy and your life easier. But also, one of the key things we also found as a trend was also the role Africa is playing on the global governance space. Again, when we don't document these things, it looks like we're not doing anything as a continent. And for me, one of the key things that stood out for me was the role African countries are playing at the Global Privacy Assembly. So for those who work in privacy body for data protection authorities across the world. And you've seen Burkina Faso, Morocco, at different times co-sponsored resolutions on facial recognition, AI in employment context, and all of that. Last year, Morocco joined 11 data protection authorities across the world, which also included some European data protection authorities, to talk about data scrapping. One of the key things we all know about AI these days, and we never get tired of seeing all these lawsuits, IP, to more. I hate mentioning brands, so I'm not going to mention anybody. Today, an AI company is being sued because New York Times said, okay, I mentioned the brand. New York Times said, okay, I'll try not to again. Oh, you ripped off our work and you used it to train your LLM, and now we found similar patterns. And yesterday there was another one, and 2 days ago there was another one, and it's now ending. And interestingly, one thing we found also is that especially when you look at what is being done on country-specific intervention, is also Tunisia has a proposal to amend its IP law to address algorithm context in copyright. So we also have countries advocating at the global level. There was the endorsement of UK guidelines on secure AI development by Nigeria. And interestingly, there was also the Black Declaration on Responsible AI Use, where you had Nigeria, Kenya, and Rwanda who also signed this declaration. So again, when you look at it, it's a really comprehensive, not so comprehensive, but comprehensive in a way. We try to map these trends and just basically to show what is happening on the continent. So another thing we did with the report is also to identify what the challenges are. And you find these across so many themes. Data protection, the problem is typically the same. Under-resourced data protection authorities, the lack of political will by governments. It's not just a national priority. Different countries are combating different issues. There's also the rigid rule-based model for regulation over principle-based approach. And I'll try to explain what this means. If you've seen a law, I've seen a draft law, for example, because I do a lot of work around regulatory intelligence, where the legislators literally wrote the names of brands they were trying. It's a film and video censor board bill in a particular country. And they specifically wrote, think of the biggest video platforms that you know. They wrote those names into the law. Like no other brand is going to come up in the future. So it shows you the legislative intent. But more importantly is when you make legislations like this, if new things come up in the future, it's inflexible. And it's pointless. And that's why we keep screaming outdated laws. But if you take a more principle-based approach to laws, it gives us room to interpret, it gives us flexibility. But also in weak institutional frameworks, there's also the obsession to overlook broader issues like competition law, energy, sustainability, local contents. And one thing we also did with the document is we provided about 10 high-level recommendations. Don't mind that this number is up to 7 here. This particular template was just inflexible. Just before I talk about the recommendations, one of the key things is also, how do we regulate AI? And I know this is a question that is running through our head. Do we regulate first? Do we allow it flourish first? Do we try to understand it? Should we apply existing rules? Should we take a more outcome-based model where we allow it flourish, then we come in and regulate based on our understanding of how it's being used and also how the risk specifically applies to us as a country? So we had like a little debate about there. You can continue the debate if you like. So we made 10 high-level recommendations, which you can see here. We talked about more collaboration between different authorities, but more importantly to define things around what does ethics mean to us. Ethics is relative, it's subjective. Nobody will kill you if you don't abide by it. They may probably just hate you and give you bombastic side eye. But nothing will happen to you. So we need to also have a common understanding of what this truly means. We also talked about the need for us as a continent to consistently engage on a global level. We can't sit here in this room alone. We need to take this conversation beyond this room. And this is like a good starting point for us. Also, depending on the challenge that confronts a country, you can decide to take a more sector-specific approach. That's the model the UK government is doing, for example, saying, you know what, automobile regulators, aviation regulator, whatever problem that you have. And it's also sensible if you think about it, because different industries have different pain points. The problem with healthcare is, for example, is different from the problem you see with autonomous vehicle industry, or as even in the aviation sector, the transition more into relying on AI for a lot of things. So again, it's saying take a more sector-specific approach to how you address this regulatory model. We also talked about, we also need to leverage the existing rules that we have. If you look at the global development generally, some of the biggest regulators for AI risk has been the data protection authorities. From Italian Garante, the data protection authority that told OpenAI, you know what, guys, we're suspending you for about 30 days. Fix this problem. Before then, that particular product didn't have like a deletion button. Basically, by default, it takes your data and it trains its model based on that. But because of the action of the Italian authority, they implemented this globally, which is now why you have a deletion button, and also to stop that particular product from learning from whatever it is you're giving it. We talked about embedding broader themes like sustainability, human rights, local contents, environmental issues. We also talked about defining AI standards and metrics, because this is always going to be very important to define what risk truly means to us. Again, the pain points are different across sport. We talked about the need for a multi-stakeholder approach, adopting innovative regulatory model. Yesterday, we had a session on sandboxing as one of the different, the new regulatory model, and it was quite insightful. So another interesting thing that I like, which is more like a technical implementation, and if you look at so many AI companies, one of the things they've sold to you as their safeguard or also safety measure is that they do red teaming, which is basically trying to play with it, trying to understand the risk, and also trying to stem it before it goes live in a live environment. So what we are saying is now, beyond this being recreational activity, let's actually formalize it through laws, and also have impact assessment a mandatory requirement. Think about algorithm impact assessment, ethics impact assessment, and all of that, to ensure accountability and also baking in safeguards. And you find more in the report. But we're not stopping here. What next? As Center for Law and Innovation, one of the key things you're doing is also to convey, well, it's not an Olympics, but we're convening an important stakeholder session in August, where we're bringing together policymakers, lawyers, folks from the industry, because also when we talk about multi-stakeholder approach, it also means bringing everybody into the same room. And we're more than happy to extend invitation to people in this room who are curious about this. The idea of the stakeholder session is, again, let's chart a path towards how can we regulate. This document is a foundational document for us to see what are the efforts that are ongoing in different parts of the continent. But more importantly, as a key stakeholder in the AI regulation, and also even broader regulation across the continent itself, we're holding this stakeholder session in August, and more information will be shared about that in the future. We're also going to build on this research to also show, because there were really interesting things that we found, that we think it's not just enough to talk about it in a few pages. And the last thing is also read the full reports. You can keep your feedback, really. Well, if you have feedback for us, you can also share. It's going to be interesting. So that's essentially what this report currently looks like. It's a whole lot of work, and I'd really like to thank everyone who contributed to it, from my director to Arnold, Frank, and every other person from the Tech Hive team, who were so instrumental in making this cooking and also making these documents available. So currently, I don't know, hang on a moment. I have an announcement for you. Oh. Not yet. All right. Okay, so before the end of the session today, the document is going to be live on the website. Again, flip over your QR code. You're going to find it there. If you're the first person to download it, please let me know. There's a gift for you. But we'll also let you know when it goes live. But we are all working to get it live on the website, and you also download it as part of the bonus for coming to this event. Thank you very much, everyone.
Well, people in the back who are asking me for this at the end of the event. Yeah? Thank you so much, Ridwan. This was quite interesting for those of you who are actually interested in venturing into AI. It's a document worth taking a look at. For our next session, we're having a plenary on leveraging AI, the challenges and opportunities for Africa. I'd like to invite Deborah Asma, the Chief Marketing and Operations Officer of Puntu Technologies. Thank you. And next, Joris Chizede, the strategy lead at the Center for the Fourth Industrial Revolution. Energy in the room, people. We had lunch. And then Ridwan Olaide, the Associate Director for the Center for Law and Innovation. So for those of you who wanted to give him feedback, this is your chance. Yeah? Okay.
Hello, everyone. Thank you so much. She said we had lunch. We are not sleeping, I hope. Can I have a wave from the audience, please? A wave. Yes, great. Everyone is awake. Thank you so much. Redwan, I'm not going to introduce you. You've done a good job of that yourself. I'll just leave you to introduce yourself, just so people have an idea of who you are and what you do.
Thank you. My name is Joris Chizere, and I lead strategy at the Center for the Fourth Industrial Revolution here in Rwanda. And we are advising the government of Rwanda on matters around AI and data, which looks at both policy work, but also specific innovation areas or economic opportunities for AI for Rwanda, but also beyond Rwanda.
Thank you. I'm going to start with your one because we came right from your elaborate presentation on the regulation on the continent. There's been a lot of conversation around AI. You mentioned that, yes, yesterday was, I think, a very exciting time for the EU. And now that they've moved through the first stage of passing their draft AI law, there's a lot of conversation going on around the regulation of AI. And I know that there is justification for it, but I'll take it slowly and work myself into that. But my question to you is, what do you think are the key ethical considerations that the regulatory framework should focus on, so not to, I'm trying to get the right word, not to affect the development and innovation that Africa can benefit from in the use of AI on the continent?
Thank you. First, I'll probably share my personal opinion. I'm from that very funny school of thought. I think if you have comprehensive laws that address other thematic areas of AI risk, we may not necessarily need a specific AI law. So if you have laws around, strong laws around things like data protection, consumer protection, competition law, they address different, even human rights law. So think about it. Every constitution of many African countries have rights not to be discriminated against. If you talk about things like algorithm bias, it's a form of exclusion and discrimination. Can we have the Human Rights Commission, for example, take this up? So rather, because we understand the whole legislative cycle. I come from Nigeria, for example, and we know how long it could take to get something from point A, point B, especially if it's not a regulatory priority or the political will is missing. But that doesn't also mean that we should not address the risk that comes specifically with AI technology, as we've seen. Now we're having more African countries talk about they want to deploy facial recognition technology at their airports. One South African city deployed facial recognition technology to track criminals. There was an interesting use case of a billboard in Nigeria that launched some time ago, and they said, oh, we launched with a facial recognition technology that tracks everybody looking at this screen so we want to track impressions, but we also monitor the number plates to know who is passing and who is not passing. And this particular billboard is meant to sit across the Third Mainland Bridge, which is arguably one of the bridges on the continent that sees or that witnesses the highest traffic flow. So you can imagine what that truly means. And these are things that are done without safeguards, without things like data protection impact assessment to look at what are the risks, where is this data going to, where is it sitting? The model you're using to train this, is it white faces, white male faces, which means, probably saying someone smiling like this can say, oh, this person is sad because the AI model just doesn't understand what a smiling African woman should look like. So all of these problems are there and we can't overlook them. So, but in defining what a regulatory response should look like, because it's not every time that it needs to be a law. It could also be a data protection authority saying, for example, you know what, if you're using personal data in training your model, these are the guidelines that we're putting in place, and these are the rules that you must put in place. So it must be centered around human. Like human rights considerations need to be a key pillar. We talk about things like fairness, which you already find in data protection laws. You talk about things like disclosure. How is your model? How is it actually working? Explainability. And these are like key things you find across, different AI principles that are being churned out by companies, by different international bodies. You talk about things like, you also want to address things like discrimination. And, all of these principles that we've used to define responses to some of these challenges that we have. So for me, I think some of these principles, and which are some that we shared already, that we identified across different policy and strategy documents in Africa, I think they are interesting starting points. But one thing we should also overlook is the fact that as Africa, and Africa is not one, so we need to also say that we have different things. That
It's not a country.
It's not a country. Thank you. Africa is not a country. So the problem that you have as a a tribal minority in your country is different from what someone who is like a tribal majority or a monoethnic African country would face. So we also need to take into consideration a national context in defining what our principles should be. And what we see is, this gives us an opportunity to define these things because we've seen it being done. So rather than just copy and, the usual copy and paste model that we have, or trying to be distinct, and then it descends into absurdity, we have an opportunity to learn and then do things that genuinely reflect our context.
Thank you so much. You said it's your opinion, but it's a well-grounded and founded one, so that's great. Joris, you are in a very interesting position because you were working with an institution that is looking at how to deploy emerging technologies for the benefit of, the community and the continent. From where you sit, I am very surprised and amazed, and I like the fact that Rwanda is one of the few nationals or the African countries they have a working AI policy. I'm curious to know what motivated it. I mean, we've been having this conversation for a long time, but what motivated Rwanda's drive for this? And then I would ask my next question.
Yeah. So the genesis of it is really Rwanda has, of course, a lot of ambitious plans to be the leader, not just for the continent, but really for the world in terms of how can you actually use technology to drive long-term economic transformation. The country has been making a lot of investments over the last 20, 30 years, whether it's around internet connectivity, digital penetration, and so on. And so AI was a no-brainer, really, in the perspective of, we know there's a lot of opportunities that we can drive through AI. And so the national AI policy was a mechanism through which we then drive, or rather try to attract that opportunity. Sorry.
I can promise you the building is not coming down.
I was like, okay. So really, it was really just it's a technology we've identified to have a lot of potential for us, and we want to make sure that we are determining how we go about building value from that technology. So the policy is really a perspective of what's the framework through which we do that, who needs to do what do we need to invest in, how do we time all of that, what level of investment do we need, where's the value going to come from. So the national AI policy gives us the framework through which we try to capture some of that value.
I mean, you mentioned that it's a no-brainer, and I'm sure everyone in the room would agree with you, but even though we know it's a no-brainer, it is not everywhere that you see that on the continent you have a policy. So I think it's something that we have to applaud Rwanda for. And then you see them walking the talk, putting actions to the ambitions, and that's really great. In your engagement in the office and with your colleagues and with your stakeholders, what are some of the innovative solutions that you think that we can use AI for to promote sustainable growth and economic development on the continent?
Like specific applications? Yeah. That's a very good question, which would take many days to answer, because there's a lot of value in pretty much everything. So last year we did landscaping analysis of trying to identify, okay, given what we know about AI today, given the applications that we see about in AI today across the world, which ones of those applications can we reasonably implement in Rwanda, given the challenges, the problems that we have, given where we are, given what we're trying to get. And what we've seen is there's about a 6% potential GDP uplift annually from just applying a few basic AI applications. And this is something we did before generative AI, large language models, was a thing. So presumably that opportunity is higher. And again, it's not sort of like the comprehensive list of everything that can be done. So what I'm trying to say is there's value in pretty much everything. Some of the areas, though, that we're particularly interested in are things around agriculture, for example. Agriculture, as we all know, highly Yields are very low, so it's not a very productive sector, but it's a sector that essentially the vast majority of the continent is involved in. There's a lot of benefit we see in bridging information gaps in the agriculture sector, whether it's around giving farmers information around weather forecasts, for example, and not just telling them it's going to rain tomorrow, but telling them, okay, it's going to rain tomorrow and you should do this based on where you are, based on what you plant, based on what the season is going to look like, or you should plant X instead of Y for the next season because we think the market is going to look like this in these ways. So that's something that we're particularly interested in. We see a lot of value in healthcare, particularly with large language models. So we're currently experimenting with a decision support tool for community health workers who I presume are all familiar with community health worker programs, but they're essentially community leaders who aren't clinically trained, yet they are the front line of the public health systems in Africa. So you've got people who go to them thinking they have malaria, they'll give them, some sort of painkiller or something like that, but really maybe they have cancer or something that's a little bit more serious. So is there ways you can give them, AI tools that can help them catch some of these things earlier than usual, and also provide the necessary corrective actions. So healthcare, agriculture, two particular areas we're interested in, but we see a lot of value in many other things, education, climate, and so on and so forth. So happy to talk more about all that after.
It is indeed a long conversation. It's one that we cannot have and close on in this room. But Ridwan, let me go back to you. When you're giving your example about the billboard on the very busy Nigerian road, you mentioned about how it was taking up the data just to do recognition of the people, the traction they were having. AI is fundamentally built on really deep and big data sets. My question to you is, as we are training our data sets, what should we be aware of with regards to the risks associated with it? I mean, when you're looking at bias, you're looking at fairness, you're looking at transparency, what should we really think about with the risks?
I think it's important to first contextualize the risk. So sometimes I think private organizations, public authorities, will get sold on the promises of AI, between the hype and the reality. In 2021, I was part of a co-author for a book called Fake AI. And what we tried to do with that book was that we tried to put together different use cases of, AI making these large promises, and of course, seeing what the reality really is on the ground. And there were a lot of interesting use cases from the Fake AI book. But one thing that stood out for me is that sometimes we need to be, first, you talked about bias. You need to be aware of your own bias. We all have opinions. And sometimes we allow it to mirror the things that we do because we make assumptions. And one way to think about this is something as tiny as seatbelts in a car was designed by men, thinking about the fact that it was just men that was going to be using seatbelts without thinking about women in the design process. So sometimes these things are overlooked, something as tiny as that. And you design, it's like the conversation you have with, startup founders and don't solve a problem that you think is a problem. Solve a problem that is actually a problem on the market. So sometimes you find funny AI solution, and I'll give you a few use cases. One was something that said, they could detect something from your feces. Really? We're going really into toilets to really know what people are doing there? Because it's really sick. And people get funding for these things. It's crazy. So for me, one of the key things I think we need to have at the back of our mind, even during the design process, is first, be aware of the context where you find yourself. Where are you? What kind of things what kind of solution are you deploying in the market? What kind of are you solving a real problem? In India, the government deployed AI on a mass scale for some registry, and eventually AI started flagging people as dead. And people have to come to prove to the government that, actually, I'm not dead. I'm still the same guy. I'm alive. And it's really weird. But then we talk about AI adoption. We talk about AI application. And again, sometimes it's always an eternal battle between the promise, the reality, and the hype. So it's always very important to put that into context. But another key concern around, beyond the ethical principles, is also what are the regulatory framework that you found around you? From intellectual property, one of the biggest pain points for everyone, maybe not a pain point for them because some of them are even providing funds to defend anyone who's been cited for violation. With generative AI is always the eternal fight with intellectual property, copyright. So, and it's like a battle that won't end. You know, different countries have taken different position about what this should look like, if it's actually entitled to IP protection and all of that, or whether we should go through the licensing model to make sure that, you know, whatever data you're using to train your models are actually, like, you know, properly cleared. So for me, I think it's always going to be very important to acknowledge your context. The same way we tell people to acknowledge their privilege, but also understand where you're playing from, the market you're addressing, but more importantly, what kind of problem are you solving? Are you solving something tangible, or you're just solving a problem you made up in your head?
Thank you so much, Ridwan. I'll stay with you. You're a lawyer. I'm told there are a lot of lawyers in the room. Can the lawyers give me a wave so I can? Oh, actually, the whole room is filled with lawyers. Do you think that lawyers have a role to play in the adoption of AI on the continent? I mean, if you look at how things are going, you've spoken about the regulations and all that. What do you think are the unique roles that lawyers have to play in the adoption of AI?
Absolutely, we lawyers have a role to play. A lot. I mean, so there's, and I think it's also a wake up call for us to see beyond the traditional things that we're doing. For example, 2 years ago, 3 years ago, and maybe till now, the big buzzword for everybody is, everybody wants to be a data protection specialist. But then you realize that the skill set required now to actually be a data protection specialist is different from what it was 2 years ago. Because we have a vertical field that is emerging called AI governance, which related skill sets, but completely different skill sets. So if in your career trajectory, and it's never too late, by the way, so there is no late, we're not picking latecomers here. If you're just trying to latch on to data protection as a field, for example, there's AI governance there. That is begging for a lot of people as well. So there's a whole lot of, there's like a whole field for us to play from in the advisory capacity, working on the policy development, because whether we like it or not, we still need lawyers. Whether we write the here and thereafter, or whether we are more, more finesse and we use more modern languages, and we're not saying shall and will and yeah without, all of these things we need to kill the lawyers, we use them. Sorry, I didn't mean that. So I think we have a lot of, from regulatory intelligence, being able to map things that are ongoing, because again, if we don't bring all these scattered patterns together, we can't build a story. So we don't know what's actually going on. So you find out that, especially when we don't map story and we don't build patterns from regulatory intelligence point of view, everybody is doing different things in silos. And then we have multiple solutions doing exactly the same thing. So from regulatory development, regulatory response, policy making, even legislative making, but also for those who love money, you can sit on the advisory side, whether you sit internally or you sit within a modern law firm where you advise people on AI product development, the licensing, if you're IP related lawyer, for example, if you're a competition law lawyer, how you're ensuring that the product, for example, is not violating things like algorithm collusion, which is also like an interesting thing coming up in competition law. And if you're a consumer protection lawyer that you also work around technology, how are you ensuring that your AI products or your products you're advising on are not creating consumer protection issues? So think about anything you do in the traditional sense now. You find AI there. The traditional tools that you're using, everybody's laying AI on their product. The Zoom you use, everybody's laying AI. If you buy the Google Pixel Pro today, for example, the camera, for example, I can impose my director sitting next to me, even if she's not there. So every traditional thing that everybody's building AI as a feature, even though you have to pay. But everything is being layered on it. So, and that means that we need people who can address the same traditional issues that typically comes out of these product issues. So for us, it's a wake-up call to upskill. That traditional thing you do today, in 2 years' time, you need a different skill set to be able to survive. So it's not a sink-consume situation, so don't let me paint it like it's a doomsday. But it's more like, if you're here for this event, so I'm saying it to you for free, spin into AI governance. There's so many free courses that you can take to start your journey on AI governance. Think beyond data protection. It's just one problem about AI, but think about the governance. Think about developing maturity model. It's a whole universe out there, and we have a key role to play.
Thank you, Ridwan. I'll pivot on that to you, Joris. For us to participate in the ongoing conversation, we need obviously to build the right capacity and skills. Ridwan went into the capacity and skills in the legal side of things. How do you think that we can bridge the gap in Africa with regards to the capacity that we need for us to innovate around emerging technologies like AI, for it to be continent specific and not just so general?
Yeah. So I think the generic answer to that is what you were talking about earlier, actually, in your presentation, which is as a continent, we have to switch from being consumers to actually being producers of these technologies. And what that means is that we really need to make the bold investments that we need to make to actually be able to build these things for ourselves. Of course, we can always and should always partner with leaders across the world and so on, but we need to be defining what the problems are, what the solutions should look like. You were talking about something interesting there about poop. Not to make the conversation about poop, but you know, it's fair, right? But there could be value there, right? It could actually help you diagnose certain things. I mean, there's different ways that happens today. That's not AI related, but if you're going to develop something like that, you have to be careful about. You have to be mindful about the cultural aspects of things. Here, somebody at Carnegie Mellon University here in Rwanda, they're working on a robot that basically has Rwandan African mannerisms. So things like if it's greeting you, does it bow down, the way it speaks to you and so on. So we really have to be participating in building this. And so how do you do that? I think there's challenges that technology companies have still apply in general, whether it's funding, talent, and so on. But I think for us, there's three main things that we find very interesting that are trying to focus on that are relevant to AI. One is opening up opportunities. So that is a lot to do with helping, whether it's government institutions, private sector folks, figure out, okay, what can actually AI do for me? In what part of my value chain can I utilize AI? And then how do you help open up those opportunities to the innovation community? One big challenge that a lot of African startup founders will tell you is that the biggest challenge they have to deal with is not really about the tech, the talent, and so on. It's the trust. So our own folks trusting that we can build good products that actually do good things. So we're trying to say, okay, how do we solve that? How do we connect the markets to the innovators? There's a big question around data, of course. How do we make sure that data is accessible? There's the regulatory aspects of it, but there's again the trust aspects of it. So just because I know there's a framework through which I can give you data doesn't necessarily mean that I'm actually going to give you data. A lot of data sits in the government. Again, I keep saying this from the perspective of government because that's our main advisor, our main client, so to speak, today. So we're trying to say, okay, all these data sets you have in the healthcare space, in the agriculture space, in the education, financial space, in what ways can we make that available to different researchers and innovators? And of course, the last piece that's very relevant to AI is around compute. So computing infrastructure. How do we start thinking about making the necessary big investments we need to make so that we can have GPUs, which basically computing, I'm sure everybody's familiar here. You know, how can we have all this infrastructure on the continent? Because right now, if you're, using AWS, of course, first of all, do you have a credit card that you can use to pay for it? It's number one. If you do have a credit card you can use to pay for it, you're paying in dollars, you're being paid in francs, huge forex problems, as we all know. So, but again, at the same time, these are big investments that not any one person is going to be able to make. So, again, what role can the government play there? What role can private sector folks play there? So, yeah, I would say, connecting the opportunities to between markets and innovators, data and compute are probably some of the key things that we need to think about in order to be able to actually contribute meaningfully and be producers than just consumers.
Yeah. Ridwan, when you were speaking, you mentioned that Africa is not just one. I made a funny comment that we are not a country. Sometimes we think it's only everybody knows that, but really everybody doesn't. And it becomes a shocker when you're watching some of these clips on TV. I was watching one recently when on the street we're asking of countries, and someone said Africa. And I'm like, seriously, still in 2024. But it's important that we have one voice with regards to these kind of conversation. I don't know if it's the Malibu Convention that said that Africa needs to have a stance when it comes to AI and the technology and the regulations around it. My question to you is, how do you think we can rally support around the continent coming together as one? To build a stance. This is Africa's position on it. I think one of the panelists mentioned that if you look at Facebook, if you come and say that, okay, Rwanda is not going to use Facebook until you do, you localize your data sets and all that, nobody's going to mind you. But as a continent, we have a bigger voice. How do you think we can get traction around that?
That's an interesting one. I can pontificate as a Pan-African today and, just inspire to perspire.
I can tell from your hat.
But it doesn't really solve the problem because this conversation, as much as is a cultural thing, is also an economic thing. You know, there's this slang you say in Nigeria that in this life, have economic power. If you don't have economic power, you really don't have a voice. You're not building the tech infrastructure. You don't have the money to build the tech infrastructure. I mean, he mentioned about GPUs, building computing power, because AI needs a lot of computing power, and that's a lot of investment. And if that's not a national, if it's not like a national priority for a government to deliberate, I mean, the money is actually not there. But if you don't create that ecosystem that maybe can bring in even private funding, for example, to encourage people to bring in their money to build these infrastructures, and all these things can be available. So I think our anger, our aspiration should be matched with work, with the real work on ground. So if we want to have a voice, then we need to do the work as well to have a voice. We need to make key investments. We need to redefine our policy making. You shouldn't come to want to just, your first regulatory response to something you don't understand is to ban and ban and ban and ban. I'm really not mentioning any country right now, but so we ban. No, I didn't hear that. You ban first, then you figure it out later. So we need a different regulatory model, and that's why there's this whole conversation about shifting towards outcome-based regulation. We can have sunset clauses. We can try to understand. Let's do research. If you look at what is happening in Cote d'Ivoire, for example, the Data Protection Authority is saying, you know what, we don't know this thing, but we're calling for inputs. Everybody come and tell us about AI and emerging technologies, because we want to understand it so we can know how to respond to it. So you don't just regulate and later out. I mean, folks, you know very well the regulation for registration data protection, the mess is creating in the market currently. Drop a regulation and figuring out the absurdity you've created at the end of the day. So we don't need regulatory models like that. But beyond that, I said it's also like an economic question, because we also need to match our aspiration with investments, whether because you're liberalizing your macroeconomic factors that can encourage people to come in and they know, if I put in 1 francs, I can get my money back and actually repatriate it. Because the truth is, the money is not also coming from the local, it's not coming locally, because we also don't have the high purchasing power. It's easy to ignore the markets. We may not like it, but it's just the truth is the truth. The game is the game. As a business person, I will go where, who's going to pay me? I'm not running a charity for heaven's sake. For each data centers that you pay for, you pay a whole lot of money to keep these servers running. So I need to make the money from somewhere. So there needs to be it's a political question, it's an economic question, but I also think beyond that to our aspiration, again, we can grandstand and say, the Africa rising. We've been saying that for God knows how long. But we need to match it with the real work. Like, let's go from talking to actually doing. And until that really happens, to be honest, the people who define the norms globally are still the people who have the economic power to shape things. But until we start doing that, that's when we can then, have a voice. But the key thing is we're seeing things happening. If you look at the UN high-level body advising the UN on AI, for example, I mean, we have African representations there. Last week, there was the whole OECD AI conversation with and there were like African representatives there. So increasingly, too, we need to show up in these places and also lend our voice to this person, because we can't also have people defining what should apply for us or what global norms should be. But again, we need to match it up with the real work.
And it's not even a AI problem, right? Is the problem. I mean, we can't even
just copy and paste it to any problem.
Right. We can travel to each other's countries with visas. I mean, it's you have the AFCFTA that was supposed to be connecting all of us, but it's not really happening. The Malabo Convention is supposed to be how many countries have ratified
from
now?
2014 till just until 2023 was when we got the 15th ratification, and it's been there for like forever. Some countries have moved ahead to even their laws are actually more modern than the Malabo Convention, and now we're talking about even amending the Malabo Convention itself, because when it got its ratification, it's already old school. So it's these conversations need to happen, but we need to also follow the conversation with genuine actions.
We need to walk the talk. Thank you guys so much. And before I take your closing remarks, do I have time for questions? Great. Okay. Someone was waiting. Okay. Do we have the microphones? Okay. I think I'll just let you go. Yeah. I'm sure you can speak really loud. You look like you have really huge vocal capacity. So go ahead and ask your question.
Okay, thank you for a very, very interesting panel. When you talk about technology, it's always a big rabbit hole that you can go down for hours, but it's always good to keep it short. But my question is going to be addressed towards Joris and Leon. and it's about, first of all, to both the right strategy, because we're coming from different perspective in terms of regulatory and in terms of research and studying and implementing, right, on the ground. So you talked about AI phonies, right? There's a lot of AI shovelware that creates what they call the AI or AI, all-in-one AI, even though it's not a one-size-fits-all, which means you will see so many people saying we created this language model, whatever, but the back end, it's a API call to OpenAI, whatever. And then all of these AI companies that actually say they get funding, which happens, all of those solutions, they look cool, but it's not like they're needed. And they cost a lot of money to actually use. And in the end, a lot of funding goes to that, and they yield no results. So on the ground, it also brings in a lot of fakery of expertise, right? Times 1,000. Somebody would write a really, really good proposal. They get to the interview. When you talk to them, you realize there's nothing there. So how do you mitigate that? Because there's the risk, but there's also a lot of opportunities. And my last question will be around the infrastructure strain, because there's a lot of energy requirements. And then there's also the question about leapfrogging. For me, I will ask about leapfrogging with a purpose, right? We're all building on top of these AI models, but what if next day the API call to OpenAI goes down? And all of the AI companies uses that. They don't use their local, in terms of data sovereignty, they don't use their local solutions. And then all of the startups are down. So what are the strategies? Thank you.
Yeah, that's a very loaded question. I know, right? So, first thing I'll say is, for me, I don't see anything wrong with doing an API call to ChatGPT or whatever it is you use, as long as you can find an appropriate way to deploy that solution in a way that is actually going to drive value and is economic to me as the end user, for example. Now, of course, depending on what kind of application you're talking about, you have to be mindful about, how do you do that deployment. So, for example, in the UAE, I know that their government has signed an agreement with Microsoft to do like local deployments of ChatGPT where it still stays in their own data centers and so on. So there might be need for doing things like that. Point being, there's no need to reinvent the wheel if you don't need to. How can we take advantage of what's out there and do it in ways that make sense to us? Now, correct. But so do we have the investments to be, to create our own large language model tomorrow? Fine. I hope that we are slowly going towards that world, but until we do that, how can we use what's available right now? You did something I want to talk about on leapfrogging, which is a very important thing you bring about, because something that we ask ourselves a lot as the Center for the Fourth Industrial Revolution, we're talking about all these amazing emerging tech and so on, but, we all know that there's many, many steps that you have to go through for us to actually be able to truly leapfrog, quote unquote. So I feel like this term is often thrown around. We expect too much from it. We think we're, magically going to be able to not need to invest in manufacturing, invest in traditional businesses. So as we look for opportunities for AI, we also need to be making a lot of investment in just traditional business. Because at the end of the day, if you look at global tech industry, the vast majority of that is B2B. So that means you need to have companies that can actually consume the technology for it to make sense at scale. For a lot of the technologies that are not B2B, things like, say, Facebook or Amazon and so on, really they're B2B companies just pretending or appearing to be B2C companies, but they are B2B companies. So we need to make a lot of investment in traditional business as well if we're actually going to be truly able to leapfrog. So as we do that, hopefully, as we continue to make those investments, I think for us is how can we take advantage of the emerging technologies that are happening today and deploy them in ways that make sense for us.
Okay, I mean, if I'm going to add anything to that is that, again, we need to be able to sieve beyond the surface. So you see products say we're leveraging AI. So something was in the news recently. I'm not going to mention names. So there was this brand that promised that they use AI in their logistic chain, and it helps them to manage and deliver and deploy, and you get your delivery in record time. But when we tried to scratch beyond the surface, you actually found out it was some low-paid employees in Philippines that were actually behind the work. But what they sold, the dreams they sold was that it's AI doing the work. So again, like you said, we need to solve genuine problems. We don't need building illusion of what AI can do when there are actually real problems in healthcare, for example. There's an interesting solution that was built out of Nigeria that I really like. Okay, I've not been paid, but the product is called Uburu or Ubuntu or something like that. And what it does basically is it could detect one of the terminal ailments that children have at a very early age. It could detect it from the first cry. Those are real solutions. Those are real problems that can solve a lifelong problem. So I think we need investment going into those things than someone coming to say, if I snap you with this picture, I can detect if you have. But we know it's all dreams. And there are so many solutions like that getting crazy funding without necessarily the work to show. So just put your deck these days. If you're raising fund, just put AI somewhere there. Yeah. You're likely going to get the money.
Yes, thank you.
We have another AI session after this, so there'll be a little bit more time. So I'll take these two and then we'll move to the next part of the AI. Okay? There's more AI.
Yes. Thank you. My name is Prince. And it was an interesting discussion, but I would like to come back to the challenges which I think about privacy. So I would like to ask, how do we leverage AI when trying to align with international protocols or international standards of ethical principles? Why can't we make regulations that are based on our ethics? Yes, that's my question.
I think one question I need to ask you is, what's our ethics?
And what's yours versus mine versus his versus everybody else here in the room?
It's fluid. Shape shifts depending on who is defining it. So again, I ask you, what's our ethics? So you make a law for yourself. So, but I agree with you. I know what you're trying to say, which is we need to find some common grounds, define some, some normative values that we think reflects our diversity. I come from Nigeria. We have over 300 ethnic groups. We speak over 500 languages. It must be a really hard job trying to account for that, especially if you don't have the majority tribe trying to shape and define what should be our norms. So again, I agree with you, there is a need for context, but when we are applying context, that also needs to be applied in context. I know that's confusing, but...
And there actually could be an AI solution to this. So there's, I forget who was talking about this, but essentially this whole thing of prompting large language models, the more you engage with it, the more it gets to know you and gets to know what you like, your values. Again, there's issues around privacy there. I understand what I'm talking about. But, it knows you, right? Which on one hand is a bad thing, but on the other hand is it knows you. So it knows what your ethics are, what your values are, what your principles are. So, there's an argument, somebody, I think it was Mark Andreessen, one of the largest VCs, who was talking, we don't need to regulate these things. We just need to let people use them, and then they're going to adapt to their own values and their own ethics and what's important to them and so on. So a little bit controversial, but there could be an AI solution to that, actually.
Okay, my name is Favor. So my question is very oriented towards data and copyright. So 2 things. For AI to work, it needs data. And how it takes the data, well, depending on the model. But there's the essence of data protection. Like there's this whole wave that people struggle with AI with, like, I don't want to give AI my data because it's going to use it for somebody else's projects, and my work would be basically for somebody else. I'll see my work elsewhere. And then how do I copyright that work and say, this is my work, but it's AI generated? Like, it's a weird dynamics. And then it's also difficult because in this part of the world, data is not so available because people don't want to share their data because they're very keen on privacy. So how do we develop AI models that are accurate, give great information without jeopardizing other people's privacy and bringing out like copyright issues?
I think that's the kind of problem they call wicked. It's a wicked question. And of course, it's a wicked question for a reason, because it defies simple solution. because the problems themselves are multifaceted. You know, you talked about lack of data, and which is an essential component of AI itself. We talked about privacy, you talked about IP-related issue, which are genuine problems, and that's why you have all these lawsuits flying left, right, and center everywhere. And you also have big corporates putting money down there. Don't worry, if you get sued, we're putting the money down for you to defend yourself. So again, I think it's a market against us. But beyond that, trying to think about the problem is, I think as a developer of AI products, depending on, I mean, not everybody will be MSoft, without mentioning name, that has a big war chest to defend everybody who is using Copilots. If you don't have the money, don't do it. And I'm sorry to say it, but if you, I mean, we have a lot of synthetic nonsense, and excuse my language. So let's start. I can take a simple poll right now. We all work in different places and spaces. How many of us actually have policies against generative AI? I mean, policy to address the use of generative AI technologies in our workplace, which is first say, disclose that you're using it. Let us know that you're using it. If you're using it, never put a client data inside it. How many of us have tried to even train our team on these basic things? But everybody uses whatever GBT you call it. So, and to be honest, you see people put actually proprietary information, personal information, without necessarily turning off the parts where you could allow it to learn from what you're giving it or not. And these are genuine problems. So we can sing about copyright till tomorrow, but if you're not addressing those basic foundational errors that people are making, because you can as well send your work to your friend that is proprietary, but your friend might be kind enough to say, I want to help you clean it up to make it more coherent and more concise. Take it there, put it there, gone forever. So we need that basic education as well. It starts from there. But beyond that, what should the policy response look like? This is what I think. There's a whole lot of argument that has talked about, rather than actually, and you know, when we say data, there is personal data and there is non-personal data. So we need to be very clear about that. And I would really like to make a joke about, one time I was listening to a session, you know, and they brought a lawyer to talk about AI. And you know, one of the questions they asked the lawyer was, part of the things, you know, problem about AI deployments in Africa is that we don't have enough data, and that how can we develop proper AI? And you know, the lawyer said, and I don't mean no shade to the lawyers in the room anyways. I think we're a different breed of lawyers. The lawyer said, oh no, we have, you know, think about the electoral body, the national identity body, they have data about us. And that there's a lot of data. It's just that the government is not bringing it together. And I'm like, okay, if I'm developing a model to help me predict weather condition, do I need data from the immigration? So again, it tells us what I said about we needing to really upskill. So we actually understand the problem we're trying to confront. But just to answer it in not so simple, because what you asked is a wicked question, is that the policy response should come from a place of understanding. We need regulatory impact assessments. So we need to understand the problem we want to address. And in defining the solution to address it, the SEGI may also mean updating existing laws. Our IP laws may need to get updated to be able to acknowledge the fact that synthetic data is a thing. And we need to find a way to ensure people continue to, you know, enjoy some proprietary protection. Because if not, authors will literally go dead. Because now I can synthesize a story, I can synthesize a novel, I can synthesize a PhD chapter. You can go on SSRN, for example, for those who like to do research, and type that thing GPT puts there. You find a lot of research paper with it. And these are people who said they've cleared for copyright. So we need that kind of thinking. And when there's personal data consideration, you need to think about what the data protection law is saying. It may also need, first, making sure our authority also understand AI genuinely and AI problems that flows from, data protection problems in AI. Because again, if you don't understand the data protection problems in AI and you want to find a regulatory response, you'll be regulating out of context and you create absurdity. So there's a whole lot of moving parts that, again, it's a wicked question that defies a simple solution. So there's a multi-level approach to addressing all of this. But one of the key things I see happening in the future is the need to update our laws, the need for regulators to upskill, then the need for regulatory impact assessment. So we also know what we are trying to, to address.
And the last need that I would say, particularly because all of you guys are the lawyers that are probably going to be shaping these regulations, is that I hope that we need to, of course, be thinking about these problems, but I hope that we can be a little bit more flexible and open and not be too quick to cut things off just because we're too scared and so on. So, for example, if I'm an artist and I go to a public museum and I see a painting that I like and it inspires me to do something similar, is that copyright infringement? Maybe, maybe not. But, many artists have been inspired by Da Vinci's of the world and so on. So are you going to go and sue all of them? So if an AI does the same thing, if it's this data that's out there in the public and it looks at it and it comes up with a whole new thing by itself, should that be banned, kind of thing. So we all get inspired by different things. I think I hope that we can be a little bit more flexible and not be too quick to cut things off for no reason.
It feels like you have given your closing remarks, but I'm still going to get one out of you before. Okay.
Thank you very much. My name is Geoffrey Mahoro. So actually, I'm very interested in everything that you are providing, since you are really expert in this area and you can contribute to not only to the continent of Africa but globally. So anyway, my question goes actually to public trust. So the public trust goes together with, of course, these issues of ethics, the other considerations of course, the context of nationalities in different jurisdictions. So how do you address, or how do you find these problems? So in the advancement of the AI and of course finding solutions in the digital economy. So how do you address the issue of lack of public trust? Thank you.
Joris, I think you should start off with this.
Yeah, many wicked problems, rather wicked questions to your point earlier. I don't know. Honestly, I don't know. I don't know what the solution to that is. One thing though that I would say is, so trust, right? So like trust, like what makes me trust somebody? If I feel like if I feel like there's some value that you can provide for me, you're not trying to be malicious, you're not trying to rip me off, kind of thing. I might be interested, or I might be trusting of you to kind of engage with you. So I think we, particularly with our innovators and what we're trying to do as well, trying to create this national / continental AI innovation lab, we're trying to start with how do we build value to whoever the end user is. What particular problem are we trying to solve for them? And how do we deliver that solution in a way that actually makes sense, is usable for them? Forget about the AI. So if we're talking about farmers, what I was talking about earlier, helping farmers make better decisions. Many of them don't have smartphones. So if we go out here and start to create these apps that have all these fancy things, certainly we're not going to be able to get in touch with them. But if we can create some sort of phone number you can call, and that phone number has a bunch of AI models behind it, it gives you the same information in a different way, maybe we might be able to address some of those areas, some of those barriers. So it's value, right? Like, it's how do we create value for the people that we're trying to serve, and how do we deliver that value in a way that makes sense for them? Now, that said, just because you have identified that and we're already seeing that, doesn't mean that you're going to be able to break that barrier of trust. Like I was saying earlier, there's many innovators that have amazing problems, amazing solutions that aren't able to go to market because people just be like, okay, what's going on? What's to do with this? So yeah, no magic answer to that. But I think value is the first thing, and whatever that value is, how do you? One thing that comes to mind. I started to ramble a little bit here, but I don't know if you guys saw WorldCoin, Sam Altman's. Right, so it was basically they had created this orb, they called it, that scans your iris, and the idea there basically is to create ID systems that we can actually. So what he says is, you create ID systems and you can use that to actually determine if it's robots or humans. So basically all these AIs will have the capacity to scan you as you're using it, and they can determine if it's a robot that's using the system or a human that's using the system. Now, generally we're all saying that people don't want to provide their data and so on, but when he went to Kenya, they were seeing so much interest. Everybody was scanning their eyeballs, and because they got paid to do it. So he was delivering value, not in the value in the sense that he's creating a solution for them, but he was paying them. So that's a different way to look at it. So what is the value that I provide to people, and how do I do that? So it's a kind of again slightly controversial way to look at this, but I think for me it starts with the value. How do you drive the value, and hopefully over time we can innovate around that. But the trust problem is it's a difficult one to answer, unfortunately.
One thing to quickly add to trust is that think about it this way. Again, not mentioning any brand, but we use so many products. And from today till tomorrow, we talk about how this product is bad, how you say something, but the next moment you get an advert about something you just talked about or something you chatted someone about. There's dependency. You all have not been able to leave. You are still there. So think about again what's happening in the US, for example. There's a whole move to ban TikTok. And it's saying, sell or go away. And there are people who are saying no, because this thing is giving us money and that goes to value. So I think what we can do is that, so trust comes from when you deliver real value to people. So there's people screaming and saying this is bad, but there's still dependency. People are not leaving and you're not leaving anytime soon. So as long as there is true value, people won't leave. So trust may be secondary to them. Again, it's not priority. So, but what you can think about, and this I'm saying, because maybe if you're my client, I will say something different to you. But I'm saying this because I need to sound right. Political correctness, right? So think about trust and safety when you're building a product, especially if it's people-facing. Think about security, think about privacy, think about all of these things. But I can tell you for free, you can do all these things right, but it doesn't mean you still get large user base. But you may just be sticking to say, you know what, my ethics is that I want to do things right and responsibly. I'm responsible. So, and you can stick to that. It's why, for example, certain brand have more users than this certain brand, and this certain brand sells privacy as a key value in its products than this other brand. But this other brand, we still use it, and this one selling us dreams. Genuinely, flip it over. It also has its own privacy problems. Again, I'm not mentioning names. So those are the things. We have dependency problem as well. So, and if we don't solve that, so there is a disconnect. As long as value remains, trust is just secondary, sadly.
As last question, there's something that just tipped on my mind. My name is Emma. So I was liking this discussion that the three people are making. So I'm asking a question as a future lawyer. We are living in a very dynamic world whereby AI is ruling everything. It's not only in the trading, in the entertainment, it's also cutting across in the judicial part of the world. Because we are looking at technology advancing. For instance, there is this technology that has come up, most of you know it, it's called Midjourney. So I'm asking a question of authenticity. Because we used to see the judicial part being whereby the court used to be the stage, the prosecutors and the defenders being the actors, and then the audience. Now I'm asking the question, who is going to be the audience? Because most of the things that are going to be coming up are going to be fake. We are reaching a part whereby we want to be able to differentiate between a real photo and something that is fake. Because someone will have to fake on evidence or...
Well, what do you mean by fake, though? So I do agree. There's something called what do you call it, watermarking, and I'm curious to hear the legal aspect on this, right? Like, light shed, what do you mean? It's a tool called that, okay? To detect if, yeah, right. And so things like that are useful, right? So that I can be able to tell, okay, so a human created this or an AI created this. That's fair, but I don't agree necessarily with the premise of the question that just because something was created by a technology is fake. So imagine the world before calculators, for example. Somebody had to go and do all the math for a company, let's say. Now, do you say that now that the calculator is here, the people that are going and then just like typing stuff in Excel, for example, is that fake? Is that fake work? I don't necessarily think so, right? Or imagine the fact that let's say the Empire State Building, was sketched out by pencil, because I think it's before CAD technologies were here. So now, if somebody is able to do this and create an amazing building today using amazing software, they can do it in like 1% of the time. Is a building fake? I don't know. So for me, I think what I'm trying to get to is like AI is just a super powerful tool. We've created many similar tools before, but it's just a super powerful tool. I do agree with the fact that there's many risks that come with it. Just like there's any technology we've had, you can use a gun to start a war, to make peace. So we need to be thinking about it in this way. I agree there's a lot of risks we have to think about, but the premise of, okay, this is fake because the technology created it, I don't necessarily think it is. I don't see it that way. So I think how do we use it to create value again is I think where what it goes back to.
Okay, I think we are wrapping up on this now. It's been a very good conversation with the two of you. You have given your pre-closing remarks, but now give me your closing remarks so we can call it a day.
I think for me is, I mean, especially for the audience in the room, is we need to rethink, and I'm not asking everybody to become an AI governance expert or that you move into vertical or horizontal sectors, but I think we also need to upskill. So go back to your companies, tell them you need a policy for generative AI, and that's a challenge to everybody to address the fact that everybody uses it, but nobody talks about it. So first, we need to acknowledge, we need to disclose, but also use it responsibly. So for me, my charge to everyone is, the take home from this is immerse yourself into these things. The report is coming out. Immerse yourself into it. Learn about what's happening on the continent. Learn about the work, the amazing work we're doing at CLI. And I mean, it forms like a foundational block for so many things to come. And for those who want to play a role, in the bigger things, remember again, the skill set you require to be a data protection lawyer is different from what you require to be an AI governance expert. So it also means we need to adjust our tweaking, we need to adjust our learning, but more importantly, get into the fact that the reality is here with us and we all just need to play along. But more importantly, upskill. You'll make a difference. Thank you.
Yeah, and I think I'll say something along the same lines. Somebody said that AI is not going to replace people. People that use AI are going to replace people that don't use AI. So the lawyer of the future is going to have to figure out a way to use AI. A doctor of the future is going to have to figure out a way to use AI. We're happy to talk about it. I'm happy to talk about it in detail, but I'm sure you use Google on on a frequent basis. I mean, you know that you're using AI, right? So you already have your answer. So it's gonna get more and more powerful, of course. But I think for me, what I would say is there's a lot of value here, a lot of risks for sure. I'm not trying to minimize that, and we need to be thinking about that. But there's a lot of value. So really, the call to action for me is let's engage with these technologies. Let's try to understand them. Let's try to figure out what they mean for us. How can we create value out of it for ourselves, for the people that we serve, while of course being mindful of the different risks that come with it. So I think that's what I'll say.
Thank you, Ridwan. Thank you, Joyce. Thank you, audience. You've been a really good audience. Yeah. So
thank you so much. I promise you guys there's more AI because Deborah, are you okay? Deborah is now going to do a presentation. So thank you guys for all those questions. They were really, really good. Joris and Ridwan, thank you so much. That was a great presentation. I know you've heard Deborah speak in her moderator capacity, but she's actually going to now also share insights, actual practical use cases for AI. And so we'll get that up, and the floor is, you can sit, you can do on the sofa, you can do what you want. Yeah? You can stand up. If you need help, Bella can move for you. So if there are a few more AI questions, please note you'll have another session here to do that. And then after Deborah's session, we will have a 10-minute coffee break. Please keep it very brief. And then we have our final session, which is investing in tech, okay, which is going to be really good. And then we'll close out the day. Alrighty. Thank you, guys. Oh, yeah, quick. Actually, let's do it after because they're staying for this session. Deborah. Yeah? Okay, good. They'll take their quick picture and then come back.
Okay. The down button. Okay. Let me see. Yeah. Always tested. So you guys answered my question earlier when I sought to know the people in the room, but let me ask it again. Are we all lawyers? Okay, so let me see the lawyers in the room. I think it reduces the last time I asked the question. May I know the other places that we are at? Probably someone can help me with that. You were right in front of me, so you were from RDB. That's research and development. Okay, so development. Who else is in another category? Okay, tech. Which area of tech? Come again. Digital communication. Okay, so I have tech, I have development.
Genealogy.
Genealogy, A. That is science? Great, I think I got that.
Anthropology.
Okay, 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 so at least we have a diverse group in the room, so it should work. You're here for the masterclass. The mic, I wish we hadn't taken the mic back. Let me know what you're looking at getting out of this class. If you don't have like a slide done and all that, we can always change things up a bit. So, genealogy, what are you looking at getting out?
Leveraging AI.
Leveraging AI.
Yes.
Okay, in genealogy,
scientifically.
I'm gonna try. Anthropology, I'm sure same. Okay, development, yeah.
I work with the Intellectual Property Office.
Okay.
So I think AI has got a lot to do with IP, so many IP issues. Yeah, so I think I'm here to see everything there is about AI and how that can, marry it with IP practice.
Okay. Anyone else?
Any lawyer?
Okay.
I'm a lawyer and a student, so I do have.
You're a student lawyer.
Student lawyer. Okay. I do expect to know how, as a lawyer, I can leverage AI in my work, and also leverage AI at school, and not technically felt like I'm cheating out of school, but I'm learning more in school. I'm putting in more effort, I guess, in school by using AI.
I'm a designer.
That's so obvious.
And AI is literally one of the things that has disrupted the design industry, but also created like so much opportunities for us. So I'm here to just literally know how can we use AI more without putting ourselves at risk.
Okay, I'm definitely gonna have to improvise here, even outside my slide. So, my name has already been given, so I don't think I need to go through that. So what I do basically is I work in the technology space. That's what Ubuntu does. We do a lot of leveraging of AI in the solutions that we provide. So we integrate it in the softwares that we build. It's either custom made or it's based on the request of the client. Sometimes we have customers come to us that say that, okay, look, I'm doing A, B, C, and D. I hear of these emerging technologies. How do you help us get value out of the solutions we're already giving to our customers by adopting some of these technologies that you have out there? So that's what we do. My role in the company is I don't code. So for anyone who is looking at asking me algorithmic questions, please bench that for me. So I don't code. Okay, this is now coming. I don't code, but I am responsible for ensuring that we are ethically compliant in the work that we do. Because when you put a bunch of engineers together, it gets really exciting and then they just keep going. So my job is to kind of like bring in the brakes and then ask the questions and ask for compliance things to be done And my job as well is to make sure that I'm able to communicate the technology to the consumers, because sometimes there's a gap between what is being done in the lab and then the people who are using it. So my job is basically to break it down. I am not a lawyer, but I have my second degree in law, and I have my master's in law as well. And I have my data privacy protection certificate in Ghana, and I'm also part of the international body of IAPP. So I'm a certified information privacy manager, but I'm not a lawyer. So let's get into it. I think we can skip these phases. I can't figure out how to use this thing, but yeah. So we've heard a lot about AI today, and then as part of the conversation, we've heard about data and the availability of data. But just to make it a bit, build a foundation for us so we can continue the other part of the conversation, we need to know where the current information is coming from. If we are saying that there isn't much data and there isn't this and there isn't that, there is actually a lot that is making things work right now. So that which exists, where is it coming from? And I have this really beautiful, colorful chart here to help us out. Everyone in the room, I dare say, and I'll risk my flight back to Ghana to say that everyone is using a smart device in here. Anyone who isn't, please raise your hand. Yeah. So I'm keeping my flight. But this is where the information is coming from. The devices that we are using, the applications that we are using, the solutions that we are currently dependent on. So Africa might not have AI specific content, but our data is currently part of the pool of data sources that is being used. However minority we might think we are in the global context. So we have Google, we have Facebook, and my friend mentioned that you do use Google, so you're definitely using some of the solutions that exist. So this is where the information is coming from. AI is not a new concept. It is just that it's gained a lot of popularity now, and we are all getting to know about it, but it is not new. My husband always tells me that in the past when they were playing games, and I'm not a game fanatic, so I can't relate, but they used to play football games, and you would have the commentator in the game say that, oh, my grandmother could even have played this better than you. And the question you ask is, does the commentator know my grandmother? For all you know, she can't even kick a ball. But we are amused by the commentator and the things that they say, but that is way back before we started talking about AI this and AI that, right? So it is not really a new thing that has come. It's just that we've popularized now because of the technologies that have made it possible for it to scale up. So as far back as 1805, my parent hadn't even met. So I wasn't in the equation. It was being spoken about. And internet just made things very interesting. It's so funny to think that it's just about 1991 that internet became like the hot thing. But my son asked me that, so in your days, did you have TVs? And I'm telling him that we didn't come from the Stone Age. I'm not that old. Yes, we did have colored TV. Internet was in my time. So don't think you guys have the technology all figured out. But when internet started, you had a whole floodgate of data coming in, because now everybody was going on the net. People were searching, people were doing things. It is actually this that led to the birth of a lot of the technologies we have now. Google, Microsoft, and all the others that you can think about. It is from the internet age, right? Then GPUs and chips and all those things that we need. My sister here has her laptop beautifully opened, but I'm sure we've all watched documentaries where the machines were fat and you couldn't have moved them out of your room. then people innovated to give us smaller ones, and now you have the mobile ones that we are looking at. This is possible because of the speed of processing that you now have and the machines that didn't used to be the case in the past. So once we got to the place where the chips and the foundational aspects that we needed to process data became available, that was when we started hearing so much about AI. So it isn't that it's a new concept that has been born, it is just that it has been invigorated because now we have the technology and the wherewithal to be able to innovate on that foundation. I hope we are together so far. So now we have moved from the places where we have my grandmother can even play that ball, to how come you look exactly like me? And I know my dad didn't have another wife, and I know I'm not a twin. So how come you look like me and you're saying something I know I didn't say? This is now where we are at, right? We are at a place where we are using all this generative AI. And what is generative AI? It's just basically the ability for a machine or a system to learn existing texts or word or ad or things that are already existing to create new things. So that's what it means. So now if you go to ChatGPT or Gemini or Copilot and all these tools that we are currently using, it is foundationed on that. So they are looking at all the information that exists. My sister in the fashion industry says that it's disrupted their world. Why? Because now the machines have been fed with so many designs that exist everywhere that it can reproduce another design. How do you leverage that without feeling that someone is taking up your space? And that is the question that most people are asking within the context of their job. How do I leverage the existing things that we have now with the tools that we have and not feel like someone is taking up my space? This research was last year from McKinsey, and the field you see here are basically all the areas that AI is being used. And what amazes me about this is that even in advanced industries, you still have about 5% who say that they don't know anything about AI. So it is not an Africa-specific thing. It is a global thing. It is not that we are playing catch-up. Even globally, there are still people playing catch-up. And you have 47% in an advanced industry who have tried AI just once. So it is a thing now, but it is not a thing that has caught fire so well that everyone is involved in it. So we actually still have time to be a part of the conversation. It's like what the panelists said, we need to stop talking and actually walk the talk. Where are the areas that it's used the most? And funny enough, it's at the soft side. It's not even at the hard side. The data shows that if you are in marketing and sales and in business, you are likely to use AI more than any other person. Right? And how does that happen? It is because those of us who are doing the talking usually go back to Google and ask questions. And now you can use Gemini and all the others that exist to help you build a first draft of something. So you just have to know what the topic is, know what it is that you're looking at getting output on, and put it in, and it happens. So we are actually using it much more than we think we are using. And these days, we don't even think about it. We just go there, and then we do it. So for a lawyer in the room, for a student in the room, who doesn't want to feel like she's a fraud because I went to AI to assist with my research? I didn't have to think I was a fraud when I go to the library to read so many books to put together my research point. So if now I don't need to walk to the library and the book has been digitalized and I'm using it, why do you have to feel like a fraud? I hope you understand where I'm coming from. So it's just that things have been made a bit more easier for us. So you don't need to think about it that way. The same way you didn't have to scan the whole book and reproduce it as your project work or your thesis, you don't also have to just copy the research that you get from the AI search results and then use it raw and whole. Okay. So let's look at some of the tools and the area or solutions that you can apply AI for. I mentioned that from what I do, we use AI a lot in some of our deployments and all that. So I'm going to give some use cases and not generalize it, but make it specific to some of the experiences that we have. AI has a lot of use cases in the financial sector and the agricultural sector, in law and regulations and all that you can think about. In the financial sector, there are some solutions that we have deployed internally. We've had the opportunity to work with various organizations where, depending on what it is that they are trying to achieve, we had to use AI to prevent fraud and to prevent, reduce the risk or mitigate some of the risk that comes in transacting in the financial space. So for example, you have, a typical example would be, if you're using, I know all of us have bank accounts, but if you have a bank account and you're transacting a lot from your account, you are probably buying things with your card. You are in Ghana, you can purchase your phone credits with your account details. You can shop online, you can buy food, you can do all those things that you're looking for. But let me give you a typical example. If my salary is, say, $1,000, and day in, day out, it's $1,000 that hits my account every month. And anytime it hits my account, I probably would take out $100 immediately to buy shoes online. Then I kind of spread it out and do like a $50 to buy airtime and then pay for utilities. Then probably before the month ends, I'm doing like $200 in my account month on month. What you deploy AI for is to look at my trend and my behavior with regards to my expenditure. And then it's able to tell that, okay, this is what Deborah usually does with her money. So if all of a sudden in March or in April, my salary hits my account and there is a transactional demand for, say, $900, what would typically happen without integrating relevant fraud detection tools is that the money would leave your account, you would file a complaint, and then the bank would have to retrace, find out who did what happened, and see how best they can sort you out. But if all you have is just $1,000, that is a big problem. So fraud detection comes in and says that, no, this is not Deborah's usual trend. So I'm going to hold off on the amount. I'm not going to let the money go out. I'm probably going to send a second level authentication request to Deborah to confirm that she's actually the one withdrawing the money. And then there's someone at the bank who's also notified to say that there is a possible fraud happening here. That is AI. So sometimes when we come into the conversation and we say that I don't want my data to be studied, and as much as there are risks associated, we are also cheating ourselves out of the benefits of it. And I don't know if there's anybody in the banking and finance area in the room, but then you are able to appreciate it if you know the amount of financial fraud that is happening every day on the continent. Okay, so this is some of the solutions that we provide. We also have had the opportunity to work with the government of Ghana on some World Bank sponsored projects where we have built a learning platform from primary to tertiary to vocational. Okay, it's like what you'd have like your Coursera and the other learning platforms that you have. But this is made to be context specific for Ghana, our educational system. And it's also Ghanaian language enabled, so you can have people go there, learn, and change the language into the local language to study with. The difficulty in studying or reading books is when you go and you pick a book and you read, and you don't really know the other books that are available for you to read around the topic, your research becomes very difficult because then you have to do the manual work of knowing the books that exist. I'm sure you guys would relate because I know lawyers read a lot. If you have to read one book and you don't know that there are other books that have expanded the theories that you're looking out for, your work becomes very difficult. What we have done is to integrate AI into it to give you relevant recommendations. So if I pick a book that says Basics of AI, for example, or Tech Law in Rwanda, it would recommend other books that are linked or associated with the topic that you're looking for. So you can just go down and read those other books and it would rank it in order of relevance for you, right? And make your life just basically easy. These are practical use cases of AI, okay? That's what you call recommender systems with regards to the use of it. We shout about it when we go online and we talk about how did Google get to know that I was looking for diapers for my kids and suggest diapers for me, and how did Google get to know that I was looking for shoes and suggest shoes for me and all that. Sometimes we take the high road and we say that no, my privacy is being invaded and all that, which is true, it is the case. But oftentimes when I'm at the table, I ask that we do this conversation side by side relevance, okay? Because if we take away relevance and we just look at why are you doing the recommendations, etc., that my legal friends tend to do, we lose out again on the value. If you are right now looking for a place to buy, I don't know, give me something that you're looking for right now to buy. If you're looking to buy, what'd you say? Shoes. Did you say shoes? Okay, if I'm looking to buy purple shoes and I go online and I'm not finding a shop that has purple shoes, then I go to say Yahoo and I see an ad for purple shoes in a shop in Rwanda, would I ask the question, why you invaded my privacy? Would we? No. Because at that point, it's relevance. And that's what recommender systems are supposed to do. I find that privacy comes in when people have something they don't want anybody to know. And then usually that's where it starts from. I know a case where the girl was pregnant, a teenager was pregnant, and then her mom goes online and sees recommendation for diapers. So she's asking herself, wait, I'm not pregnant. We had just two ladies in the house. Why am I getting recommendations for diapers? And we are sharing the same network. And that's how recommendations work. Unfortunately, if you're on the same network, then you would know what she is searching for and what I'm searching for. So that's where invasion starts. So now the mom starts asking questions and gets to know that her 17-year-old daughter is pregnant. So if I am that 17-year-old daughter, I'm going to hire a lawyer. Definitely I'm going to hire a lawyer and say that you're invading my privacy because you got the information out when I wasn't ready to bring it out. And these are some of the risks, the real risks and the truths that our lawyer friend speaks. But when it comes to relevance and you need it, you don't talk about invading your privacy because you want to leverage it for your need. I hope we're on the same page with me. So these are some of the practical areas that you can use AI for. Now, when you go into, okay, it's working, okay. Oh, I didn't know I had legal sector on my slide, so I think that's good for me. When you come to the legal sector, what can you use AI for? I remember when I was doing my first degree in law, and there's just one question on a case. I have to read so many case laws about it and who said what, and I've even forgotten some of the terms and the majority on the panel and the side things that it's too much work. Imagine if you can just go on a tool, put in your case, and then it researches the findings of the similar cases and the rulings on the cases, that the works that the paralegals do at the law firm, the research work that the juniors do at the law firm. And bogged down with a lot of errors sometimes as well because the citations are not proper. But you go online and you can use AI tools to do just that. Instead of spending 2 days finding the right case reference, you can do it in just about 30 minutes or an hour. That is how a lawyer leverages AI. You can use AI to look at how your cases are likely to turn out based on past rulings and past judgments. That is how you leverage it. We have been put in a place where we don't have to start from scratch anymore. So if you are not engaging some of these tools from the onset, you are doing a disservice for yourself because you want to go the manual way. And yes, you might get the same output, but your output is not going to be as smart as the output of the person that used the machine. Why? Not because we are not smarter, but because if I put the knowledge of everybody in this room together in my head, I'm most definitely going to answer questions better than just you. And this is what we are being expected to do here. Same thing when you go into science. Now, my friends in the science area, I'm not going to pretend to be knowledgeable in the science area, but the bottom line is there's been so much discovery and innovation in science because of AI. Talk about disease discovery using patterns, right? One of the biggest benefit of AI is its predictive capacity. So if I come into a room, or you take probably my genealogy, and we do some blood tests, and this time I don't need the lab technician to be there, but we feed the patterns into an AI enriched system, it can back chase it and predict probably what's going to happen to my daughter, who is yet to go to the hospital for any disease whatsoever, and start giving me preventive measures to take care of a likely or possible disease that she might suffer from because of my history. Am I right? Yes. Yeah. You know, but it is the same thing in any aspect that we go to. It's the same thing for disease and pest control. Because what do we do at the farm areas? You know, in Africa currently, there are people using AI for pest and disease control, because there are provisions of AI-enabled platforms that when you take a picture of your plant suffering a particular disease and you input it in the system, it can tell you the type of pest or disease your plant is suffering from and recommend the drugs or tools or chemicals that you can use to address these things. So why do you want that farmer in probably the hinterlands to come all the way down to the urban area and get probably a vet or an agriculturalist or something to come there, identify it and provide, when I can still do the same thing in very short amount of time? So when we talk about leveraging AI for the sectors that we are in, we are not really talking about going to school to learn about AI or learn about the algorithms behind AI. We all use the mobile phone and we don't know how it works. All we know is that we just have to dial and it works, and you trust that it works. It is the same thing with regards to this. So look at the sector that you are in and look at how you can benefit from the use of AI in that sector, and don't fight it, because whether we like it or not, it is here to stay, right? So you might as well just jump on the bandwagon for your own benefit, you know. So these are some of the areas that we can look at it from. Now, because this has been a lot of like regulatory conversation and governance and all that around AI, I cannot go through this without looking at our unique situation as Africans. Someone mentioned when we're having the earlier panel that we are very privacy conscious as Africans, so we don't want to give out data. I really don't think that's the case. I think that innately Africans were not really privacy conscious, because like if my mom talks about the past, the gates were open, we didn't have walls, we didn't have all those things. We are very community-wise, we are together, we share, we do all that. But the problem with the data and the taking of data in Africa, in my opinion, is that we just have other priorities on our list. And this isn't part of the priorities for us. It's a bread and butter conversation. So if you come to me as a scientist and say that, look, I'm doing research, I need to collect information in your community and all that, I don't care about that. I have other pressing matters to deal with, right? And so taking data or sharing my data with you is not really part of what it is that I'm thinking about. The other bit of the problem is that we are not collecting our data well. You cannot have an AI enriched system if you don't have a data pipeline. So what does a data pipeline mean? It means that where am I taking my data from? What all the areas that I can get this information from? How am I storing this information? Where is it even being stored? How can I pull info out of that information and then use it for something? You first have to build a very robust data pipeline. So if you go to the various institutions and we are just collecting the information, we don't even know how we are collecting the information, the type of information we should collect. We are not storing the information properly, and we are not opening up that data for people to use. It appears as though we don't have data, but it's just because we have not managed our data resources very well. Right? Because if I go to probably your version of the DVLA in my country, DVLA is the driver's licensing organization. Yeah. If I go to your version, I'm likely to get data on all cars that have ever been registered here, which type of cars, who are the users, the gender, which year it came in, how often they come for registration. You can get all this information, right? But what is the value of that information to the government? If government wants to probably look at the type of cars females in Rwanda use within the age bracket of 30 to 55 years, is there like a data pool that I can go to and put this question in and get that outcome? If I want to look at the type of cases that have been passed in the past 6 months with regards to child abuse, the people who usually file the cases, within what age bracket, which area, and all that. When I put that, is there a place I can just go to and put that information in? But I dare say if you go to the justice system, there'll probably be files, a load of files and documents and all that has this information. But no one is going to sit down and just scan and keep scanning and put them all in. So it appears we don't have data on the continent, okay? So when we are looking at the regulation bit of AI, I always try in the conversation to say that we need to be context aware that a lot of people in the Western world are fighting for regulations because they have passed the stage of innovation. And they've gotten to a state where you have the bigger powers abusing the power they have with the tools that they have. So now I need to be protected so I'm not abused. But if you come to our context where we are now starting, we are even now yet to innovate, we need to be very careful so that we don't stifle innovation at the expense of regulation. I don't know if I'm on the same page. Then we need to also look at focus. We need to focus on our growth. We talk about leapfrogging and all that, which is good, but it's important that we are context specific again. Because my growth expectation in Ghana is different from the growth expectation of the person in, say, the UK or Netherlands and all that. There's a funny joke that says that most people in Africa are religious till they travel to the Western world. and then you don't see them being that religious again. Why? Because they say again, because 70% of the things you pray about in Africa, you probably would get it easier when you go into the European world. So yeah, your religiosity kind of like takes the backbench a little when you go there. So what is growth and development for me is not going to be the same for someone who is in the EU, right? So what they are fighting for isn't necessarily what we should be fighting for as well. And that's what we need to be very concerned about. Then you look at all the other bits that Ridwan talk about, continental collaboration and capacity building. So if I'm asking you to now use AI in your fashion industry, how are you preparing yourself to be able to use it? The beauty now is that these days, it is not difficult at all to learn technology. At all, unless you don't want to. If you go to YouTube, anything that you are looking for is there. There is someone who has been where you are, who has done it and has posted a video of themselves. And they would give you relevant tools that they have used in that context. So you are able to also study and learn it, right? And that is how you build capacity. That's how you build skill set. We need to demystify AI and its usage by making it very practical. Because so far as you're using Google, like we say, you are using AI. So that is how basic it is right now. It isn't really a big deal. That's how basic it is right now. So anyone in this century presently saying that, chai, this is so difficult, and this science, and this technology, and this that, you are not integrated, right? You're not. If you can do, call Siri, call my mom and tell her I want fried yam, then you have no excuse not to use AI in the sector that you belong to, right? So this is for me, I don't need all this. This has been addressed. This for me is what makes AI works in whatever sector that you are in, right? And it's really up to you, it's up to us to just go online and learn. Really, just go online and learn it. It's as simple as that. So at this point, I'm going to pause and then allow you to ask your question. Then I would attempt to do it without jumping on Gemini to help me answer the questions.
So we'll take 3 questions. Ruda, do you want to add any comments? You can come down. Are there any questions? I'll give you, maybe you can share maybe 3 minutes, your use cases as well. Are there any questions or contributions or, oh my goodness, I think I finally get it?
Thank you very much.
We had a light bulb in it.
Thank you very much. Yes. My name is Geoffrey Mahoro. My question is regarding what are the steps that should be taken so that we constantly go with this evolution. So because sometimes like African countries are worried with these merging technologies and then they run for regulating these things, or sometimes because they have worries. And on the other side, as you said, so it might be on the expense of just innovation. So, but as someone who did some research on this field, so what could be good steps to go with, and then where regulation would be stand? So thank you.
I don't think that we are worried really. Like I said, we are really right now just worried about the bread and butter, you know. But because we are living in a global world, there are standards that are required of us, and you have to be a part of the conversation. You need to be able to meet the expected standards. So if everyone is regulating information and regulating innovation, you cannot, be seen not to be interested in it. Okay, so it is not worry that lets us start the regulatory conversation. It is more of being abreast with the times and then being a part of the conversation. So that's just to clarify that. My recommendation on how we should go about it is, like I said earlier, we need to be aware of our unique circumstances. It is not a level playing field for all of us, okay? And so what EU was worried about now is not what I'm worried about. So if they are saying that, okay, facial recognition for services and all that is high risk, so it should not be allowed. As it stands now, I don't really see it as high risk in Africa. You know, I don't. Because you are trying to clamp down on a lot of violence and a lot of negativity. And it's much easier for me if I walk through the Rwandan airport and there's like this gangster or something behind me and they say, I think you cannot go through it, you know. It's not high risk right now where we are. It really isn't high risk for us. But the problem is, if we haven't built our data sets to consider what we look like, because we have trained the system with white faces and faces that are completely different from us, then I am going to be mistaken for her. And she's going to bear the consequences of something I have done. Do you understand what I'm saying? So the problem really is if we are not contributing to the conversation and making sure that the information that is being used is relevant, context specific, it's ours, we are part of the demographics of what is inside, then we have a problem. But aside that, what is currently their state is not our state. So what they find as a problem is not our problem because it's not the same field and area that we are at right now. Okay.
I think so good. I mean, I saw that they were going to do facial recognition, I think in Dubai airports, and I'm like, that's so cool, right? Because you can just walk through and it just makes your life easier, but it's true. Like, it's the perspective of, is this helpful? Is this practical? Is this scary? And every context matters. I'm going to give you the mic for about 3 minutes and then come back. Does anybody have any other question? Okay. Let her, you've already asked the question. I'm going to take, you'll do your little thing. You'll have a question and then Deborah's going to close off.
Okay.
Oh, you have a, yeah. So,
so I'll just take a seat.
Yes.
Hello? Testing. Hi, everybody. So serious. I think we need to like stand up and say, hey, AI. Like, seriously. Stand up and say AI. Yeah, so unfortunately, I'm going to need a little bit more than 3 minutes because what I had planned to talk about, and I apologize to the moderator, maybe 5 minutes. What I had planned to talk about, and then what I'm going to talk about now is I'm starting from the end because I did realize that, after such an interesting presentation by Deborah, we have 2 questions from the room, and it worries me. Why it worries me is that I think as lawyers, of course, we are taught on. Sorry, I didn't introduce myself. So rude. My name is Rudo Sibanda. I am from Upendo Tech. I'm the CEO of Upendo Tech. So I am a lawyer, a corporate, commercial, and projects lawyer by training, and I also have a technology arm to my business. So the projects that I've done is extractive industry projects and renewable energy. And then because of the type of clientele that I was now getting, especially within the tech sector from a project management perspective, I then dabbled in project in tech. So when I started my career in tech, I realized that there are a lot of assumptions that we as lawyers like to get to. And assumption is the thief of knowledge, if anything. Each and every one of us in this room, I would like to believe, I'm also assuming, and I'm guilty of that, we don't understand what AI is. We actually don't understand the depths and breadths that AI can go to. And let's just take a step back, because when we don't understand something, we are so fearful. There's a lot of fear around how do you regulate this thing? How do you talk about, how are we starting to talk about ChatGPT and chatbots now, when the first chatbot was actually in 1966, and that was Eliza. So why is there such a hype around chatbots at this point in time when it has been existing probably before all of us here? Anyone born before 1966? No? We all look fresh. So that said, I'm going to make it interactive, and I'm going to be abusive. What is AI? You're smiling. There's no wrong answer, because we're here to learn.
On a mic, no less. Artificial intelligence.
Yes, but how do you break it down?
From my understanding, which could definitely be wrong, technology that attempts to mimic human intelligence and to essentially operate in a way that does not need to be managed by a human completely.
Yes, that's great. My sister in the red Duke from my country. Yes, what's AI?
I don't think I'm going to go far from her
From what she's saying.
perspective, and of course, artificial intelligence, AI. But then I feel like it's more of an advancement of everything, either through research and any type of progress, which is digital. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, I'm going to ask you another question. Any single ladies in the room? I'm single. Single ladies? Okay, so, I mean, raise it up high. You might just get a bay from this. All right, Deborah, you're single, right? So if a guy asks you out, today is what, Thirsty Thursday? Right. Exactly the example I was looking for here. A guy asks you out today. Today is what, Thursday? Thirsty Thursday. Wants to go for drinks with you. You think about it a little bit, and then you give your consent and go. Yes? Right. When I'm talking about that, I'm talking about how did you get here? Most of us came here by flight. Yeah? You went on Rwanda, you clicked accept all, you clicked collect my cookies, you clicked all these things, and you gave this website and this platform your data. Now, when we're talking about, there's a lot of talk here about ethics, about ethical considerations, but when you clicked accept all because it was to your convenience and advantage, ethical issues were not in your mind at that point in time, were they? So why are we talking as lawyers? We need to be able to practically think about these things. And that's the reason why I really wanted to make a contribution here to say, let's practically think about it. If we're afraid to talk about what do ethical legal considerations look like, ethics are, Redouane talked about societal issues around ethics. I come from Zimbabwe, the southern part of, no electricity but anyway, yeah. I come from Zim. We came out with our Data Protection Act in 2019. What have we done with that act? Absolutely nothing. Why? Because there are no use cases for us to test and try regulations. When we're talking about ethics, when we're talking about issues around, okay, what is ethical to Nigeria might not be ethical to Zimbabwe. If ethics to you looks like me being okay with clicking accept all, collect my data and my cookies so that I can be able to get on Rwanda Air and come to this conference? Why are you having a problem with people collecting your data and you having put your data out there? Anyway, this is just like a high level conversation or overview of what the kind of considerations and practicality, practical things that I need you to think about when we're having this conversation around AI. My first question when I stood here was, what actually is AI? We think that AI is us going, all of a sudden, is us going on chat
And so a lot of challenges as well is some of the technology companies that are coming up are using servers that are not here, using subscriptions that are not here, and paying dollars. But the persons who they're serving, I like those who say we serve smallholder farmers. The last I checked, smallholder farmers can't afford some of these things. So some companies, the consumer market cannot pay for what they're doing. And you look for this kind of growth and it ain't there. So that's one. When it comes to scale, that's another big challenge. Because most likely what someone has done in Kenya, 9 out of 10 times someone's done it in Rwanda, in Uganda, in Ghana. And so it's not new innovation, it's just, oh yeah, I could do that too. So those are challenges when you try to reach scale. Very few that we've seen actually achieve that scale because they have what I would call a moat. They have a really defensible either IP or they have a defensible, put differently, an unfair advantage. Unfortunately, we only see those that are heavy on the IP side in North Africa and in South Africa. Why? Because of their rich and long history of R&D. In Sub-Saharan, we don't have much in terms of R&D.
Thank you for that. That's very correct. The defensive modes, particularly around IP. I was going to mention what you said as well, concerning how difficult it is to use IP as a mode, particularly in the SSA area, and you see it more in the Northern Africa sphere. It's something I've seen in the last 3-5 years. Even when the companies are getting acquired as well. That's for I think there's one in Egypt or Algeria. It's really the IP that they really acquired, and you don't find that easy to get in Sub-Saharan Africa. I think I would mention going to IP, right? I think I will come to Helen now. Yes, more than ever before, we've seen the importance of with investors and even with portfolio companies, right, in terms of protecting their IP, right? How would you say that is going in Rwanda currently, given your experience at the RDB?
Thank you. The concerns with IP definitely significant, and they remain. And IP seems to be a foreign concept, really. And yeah, like you rightfully mentioned, in North Africa and South Africa, it has gained ground. Sub-Saharan Africa is still struggling here and there, but I would still say that generally we're seeing a positive trend. We're seeing growth, we're seeing increase. And so from where I sit, I would say that the recognition and the importance of IP is becoming more and more vivid. Like investors come and they want to invest in these innovations and startups, but then they request that there is an IP. And like Philip mentioned, you find that it is risky for an investor to invest in something without IP, especially a startup. Why? Because if a startup doesn't have that competitive edge, and that competitive edge is usually in the form of an innovation. And for you to know that it's an innovation and it's not somewhere present in Uganda, in wherever, the neighboring countries, is if it has IP. And that, because in IP, they actually get to search to see that this is novel, and then an IP certificate can be granted. So we are seeing a growth in the number of the filings and consideration by investors. We're seeing startups continue to file, but the numbers are still so low, more than what what we're capable of, what we can achieve, because innovation is on a high. So there's a lot of innovations.
We are seeing
and then the other thing that I would like to highlight is the IP systems in the Sub-Saharan Africa, or in Africa in general. There's been that debate of is the system fit for purpose for the level of development? Yeah. So when you talk about, for example, patents, when you look at the criteria for patenting and what is required, one wonders if it is suitable for our kind of development and for our kind of innovations. So that is also still bringing challenges. And you find that most of the companies may not be able to get IP rights, even when it's an innovation. So those are some of the challenges that keep coming up. But generally, what I would advise investors that come and want to invest in startups, in especially sub-Saharan Africa, is to look at if this startup has at least done the filing, has not disclosed so that everyone has taken up the idea, because that is also now another challenge that keeps showing up, that we have all these pictures of here we are, and someone comes and presents the idea and says, I have this nice project, and then someone picks it up and takes it, and then you find you can no longer register it later. So I advise investors in that regard that they look at that this startup hasn't actually disclosed the innovation already, and that the idea hasn't been taken up, and then the startups also should take the initiative to, to file and register their innovations.
So I'm of the opinion that the most critical part of IP protection, right, is enforcement, right? It's so beyond just registration. Enforcement is when you see it at play in terms of how strong the system really is. How would you say that has been in Rwanda currently?
Enforcement is very, very critical. I thought we'd still come back to that maybe later, but enforcement is also very critical, and like the lawyers like to say, it is not right if you can't enforce it, really. So enforcement is a very critical part of having the right. In Rwanda, we don't have specialized courts for IP matters, but we have commercial courts. The system is still young, still growing, but there is something. There is a very coordinated mechanism. We have courts that can deal with IP cases. We have the criminal, remedies, if I could say. RIB will confiscate infringing products. We have border measures in place, and we are collaborating. We're going online so that even if someone is importing products, you're able to follow that are infringing, you're able to enforce even at the border. Currently, the system is not online, but even then, when someone feels that someone is importing products, we still can contact customs. And then we have the IP office that does mediation. So there are different mechanisms in place, still growing, yes, but they're there and they're working. We've seen several cases going to court. We've seen, we've received quite a number, about 30 plus cases of mediation every year in offices and in our office, and the cases are still growing. And then we have the criminal kind of remedies as well. We've had border measures, and of course we have the lawyers, the practitioners as well, as usual, that you'll usually run to if you want to enforce your right. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So I'll come to Dixon, right? As a founder, what would you say are your major IP concerns, and in terms of in your line of work, and how long you've been doing it? I find your work to be very fascinating, by the way. I had to quickly go and check it out online, and I was like, oh, what's this about? Right. Well done with what you're doing so far. Really amazing work. What IP concerns or issues have you had in your particular line of operation right now? Would you care to share some of them?
Well, speaking of a startup ecosystem, one thing, I don't know if I should call them concerns or it's just too early. But the thing is that as a nation or as a continent, the sector we are entering into, it's a virgin territory. It's a virgin territory, so we tend to get into discussions. We want to start, we want to look for money, but we don't even know what we are going to discuss for. We know what we are going to bargain for, So most of the times I found it so hard earlier to actually sit down and know that if I'm to sit with somebody that might be ready to invest into me, this is what I should be discussing with him. So all I knew was that once I register my company, and that's it. But then there are things like when you have like source codes, you have to protect your idea, your intellectual property, all that. So it was too early. I didn't know much, but now I'm kind of aware of a couple of things, and that's where even the legal sector comes in, which I tell even my fellow entrepreneurs, rub shoulders with the lawyers. because they will always advise you on the right things to do. And also lawyers too should get to understand also us, so that we don't just come to you with a question, just also think of us and provide solutions. Yeah, so mainly into the IP problems was that earlier I wasn't aware, and I've worked on this project for now about 5 years.
Okay. But now you're aware.
Not enough. We never stop to learn.
Never stop learning. True. Yeah, please go on.
Could I take a different view to what Kellen said? There are IP system patenting. Is an easy process. I'll file and patent it. But it's only as good as the law that is able to defend it. Laws are only as good as the cases that have been tried and we have precedents. We don't have precedents. Who has precedents within the IP sector? Uncle Sam has precedent. Uncle Sam, I mean the US, right? You try file a patent there. Most people end up filing there. Why? Because for every dollar, Uncle Sam will spend $10 million defending that because they know that's an asset. That's something African jurisdictions have not been able to do. We're not even signatories to WIPRO. We don't have a single IP framework. We know every country has its own. So if I create and patent it here, I need to go create it in every country. That's a waste of time, a waste of resources. And none of those countries, if shove came to push, Chinese guy comes and rips me off. How are they going to go to Beijing to fight that off? So that's a challenge. It's really what are the systems we're putting in place to be able to do that one. That's one. The other for investors is saying, look, do I want you to have that IP if I know a guy down the road can do the same thing quite quicker? Or am I interested in execution? And that's why you see a lot of people go and invest in companies because they're like, okay, how quickly can you get to market over trying to do IP? Especially, as I mentioned earlier, in Sub-Saharan Africa, we haven't yet gotten, what Dixon's doing is quite rare, right? But most of them, at least from what we are seeing, is you're either a marketplace for something or you're a fintech place for something. There's not much, and when we look at the data that's coming from us, 45% of new tech startups are a marketplace for something. It's either marketplace, it's either logistics something, it's either in fintech. So rarely do we have even the hardware side of things that could constitute an IP one. So it's as, is the system going to defend me against, say, a guy sitting in Guangzhou? Yeah.
Thank you, Philip. The first concern was about the law and then the applicability and if can the law even defend you? Are there cases and stuff like that? Now, I'll talk a bit about the patent system and IP in general. As looking at how the patent system has developed or has evolved over time, and starting the 1800s, you find places like Germany would take 10 years to issue a patent. And over the years, gradually, it kept changing shape. And today, after all those years, what they have today is pretty much the TRIPS agreement. We all know, there are lawyers here, so we know the TRIPS agreement. So we've all subscribed to the TRIPS agreement because WTO. And so we are doing the same that Germany that has, I'm using Germany as one of the examples, but the developed world, they've developed systems and infrastructure, and these cases have evolved over time, as in they've grown to the present day IP system as we know it. Now, we come from nowhere and we are at the same level. We have the same kind of laws, yeah? So what I'm trying to say is that we don't expect to be at the same level as the US, but are we even trying? Are we trying to put at least a system in place? If you look at some, like the Sub-Saharan Africa that we've been talking about, there are countries that I know that have laws, colonial laws in place. So as Rwanda, we have the 2009 law, and there's a law for 2023 that is yet to be gazetted, or 2024 for that matter. So I think we are doing something. I can't say we are there, but we can't say we are not doing anything. There might be, we've seen, of course, cases. We've seen all those cases, even AI that we're talking about. There's a case of, so many cases already about AI and ownership and the IP concerns that are there and all these things. We don't even have some of these things already here. But I would still like to say that there's something that is there. We can't say that we are not doing anything. We don't have cases on patents yet, but we have so many cases on trademarks, for example. We have the Bakresa and those things. We have so many different cases that have come to court. So yes, I agree. We are not at that level. We've not had all those precedents. But I think it's again up to you and I to make sure that we push. Everyone places a stone. When you file, you're building. When you sue, you're building. When you enforce your right, you're building. And someday, hopefully in our lifetime, we shall see a developed IP system like it is in the US and all those other countries. And then I would also like to comment about saying that you're in Rwanda, how are you going to manage someone that is infringing, maybe in China and all? Now, there is no such thing as an international patent. For example, in the US, you can't say that because I'm in the US, I'll file and get an international patent or an international trademark. There's no such thing. All IP rights are territorial. And all these countries subscribe to the same institutions or systems that we subscribe to. So, if you're in Rwanda or in Nigeria, whichever country that you're in, and you want to file your IP, you have the same opportunity as someone that is in China to file, or in the US to file, maybe in Australia, because we have the World Intellectual Property Organization that provides mechanisms of filing in any other country across the world. And Rwanda, like most of the South African countries or sub-Saharan Africa countries, are part of the WIPO, and so they can file. The challenge is, are we really using these systems? Because our countries are also signatories to these treaties. And so I think the issue is that we can't expect to be, for example, China, I think, has like almost the highest filings in the world today of patents. But we can't say we are the same level with them of development and all these innovations and the uptake of the systems, but we have these opportunities. The fact that we have national laws, the fact that we are part of international treaties and that we can file, I think that gives us an advantage as well, and that we can take care, we can take advantage of it. The challenge remains with us uptaking these opportunities that are available for us. And every single step that you take, be it awareness, be it sessions like this where we talk about IP, we invite people from innovation startups and tell them about IP. That is something that you're building on. Maybe 5 years down the road, we may be able to file 20 international patents, and maybe someday we'll file 1,000 somewhere. Hope I responded to the comments that he made. Did I miss anything else? Okay, thank you.
Oh, yes. Thank you for that. Very good points you raised there, right? And I still circle back to what I mentioned earlier, that it's always enforcement. Like you said, Uncle Sam spends a lot of dollars in terms of defending each rights. And I think until we get to that, mature to that level, wherein there's a track record of level of enforcement, right? Particularly testing the law, testing waters, and testing the IP laws as they work in practicality in real life, and also how the courts interpret them. We will still be playing catch up to the developed nations in terms of in IP, in the IP space, generally speaking. And this IP, like you said, is very important to investors as it is to the invested companies as well. And I think we have a lot to learn from how maybe our compatriots in the Northern Africa actually have gotten this to a better level than we have in the SSA area as well. But I like that particular banter between you both, right? I think it's very, very good, right? And it shows how motivated Philip is when it comes to IP, which I really like. It's not something you see very often. Most investors are always after scale, growth, numbers, right? But I guess the things that are very important differ from investor to investor, which takes me back to Philip. I see you're an investor, also a former banker, right? What would you say is Rwanda's advantage when it comes to investing in certain emerging technologies like AI, biotechnology? What would you say the advantages for Rwanda currently on the continent?
I would not say it is a strategic advantage that we have, but a strategic positioning. Advantage indicates that you've got something defensible that you can defend, and we're a very young nation. And so there's no history of these kind of things as compared to those in the region or peers but it's a strategic positioning. And we've seen it across different sectors, not just in technology. There is the sports industry, there's the financial industry, there is the airlines industry. It's positioning and saying, look, this is where the continent is going to be in the next 20 plus years. How do we position today for then? And I think that's been critical in terms of building where do we want to be. I think that's also what has attracted a number of large names in the biotech space. There's BioNTech that has just set up shop here, and I think they open their doors maybe end of Q2 this year. You look at the infrastructure around logistics, which is a new airport. That's a positioning. So I would rather say advantages, I would see them as positioning. The other one that I would see as well is Rwanda's set up really as a proof of concept hub. What does that mean? It's, can you come here, test things quickly, and get out? Rwanda is 13 million people. Hey, last I checked, Lagos is about 15 million people. So the entire Lagos can fit in this country, right? It's about 18 million in Kinshasa, right? There are super cities in this continent that are growing astronomically high. That Rwanda is a small one, is compared in population size. But what the advantage is can you come here, test it, and get out quickly, right? When you also look at the demographics, we are pretty much across sub-Saharan Africa and Africa in general. Demographics are pretty much the same. Economic profiles, I mean, who in the population is earning above $100, and we're pretty much across the same. What Rwanda has done is the infrastructure to be able to say you can come in, test quickly, and move out. That to me is where I would say the position that we place.
But wouldn't you say that could be a false flag, given that it's a smaller market than you find out there, and you necessarily cannot test whatever you test here may not necessarily work in another market elsewhere?
Absolutely, and a lot of VCs we talk to is in Africa there's no such thing as scaling. You don't get a scale. You don't have 2 officers and you scale. No, I think you have replication, right? Because in the fintech space, you have 52 governors to deal with. And trust me, each of them have their own egos. Then you've got the laws that are different. You try investing in Francophone West Africa. C'est très différent. It is totally different, right? Then you find that, that company, actually, they have their office in Paris. Now you've got to go to Paris, French law. It's hey, man, we are really blessed, eh? But the ability of, and I keep saying for entrepreneurs in Africa, I really salute them. Having done so myself, I salute them. They thrive in spite of. All these, we thrive in spite of. When people come and look and say, hey, Africans, you survive on $1 a day. I'm like, hey, which guy in London can survive on $1 a day? You really have to be entrepreneur to survive here on $1 a day. But because of that, you get entrepreneur, you get creative. And so when it comes to, I talk about scaling, we don't have such a thing as scalability. We have replication. You're still going to need to put in place the same team, the same kind of infrastructure, but it is how can you learn quickly what works and what doesn't work in one place? And that's what Rwanda offers. So it's not, if I try to sell something here in Kigali versus selling something up in Nyagatare, which is about 2-3 hours from here, different customer profile. Now you try doing that in Kenya, in Nairobi, Mombasa, or in Accra, Kumasi. Different. We are different, but it's the ability to learn quickly what works and what doesn't work and move on. Yeah.
Oh, thank you for that. Thank you for that. That's very good insight. Dixon, I'd like to ask what motivated you to start your company. See, Igitree. Yeah, I think I got that correctly. I'm glad. Yeah, and what would you say has been your most rewarding and most challenging moments while running the business currently?
Yeah, it is Igitree, which means in Kinyarwanda the tree is Igiti. So the last year I made it tree, Igitree, But also my company, IGI, comes from the word Igisekuruza, which is lineage. Yeah. So what inspired me to start it? One, I was born in Uganda. My parents were refugees there, as most of the Rwandans were then. And having lived out there, my mom was Burundian and Tanzanian, my Rwandan father. So I had like family all over East Africa. And I'm like, I need to know each and everyone, As we all adults here, it would be like, it was quite hard to find actually each and everyone. Up to now, I still meet new family members, So I was like, I need to find a way to have all these people in one list. But then I realized that actually I wasn't the only one. Everyone has a huge... An example I can ask here, how many of you know, okay, everyone here has a parent or had a parent who had another parent, grandparents, but very few of us normally know who our grandparents' cousins were. The way we know our cousins, Now, when you put such information in one database, you're helping people get to know who is who. Here in Rwanda, if I'm to marry a Rwandan lady, we are both asked at least 7 generations before the marriage certificate. Not because of it is cultural, but also it kind of helps us not intermarry within the same lineage, which will lead to inbreeding and having children with genetic disorders, So I myself was like, I need to know each and everyone. So I started the platform. But what has been the most challenging part of it is, like I mentioned earlier, I no longer call it a challenge. It used to be a challenge then, but now I don't call it a challenge. It's because I've realized that we're in an ecosystem that is very young. Our country is very young. So me having to deal with different developers was a problem. And as much as the ecosystem is new, so are the talents. You see, when you look at West Africa, Nigeria, I hear they used to send children to study abroad in the 1910s, right? Here we were, I think, I don't even think anything was going on here, So the talents here are still young as much as the ecosystem. So I dealt with different developers, for example, This one will come and tell you, what, I can build this, So there is a user interface and a user experience. Now me, I have it in my mind. I know what I want the end user to do or to feel or to use my system for, what he will pay me for. So I know how I want it to look. And somebody comes and tells me that, what, I'm experienced. See, I started here, I can do this. And then, boom, I pay the guy after a few months, and I'm like, I don't think you can actually, until we literally give up, So the ecosystem is young, so are the talents. Very few people that are able to do what is required are also kind of expensive, which becomes a challenge to most of the startups, especially when you're trying to start something from scratch. So that was the challenge, but now I no longer call it a challenge. Actually, it's, as you see, Rwanda has become a pioneer into inspiring others, even some that were ahead of us before. Now I no longer call it a challenge. It's just that it was too early for the market.
Okay, thank you. And taken from what Philip said earlier, how replicable do you think your model would be in another market? Or is that a plan of yours down the line? Do you think it would be it would be quite easy to do it, say, in Tanzania or in Nigeria, for example?
Yeah, like Philip said, my platform is quite unique. I had a Cameroonian friend who asked me, so your platform, okay, let me first say the story and I'll tell you what the Cameroonian friend said. So basically, my platform, however much you can build family trees, trace people using DNA, but it is supposed to actually reunify people. Rwanda here, we have now close to 200,000 refugees, The whole of Africa, we have 36 million refugees. And these are people that actually, when they are migrating, they lose each other. Now, the AI part of my system, we reunite families using AI. Now, there are those who might not be able to afford the DNA part of the service, so we use the AI part of the service, whereby we reunite them using their family knowledge. To 2021, I reunited a family that was last together 6 to 8 years ago, and I only used the knowledge they shared. You know, somebody knew the great-grandfather, where they lived and everything, so I matched those. So our AI model, people will be coming into it and match each and every one. Now, replicating it might be really easy if I get on the market, because it's a problem that is everywhere. For example, Red Cross used to help people reunify through taking pictures of one refugee camp and post them on boards into another refugee camp. Then they take pictures from here, they post them here, right? But now, sometimes some refugees will not be into the refugee camps. They are probably in the ecosystem trying to integrate themselves into the country. So only internet right now can be able to solve that using my platform. Now, that brings to the question my Cameroonian friend asked me that, so your company really can be successful in the wars? And I'm like, no, I'm not happy that the wars happen. I just bring solutions after the war. So as much as I can solve the problems for Rwandans that need to be reunified, the same way hopefully Ukraine and Russia gets to peace, there will be people that will be needing such a service.
Oh, thank you. That's amazing. Amazing work you're doing. Thanks. Amazing work you're doing. Yeah, so I think I will move to Kellen, right? I want to just touch on the role of technology transfer agreements and partnerships and how they foster innovation within the ecosystem and the continent at large, right? Based on the kind of work that you do in the RDB, have you come across such agreements, or do you come across these agreements on a regular basis, and what potential do you think they hold to harness a certain level of growth and development within the African sphere?
Thank you. I could say a lot about that, because technology transfer agreements are one of the, can I say, effective ways of promoting technology from global north to global south, if you like. But for the technology transfer agreements, how they foster a capacity and knowledge transfer, first and foremost, I'll use the analogy of global north and global south. You'll find that then the locals in the country that is receiving the technology are able now to have access to international technologies that they would definitely not be able to access. So that is one of the ways, and that promotes innovation in so many ways, that you're having a starting point. Someone earlier mentioned something like reinventing the wheel. One of the challenges that we face today is that we spend the little money that we have on innovating, on reinventing the wheel. Yet we would get this money and based on what is available and create something that is applicable to our context. So yes, and maybe would use that money to scale up and to reproduce or, adapt the technologies. But what happens is that money is spent to reinvent the wheel because we don't have access to these technologies. So TTS help a lot in giving access to the local researchers information or technologies, so they are able to see the technologies. And then, so in a way, it promotes innovation. And then also for the manufacturers, they are able to get these technologies. Getting these products, importing the products, bringing them to the country or to Rwanda for that matter, might take, means that you're going to continually depend on the producer of such products. But with TTIs, you're able now to produce them. So in a way, you're promoting the local industry. You're helping them to produce what they would otherwise import because they didn't have the technology. And then also with technology transfers, there's always capacity building that goes along with it. So if I give a technology, they're not just going, for example, he mentioned BioNTech. So the BioNTech, if it comes, there's a technology for producing these products, the medicines, the vaccines, and all. But that means that there are locals, there are Rwandans that are going to work in this industry. And so they're going to be trained in medicine and vaccine technologies and all that stuff. So you're creating a whole pool. You're bringing people into the system, into the country that have knowledge in that particular space. And then that brings me also to the issue of technology or knowledge spillovers. So you'll find that with technology transfer agreement, and I'm looking at building capacity and how TTS contribute to capacity building. The knowledge spillovers, you'll find that, for example, if you're talking about vaccine technology, in these vaccines, maybe there's a part of preparing cultures, you know, the equipment that is used for storage, all those things that go around the vaccine itself. So there is the capacity for the vaccine, for the medicine itself, but then there's the capacity of the related technologies. So these things now, in a way, affect the other part that is involved, that is around the product itself. So you'll find that Volkswagen has come to Rwanda. There's the part of the car itself, the technology itself, but then there's a part of the related technologies around it. So you'll find that eventually in the pool, in the country, there are people that are able now that are specialized in mechanics, in mechanical engineering of Volkswagen, for example. So that also contributes to capacity. So these tech transfer agreements have an effect, a spillover effect, and technology diffusion. So you find that if BioNTech has been in Rwanda for 15, 20 years, from 20 years you'll find so many other companies able to manufacture vaccines, because we have a whole pool of people that are in the community that know what to do with vaccines, know how to handle these things, know what to do. And this is the beauty of technology transfer agreements. And of course the related capacity building that I think I had mentioned about that. So there is a whole lot. So from where I sit, we see a lot of agreements. We record licenses. So we see multinationals giving license to local companies to manufacture, to commercialize, to market these products. Even such skills are transferred, by the way. Such soft skills like, you know, marketing, like branding, those are also transferred along, because the multinational now has to train the local company on how to market the products, how to do management, you know, logistics, and all those related skills that go along with that. So we have a lot of recorders where they assign these rights, and then they also, because some of the requirements for such recorders is that there should be quality control that is exercised. So with that quality control, you provide the guidelines. How are you going to do quality control? That is not part of the technology itself, but you're training the people how to do the quality control. You're showing them what to do, and eventually that rubs off, and these people are able now to do the quality control by themselves. Yes.
Following up what you said, yes. Do you think it would be a price to pay to train and build capacity locally? There's a risk of dilution of brand in the country, wherein or maybe employees of those are trained, right, go ahead to leave and start their own and build similar things that probably are just similar to what's already been brought in by the big brands. Now, that's tests the waters in terms of litigation and enforcement. Do you think that's a price to pay to be able to build the capacity locally?
I'm not sure I got your question right.
So what will likely happen is when you build capacity locally, right, you have employees of different companies who will learn how to build products or build the solutions that are already being built by the folks that are bringing the technology in. There is always the likelihood of dilution of brand in the brand of the folks who bring it in, right? Which then comes the issue of protection of IP, especially in terms of similarity of brands. Do you think now that would definitely help in terms of enforcement, bringing evidence of enforcement into play and testing the waters in terms of the law? But do you think that's a fair price to pay in terms of building capacity locally and vis-a-vis against the possible challenges of copying or similarities in building in the future by employees?
First and foremost is that the multinationals are clever. Yes, they won't just sell it away lightly like that. Actually, it is the local companies that usually don't mind the IP issues, but the international companies will mind the IP issues. They will mind that the employees will sign non-disclosure agreements, that they will include IP clauses in the employment contracts, that when you go out, you don't disclose their IP. Okay, so it is the local companies that employ people, give them the formulas, give them everything, and then before you know it, he has jumped from this one to the other, and then there are those cases there. But for the multinationals that bring in those high tech, they most probably won't disclose. But let's assume that they have disclosed. I think at the end of the day, you look also at the technology of the multinationals that we're talking about. How easy is it that this employer will go out and start a similar company? Most likely not, because this is high tech, huge investment in this. But in the event that it has happened, we also have the trademark laws in case that it has happened, and somehow for one reason or the other you're able to come up with a company and maybe cause diffusion, trademark dilution, and produce that is not acceptable by law. And of course they can sue. They can sue, only that we have not seen such a scenario. Why? Because you'll find that usually the multinationals that are coming in are bringing in high tech that are not able to copy easily. Maybe we'll need 20, 30 years for us to be able to go out and start producing vaccines. Getting out as an employee of BioNTech and go out and, produce a vaccine on my own, and maybe that might take some time. But you find that majority of this, also I wanted to mention is that you'll find that also because of the kind of the market that we have, most of the multinationals will not bring products that are patented, because patented technologies on the products can be high in price. Yeah, so you'll find that the buying capacity is not that high. So usually they will bring products that are already not, that the protection has lapsed, and so they are generic. You can copy them if you like, if you're able to compete. Problem will be if you want to imitate the brand as well, and you want to produce use the name, because these are two different things. Yes, and so that is when now the arm of the law comes in, and then litigation. But that is not a common occurrence from where I sit. What I've seen mainly is the brand dilution, not the technology itself. And so that really doesn't have an effect. That doesn't come from the TTAs, really. It could be someone sitting here and you have Adidas, and then I make my shoe called it Abibas. I could just choose to do that, and that doesn't have, we don't have to have a TTA. I could just come up with such a brand, and yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much. Yeah, please go on.
Maybe to add on to what she said, you talking about the BioNTech. There is not, I don't think the opportunity it creates is they come in to do entire value chain. Some of the employees may say, look, actually this particular part of the value chain we can do it outside, and so it creates opportunities to create an ecosystem around that in the synergies, and so that's to see what the opportunities are. But I think in this discussion of IP, one stakeholder that I see is missing is what they would call a tech commercialization office, because universities the world all over are full of patents that are sitting on a shelf. That's why I said it's all about the execution. There are some funds that I know that particularly what they do is they'll go and just sit at the office of the patent offices in universities and say, I'll buy that one. They don't know how they're going to make money, but I'll buy it. Then they'll go figure out who are a team of people that can come and execute on this one here. So patenting, when you especially look in the African context, and this is why I challenge IP, is do I spend time getting my customer? Well, actually this thing makes money, or spend time patenting and I have no idea whether this thing's going to make money or not, right? It is, in the tech world, it is fail fast. going the patent route, unless I am super clear that the entire engineering team here, one is a chemical engineer, one is a biotech engineer, one's they've really got to be a moat that they're like, there's no other team like ours. Then we say, what we have here is quite unique. But if it's something else that we know that, hey, man, my high school student can do this thing, why am I wasting time IPing, right? So it really is a case of, should we IP for where we are at today? I think that the discussant you mentioned earlier, we're still on basics, right? But now, because the question is, it's like saying, I need to know that this will have a market right away, because funders want to know, can you get to market? Will you get paid right away? Life's too short to make something no one wants, right? So why go down that route if I'm not going to be paid, and I'll have a patent that will be really great, but it'll be on the shelf because I have so many missing ingredients.
Yes.
But I'm saying I have a patent. So it's really in how we contextualize that for ourselves in our markets here.
Yes.
I know what you said now takes me back to you in terms of building a sustainable business, right? And having a great patent doesn't mean you have a sustainable business. At the end of the day, it depends on the market, right? Now, tying that to what you do sustainable investments, but you also have to pay the piper at the end of the day. You have to make returns. How do you balance that act? I'm curious about you in Counterpart Africa. How do you balance it? Helping founders build a sustainable business, investing in sustainable tech itself, and also ensuring you make financial returns. How do you place that balance? How do you achieve that balance, basically?
9 out of 10 times, the idea that the team starts with, when they get to Series A or seed round, they've changed it 5 times. So why start by patenting when you know you're going to change, right? Because the market informs you that, hey, I don't want this. It's like someone saying, I'm investing in a shoe to make brown shoes. The gentleman here is amazing. Those amazing shoes there. But then he comes on the market, says, hey, you know what? We actually like black shoes here. So I just wasted my time putting up a factory for that one. And so you want the market to inform you quite easily. So typically where we come in after you've done at least, we typically look at something of 100, 200K in revenue. So we say, all right, there are people in the market who've given you $200,000. You have something they want, right? So there's a proof of concept. You have some customers. And by the way, even when we come in, guaranteed they'll change, they'll pivot. We have those in our portfolio because the idea of, in the journey of an entrepreneur, if an entrepreneur sticks to the idea that they had at the beginning and it is until death do me part, I mean, that's wrong. Because your idea is to de-risk as much as possible. The job of the entrepreneur is to de-risk. And the marketing, the more you're able to de-risk, the higher the value of your company. And along the way, some of those things will be the patent. In some cases, the patent will be de-risking it, right? But again, you need to have the context around which you do that. So that's where we come in terms of we're coming in, you've built a model, and also we are trying to de-risk the key man risk. Is it going to be one person that if tomorrow, God forbid, he decides to go on a boat trip and, and then all our money is gone? So you sort of de-risk that. Again, that's the journey of where we come in to help. How do we make this sustainable beyond it was a nice idea in a dorm room?
Can I add on something before?
Yes, please. Yes, please. Go on.
However much I'm on the panel, this might be a question to her. We are here discussing, yeah? Yeah, what Philip just said is actually something that most entrepreneurs go through, yeah? An example is myself. I started from a platform that wanted to build family trees, right? Now, as we speak, about a month ago, I was signing or discussing to partner with the Rwanda Biomedical Center into genome surveillance, you see. Now, my question is, since I registered in 2021 and I patented it, I remember with your old office near the parking lot, I was there like 3 times a week until I finally did it. And now the things I'm discussing, so I keep wondering, do I come back and then I say, you know what, I'm adding on this, am I allowed to do that? This is for everyone.
Okay, thank you. Why is everyone asking?
You are the star of the show.
Okay,
Philip, thank you for your concerns, and they're really typical of investors and business people. The questions are really typical, and it's not like it's the first time I'm hearing such, or is it the first time that we're going to hear such when we're discussing IP. And you're right with that, because also research indicates that over 75% of patents worldwide are not actually in practice. So this is not a Rwandan problem. I'm not even owning it like this is our problem, the Rwanda IP office, you know. This is a cross-cutting issue. But you see, the thing is this. They say, philosophically speaking, they say knowledge is non-rival. So once knowledge is there, it's non-rival. Once I use it and Nixon uses it and it doesn't get depleted, it makes it better. So once I invent and something is nice and it's not protected, it becomes better if we are all able to use it, so that is when it becomes more valuable. So the thinking is that now, once you invest and do research and development and come up with knowledge that is beneficial to society, what makes it better is that everyone can take up this knowledge. But then where are you going to get the incentive or the drive for you to invest in this if everyone can take it and use it? Yeah. So the idea is so that knowledge is there, they see it, they can use it, but at least they should recognize you and give you a reward, you know, for coming up with such knowledge. That is the thinking behind patents. So the problem now, where does the problem come in? Why should I take the journey of patenting, yet I don't even know if this product will work? You see, the problem is that, what about if it works? If it works and everyone is up for it and they can use it, and then you invested and now you're competing with people that didn't make the investment. And that is really where the challenge usually comes in. That someone comes up with this information, this invention, this, something new, solution to offer. But they didn't think that it would come up. And by the way, most of the inventions, people don't, the example is the invention of the antibiotic. It was really an error. Someone forgot the experiment equipment outside and then came back the following day to find that it was actually working. Like, what is happening here? So they didn't expect it to come up. And so once it came up, now it became so useful. So if you don't protect it, it now becomes everyone's property and everyone can use it. So I think, like you rightfully mentioned, it's always good to make a balanced judgment as an inventor and say, it is 30,000 for me to file for patent protection. If it doesn't work, it's okay. It's just 30,000. But if it works, it will have helped me. I think, to be fair to this whole thing, this is the best way to look at it. I would be lying to say that it is very, very important for you to patent your invention, because, patenting IP is about business. You're protecting business. If there is no money, then there's no point in protecting the IP. But then you should also think about, what if it actually works and I lose out on this? Why is it so much for me to take this journey? What is the cost that is involved? Can't I do it and still continue with this? Does it hurt? Secondly, what if I'm thinking about, like Nixon mentioned, he's probably thinking about scaling to his Cameroonian friend. And so you're thinking, is it worth it if I should also extend the protection to these countries? What if I don't? What is the repercussion? So I think, in a balanced sense, okay, if it wasn't for a business person to press me, I would never say that. I would say it is important for you to protect. But to be fair enough, I think it's always good for you as an investor or an innovator to make a balanced judgment and see which one will reap benefits for you. But of course, for example, China has the highest patent filings, but over 80% are not in use. And they are there. But also, the second point that I wanted to mention, patenting is an incentive for innovation and invention. once someone gets a patent, this at least I've seen, you see these young people coming to office, and once they get a patent, my goodness, they won't sleep again. They want to keep thinking and coming up. So the idea is so that you also promote that spirit of invention, that people think that, oh, this is a big deal. I've actually come up with something new, so I can actually do this. So let me go ahead and also try something else. Can it also be new? So it is two-way. It is also increasing the body of technological knowledge that is out there that can be leveraged. He mentioned about a new version of the invention, if I could put it that way. We allow, yes, if you have added something, a feature that is making a contribution over the invention that you had earlier, you can also file for that part and then base it on the other one. In formalities or in office practice, we always guide you how to go about that. But once you add a feature to it, you can always go ahead and file for that. That is how you find companies like Apple, like Samsung, have all these inventions. It's not like they've come up, it's a Samsung phone, we all know it. But they've added a feature to it, and so they go and file for that feature. So you can always add the feature to and file for the new feature that is added to your invention. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. That's very insightful for everyone here. I guess it really helps as well. I think what I'll just add there is, you mentioned patent sitting on the shelf. I guess it's half and half. Sometimes you have to do it because you never know when it gets useful. I was watching a video recently, and I think the AirPods were made 10 years before it came out, were patented 10 years or 15 before it came out. Steve Jobs was alive when they patented it, and that was way before they even thought about actually using it. It was using the long ropes back then, so, and it's very possible that a lot of ideas have also died the very same way it's alive as well. So I guess it's half and half depending on the funds that are available. This will be really good and really insightful. We'll be coming to conclusion now. I think I would just like to get closing comments on how do you envision we build capacity and talent to meet the opportunities that we've discussed here today in Africa? How do you all envision that we can build capacity and build the talent, nurture talent that can take hold of the opportunities that we've mentioned throughout this our conversation? I think I'll start from Philip and work the way down as we draw to a close.
No, thanks for having us. I think in terms of building capacity, one, like I said, entrepreneurs on the continent, I really salute them. We thrive in spite of. But also Africa is full of amazing talent that, you know what, we know that if we don't know something, we will go and find out where it is. And knowledge has been democratized today. I keep teasing my children that they're so lucky. When I was at university many moons ago, I actually went to the library and I would get a card and say, I'm looking for this book. Yeah, it is XYZ, file this, flow this. My kids today do not know what a library looks like. It is download, right? I keep telling people the biggest university today is YouTube, right? Education and knowledge has been democratized. I really like what you said earlier. If you face a problem, someone out there in the middle of Wales, New Zealand, has figured it out, right? So what are you doing to learn that? What are you doing to add on to that? Because people will come after you, right? And so I like that. So in terms of building the capacity that we have, I think Africa can compete on the global level. We just haven't found our voice. I'll tell this one example I'll finish off with. Today there is a silicon war going on. US just enacted what they call the CHIPS Act, and that was just to get every major chips manufacturer to move to the US. TSMC in Taiwan makes 75% of all chips on all our phones today. iPhone, 93%, there you go. One company, but they're too close to China. Now, they are doing a $5 billion foundry out in Arizona. There is no foundry on the continent. And that to us is we're just going to be enslaved for the next 50 years. We need that talent here. Governments need to start looking at that talent. Silicon chips are what is going to drive this whole AI. None of the data centers that, what's his name? Sam Altman was raising $7 trillion for a seed round. I'm like, wow. Is that a tease? Some countries need to be making good friends with Sam. But you're going to need that. Today, I was thinking right after that report, they said today the capacity that we have is not even 1% of what we're going to need in 20, 50 years. We're not even at 1% for all the needs we have. And Africa, we are silent. So I think that opportunity, a lot of the talent that we're building, I like the fact that people are coming back home. I really applaud that. 20 years ago, hey, we were always out. Now we're starting to see a resurgence, and that gets me excited. So I think the development of local talent and local spaces, because when you train an engineer, when you train a lawyer, it's hard to see people learn this kind of things and then have nowhere to practice it. Young people want to have places to do these kind of things, and so that to me that's on us, that's on government to kind of create those spaces. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Well, I'm going to share just a few things for the legal sector, the startups, and the youth. So for the legal sector, I think I would request that you communicate more to the founders who will be your future clients. Sometimes they need you, but they don't know what to ask for.
Need to pay, oh.
Yeah, if that means that brings me to what I was about to say. Every day, everyone is pitching, no matter who you are. Even Trump tries to pitch himself into the seat, yet we think he has made it in life. They said Elon Musk had money that could feed him if he ate $100,000 a day, since Jesus died up to date. Is the money that he like it's possible, but he still wakes up and goes to work. So everyone every day is pitching. Now for the youth, 3 things to keep in mind. There are things we know, there are things we don't know, and there are things we don't know that we don't know. And there is no way you can go find out what you don't even know that you don't know. Just keep researching. If I know I need a lawyer, myself I'm not, but all my documents I go through them. Even though the next day I can't rewrite it, but I just go through them. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. For me, my final reflections are that I work for government, and we are down there and playing the catch up, and we always talk about potential, the African potential. One time I was in a conference and an old man said that we've talked about this potential since I was young, and now I'm old and I'm going into retirement and we still haven't realized the potential. So I think we could become like that old man without realizing the potential. But I think more than all these things, do something about it. Do something. Place your stone. At least when you look back, you say, this is what I did. Let it be that in your space, wherever you are, place a stone. Know that you're building something. Build onto what is there. Whatever it is, however small it might be, if it is awareness, if it is a voice that you can raise, if it is whatever you can do, but make sure that you're contributing to the greater realization of the African potential and your country's potential. Secondly, I would say that the internet is really the new gold, if I would say. There's a lot of information. I sit in the IP office and we have access to all these databases, all this information, for all that we can take and use and provide the African solution. Let us do that. Let us do that. These forums promise a better future, that we can sit here and discuss all these issues, and we're coming from different countries. But you see, we can only discuss like this forever if we don't do anything about it. So let's make use of what we hear and what we learn. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I think to summarize everything these lovely speakers and panelists have said here, I want to say something I always tell my partner: all division divides. A lot of people don't understand what that means. It means in mathematical equation, division sign will always divide. It will never take it up. It will always take it down. And that's what we are in Africa. Trade-wise, technology-wise, country-wise, political-wise, we're quite divided. We're fragmented, like he mentioned earlier. Everything is done between the 53 or 54 countries altogether. You meet all the governors, like you mentioned, right? They're all separate. We don't do things in unison. And I think the way technology is evolving, the only way for Nigeria or Rwanda to be a star is if Africa is a star, right? Because we're already quite far behind. So we can't, to playing catch up alone won't be enough. You need the power of the entire continent to working together towards a single goal to make Africa the place to be. We need to build our own foundries. We need to build our own servers. We need to have the talent. We need to be the place, the go-to place. We need to remove visa restrictions from everywhere, wherein Africans can move around. I am very keen on that, particularly because I have, like I read Vusi say, you only lock a door where there's something there. There's nothing yet. We need to open up. It's nothing really. We need to open up our borders to each other and find a way for us to grow together, because we're already playing catch up and we're far behind. And I think these discussions are good, but like she said, we need to also put one step forward and do what we can by ourselves, each of us in our way, to ensure that we bring this Africa together so that we can actually get to where we need to be and be a force to reckon with the world. With that, I'd like to say thank you to everyone that's been here. I hope it's been a good session. I've had a great time myself, so thank you very much.
Oh, hello, can you hear me? Thank you so much. I promise you an excellent closing session. Philip, Dixon, Kellen, amazing. Deji, thank you, thank you, thank you. That brings us to the end of our 2 days. I hope you guys enjoyed it. As I mentioned before, we do have a third day. Everybody is welcome to attend. It's a very startup-focused day. We'll have a session in the morning, which will be a panel discussion. But otherwise, we have, I think, about 30 startups that are coming in for one-on-one, kind of like a speed dating scenario. And Dixon is one of them. So it's going to be a fun session for the startups. I really hope you enjoyed. Please make sure you check online for the Explore event. We'll keep uploading pictures as our photographers get them in. The State of AI Governance report will be in first thing tomorrow morning, so please check for that. You get your reports, about 30-something pages, so that's a nice weekend gift reading for you guys, the glass of wine or coffee. Thank you guys to all of our incredible partners, our sponsors, our strategic partners, our knowledge partners, ICT Chamber and Hackapath for organizing this, and for all the panelists and the speakers, and of course you guys, all the guests, for sticking with us. I do want to say that we are already planning for 2025. So we're trying to be on African, guys. We've set the dates for 2025. We'll be sharing more information about that.